figures. Look at this. The PCO2 of the arterial end of the capillary is 40 millimeters. What is it at the venous end? What? Exchange of carbon dioxide at the tissue level. So though there is a difference of just 5 millimeters, very instantaneously the oxygen is collected from the tissues and it returns back to the lungs. This is the opposite of the oxygen that I showed you. So once carbon dioxide is brought from the tissues to the lungs, look at that, at the arterial end it is 45, at the venous end it is 40. So as with oxygen transport, by the time blood flows through 1/3 of the pulmonary capillaries, most of the carbon dioxide gets eliminated from the lungs. That is the beauty. So that means blood stays in capillaries for almost 3 times the necessary time for it to get exchanged in the lungs. So after having absorbed the oxygen from the lungs, under normal conditions, oxygen is carried to the tissues almost attached to hemoglobin, 97%. When PO2 is high, as in pulmonary capillaries, oxygen binds to hemoglobin. But when PO2 is low, as in tissue capillaries, oxygen is released from the hemoglobin. This is the basis of oxygen transport. I will show you what is oxygen dissociation curve. You heard about oxygen dissociation curve. Very often it is a short notes for you in your physiology days, and even in the examination it can be. More than anything, the knowledge of that and to understand the beauty of the ventilation, you should have some knowledge about oxygen dissociation curve. It demonstrates the progressive increase in percentage of hemoglobin that is bound with oxygen as the blood PO2 increases, which is the percent saturation of hemoglobin. And you know that each gram of hemoglobin can carry about 1.34 ml of oxygen, and variety of factors shift the oxygen dissociation curve, and only 3% of the total oxygen that is transported in the dissolved state as against 97% by the hemoglobin. So this is the ODC, isn't it? Sigmoid curve you talk about. Can you see that? The x-axis representing the partial pressure of oxygen, whereas the y-axis represents the amount of hemoglobin that is saturated. And what you are seeing in the topmost is the oxygenated blood that is leaving the lung. You can see that for the saturation from 80 to 90, 100, 110, and the 97% saturation is achieved. The PO2 of oxygen is 40 millimeters, one which is returning from the tissues. Look at that, the corresponding saturation is about 75%. Clear? So I always see, as a beginner post, I just tend to relax if the saturation is 87, 88. 1993, when they accept 87, 88 should be okay. Remember, it is a very bad hypoxia. Clear? So you can't leave baby. Don't go with the number. You should have sound knowledge about the physiology of the gas transport. And this is a very, again, classical teaching. What are the factors that shift the ODC to the right and left, and what are the advantages of that? All that increases shift the ODC to the right. What are those? Increased hydrogen ion concentration, that is acidosis, increased CO2, increased temperature, as in when you are exercising. Number 4, increased 2,3-DPG or biphosphoglycerate. Clear? Under these circumstances, the ODC gets shifted to the right. It means what? It enhances the tissue oxygen delivery, isn't it? So when you are exercising, your body temperature heats. So your body system is so good, whatever extra oxygen that is necessary, the hemoglobin will deliver it to the tissues. You don't get fatigued, you don't get easily affected by exercising. Remember that. And what factors shift the oxygen dissociation to the left are decreased hydrogen ion concentration, that is alkalosis, decreased PCO2, decreased temperature, and decreased 2,3-DPG. And all this will do what? They will allow the uptake of oxygen at the level of the lungs. So ODC becomes dual-edged advantage both at the lungs and at the tissue level. Let me not go to the details of 2,3-DPG. All that you remember is there is a poor binding capacity of 2,3-DPG of fetal hemoglobin. So this shifts the ODC to the left. It has less 2,3-DPG, and which facilitates the movement of oxygen from mother to the tissues. This is how the fetal hemoglobin ODC is compared to adult hemoglobin. What is dotted is maternal. The fetal hemoglobin curve is to the left of the adult hemoglobin curve. Remember, fetus is living in such an hypoxic environment. The PO2s are 30s, 40s like that. Baby fetus is so blue. Fetus is intentionally kept acidotic and hypoxic so that no blood is pumped into the lungs of the fetus, because fetal lung is not performing any purpose of gas exchange. Are you with me? All the requirements of the fetus are met by the placenta. Clear? So the gas exchange has to occur across the placenta. So this fetal hemoglobin, why nature has blessed fetus a separate hemoglobin is for that reason. And otherwise, if the fetus were to have adult hemoglobin, it won't survive. This fetal hemoglobin has great advantages. It has got something called as double effect. The fetal hemoglobin can grab any amount of oxygen from the maternal circulation and maternal surface of the placenta to the fetal surface of the placenta. That is the beauty of fetal hemoglobin. So unless there are any serious matters, fetus don't experience hypoxia. So having completed a little about oxygen transport, carbon dioxide is not nearly so great a problem as oxygen transport, does not have to do much with acid-base balance. An average of 4 ml of carbon dioxide is transported from the tissue to the lung, and carbon dioxide transport begin with the diffusion of carbon dioxide out of the cells from the dissolved. Again, let me not go to the details, all that you remember. So whatever carbon dioxide that is formed at the level of the tissues, 7% of it is transported as carbon dioxide free, and about 23% with the hemoglobin, carboxyhemoglobin, and majority of it, about 70% of it, the carbon dioxide is converted, it gets attached inside the RBCs, reacts with the H2O, that is water, and forms carbonic acid in the presence of the enzyme carbonic anhydrase. That is the major pathway for the carbon dioxide elimination from the body. So as I said, 7% in dissolved state, 70% in the form of bicarbonate, and about 23% bound to hemoglobin. And the opposite of the Bohr is the Aldane effect. And let me not again go to that. I said the effect of carbon dioxide and uptake of oxygen and delivery of the tissue is Bohr effect. The opposite of that is the Aldane effect. Clear? When the oxygen is grabbed at the level of the alveoli, carbon dioxide diffuses much rapidly from the alveoli, from the capillaries into the alveoli. That is Aldane effect. So to sum up, and before I go to a few slides on pulmonary mechanics, look at that. In the venous blood, PO2 is 40 millimeters, saturation is 70%, carbon dioxide content is about 52 ml%, PCO2 is about 46, and the gas gets exchanged, that is the composition of the alveolar gas, and by the time the blood gets oxygenated and reaches the arterial line, the oxygen content jumps from 14 to 19, PO2 from 40 to 100, and oxygen saturation from 70 to 95, and carbon dioxide content from 52 drops to 48, like that. And the opposite of that at the tissue levels. So the oxygen and carbon dioxide change at the tissue levels. From the arterial line, the PO2 drops from again 100 to 40, saturation from 95 to 70, and PCO2 from 40 to 46. Are you with me? So let me complete my just a few slides. I'm just more than 50% of my talk. I will run through this much faster. Having learnt about physiology of gas transport, you should have some idea about oxygen and carbon dioxide transport that is happening in the body, in the state of normal physiology, so that you can understand what is going to be discussed. It is nicely said that in the Hippocratic Oath, primum non causer, first do no harm. As Dr. Karthik Nagesh said in the introductory remark, because Karthik Nagesh was the first to start ventilation in Bangalore, then I was the first to start ventilation in Davangere. It goes back to more than 30 years of our experience. When we started our ventilator services, I don't know how many blunders we have done. We had sound knowledge of physiology, no doubt about it. We were trained by great teachers. We had very poorly defined ventilators those times, very ill-trained nurses, all that. So we started our ventilatory experience with a very bitter note, and now it is a pleasure seeing. Just now we walked through the NIC of Asana Institute. Amazing. Where is Kumar? He's not here. He needs a big rounds of applause. Wonderful. So many babies on one ventilator. I just request, see that what best you can do in ventilation perspectives. So as I showed, this is the oxygen cascade from the inspired air to the intracellular. I showed you from 168 how it drops to 10 millimeters. We use some terminologies when you are discussing the subsequent classes. First thing that we use is compliance. Compliance refers to distensibility of the lung. It speaks of the competence of the lung. Compliance of the lung and the competence of the lung. It is a measure of the change in volume resulting from a given change in pressure. So, it is a change in volume for a given change in pressure, and you talk about two things in that. Again, for want of time, let me not go to details. Static compliance and dynamic compliance. In the Cine curve that we are going to show, you remember overall the compliance curve is sigmoid, like what I showed in the oxygen dissociation curve. The lower end, the lung compliance will be low because of underinflation. I will be showing the next slide a picture. In the center, that is the good compliance or high compliance. Normal tidal breathing should happen in that, whereas the upper end is the low compliance, as in case of overventilated. Yeah, when you talk about compliance, this is the x-axis showing the pressures, whereas the y-axis is percentage of total lung capacity. We talk about chest wall curve compliance, the lung curve, the compliance, and then the total chest wall. Let me not go to details of that. Remember, babies who have respiratory distress syndrome have poor compliant lungs. This is what I was telling. Normally, the FRC should be falling in the curve like this. This is Cine curve. It should fall in the middle of the curve. If the baby has alveolar atelectasis, as in respiratory distress syndrome, you can see a flat loop like that. And in babies who have meconium aspiration syndrome, who have air trapping, you see that, say there also, when the functional residual capacity is more, there is over expansion of the alveoli. And these are the curves. I think most of it will be discussed later. Another important point that we talk about surfactant, all that in the afternoon classes, all that. What is surfactant? It is a surface active agent. It is an anti-atelectatic factor. It prevents the collapse of the alveoli. It is naturally formed inside the lungs. The moment baby takes the first breath and initial breaths, the surfactant spreads like a mat, tubular myelin network, and prevents the collapse of the alveoli. If that doesn't happen, look at that. The pressure that is Laplace relationship and the effects of surfactant filament on alveolar radius, that is the pressure that is necessary, is directly proportional to the surface tension and inversely proportional to the radius. The first picture, if there is natural surfactant like that, you can see that very little pressure is needed to open the distant alveoli. Are you appreciating? You can see that inside that first picture, the thinness of the arrows that are shown. Unlike that in the second, without surfactant, you can see the alveolar wall is thick. The compliance of the lung is very poor. You need to give much higher pressures to open up the alveoli. Clear? So it is directly proportional to the surface tension. If the surface tension is more, you need more pressures to open up the alveoli. The second important thing is inversely proportional to the radius. Larger the radius, you need little pressure. That's what exactly is shown. Smaller the radius, you need higher pressures to open up the alveoli. This is another important concept that you should be familiar with. This is how it looks like. What you are seeing above is the normal newborn lung. Can you see that? Beautiful. The x-axis representing the airway pressure, whereas the y-axis representing the volume. This graph will be discussed more than 100 times by today's evening. All that you remember is that is the normal curve during inspiration and expiration. Unlike that, what you are seeing below, surfactant deficient lung, you can see that the hysteresis. Very little change happens with the volume, and despite very high pressures, and the alveoli will collapse immediately at the end of inspiration. Can you see that? This picture, I think any standard book would have given to you. So the first one is compliance. Compliance refers to distensibility of the lung, that is the change in volume for a given change in pressure. It is expressed as ml per centimeter of water. Normal lung compliance is about 6 ml. I will show normal figures later. Resistance refers to the result of friction opposition to airflow, and it can be So resistance is something to do with, it is the opposition given at the airway. Resistance is something to do with the airway, compliance is something to do with the lungs. Clear? So you have two types in that, viscous resistance and airway resistance. It refers to tissue elements moving past one another, whereas airway resistance, it is the pressure gradient required to move gas from the airways at a constant flow rate. The normal lung resistance is about 30 to 40 millimeters, and Poiseuille's law of resistance says that it is directly related to length of the tube, the viscosity of the gas, and inversely related to the radius, as I showed in Laplace equation. So longer the tube, longer is the resistance. So when you have intubated a baby, don't unnecessarily keep too much of long length of the endotracheal tube. Optimally, ideally, you just keep about 2.5 centimeters. Longer the endotracheal tube, larger is the resistance that is offered in the system. So application of PEEP and CPAP decreases airway resistance. And this is a graphical representation. You can see that whatever shown in open circles is different anatomical sites, trachea, segmental bronchi, terminal bronchiole. You can see that the resistance is very high in the proximal airways, turbulent high velocity flow region, and the resistance drops significantly by the time you move to the distal part of the lung. And this is what exactly happens in meconium aspiration syndrome. There is a small meconium particle there. The air is breathed into the alveoli, and during inspiration, because of the space around it, and when the baby is exhaling, there is collapse of the lumen. So whatever the air that is accumulated when it is tried to exhale, it returns back to other alveoli and gives way. That's why air leak syndromes are very, very common. Ball valve, air trapping. Yeah. The third thing is work of breathing. Just remember, breathing requires expenditure of energy. This is another terminology you should be familiar. Time constant is just a multiplication of compliance and resistance. It speaks of the time that is taken for emptying the lungs. Time taken for emptying the lungs. We call one time constant is about 63%, 3 time constant 95%. And based on this time constant, you calculate the inspiratory time that you have to set. For example, it is about 0.4, 0.45 seconds to start off in any diseased lung. So you need about 3 time constant to really eliminate 95% of the lung volume. And tidal volume normally is about 68 ml per kg in the newborn, and minute ventilation refers to tidal volume per respiratory rate. And again, this is a important curve. Let me not spend. The normal, this mean airway pressure, what you are seeing is the Cine curve. Can you see that? That is the factors that are responsible to improve the oxygenation are FiO2 and the mean airway pressure. Mean airway pressure can be increased by increasing the flow rate, increase the peak inspiratory pressure, inspiratory time, peak and expiratory pressure, and respiratory rate. Again, I am telling, my subsequent speakers will be discussing a lot about it. So let me conclude my presentation in the next 3 slides. Oxygenation is guaranteed by FiO2 and mean airway pressure, and mean airway pressure in terms is governed by the peak inspiratory pressure, end expiratory pressure, IE ratio, and the flow. Clear? Oxygenation. Whereas carbon dioxide elimination or ventilation, it is based on minute ventilation, and that is frequency and the tidal volume, as I just showed. So these can be altered or adjusted by making changes in these parameters on the ventilators. I think this is an important take-home slide before we start the disease states. The normal tongue, the compliance is 6 ml, resistance is 20 to 40, time constant is about 0.25 second, FRC is about 30 ml per kg, and there is no ventilation perfusion mismatch, and there is no laboured breathing. Work of breathing is very normal. What happens in RDS? Compliance is significantly decreased, time constant is decreased, there is ventilation perfusion mismatch, and work of breathing is increased. What has happened in mass? Compliance may be normal or decreased. Remember, resistance is increased, ventilation perfusion mismatch is there, and significant work of breathing. Similarly, in bronchopulmonary dysplasia, it can be either increased or decreased. Increased resistance, time constant is increased, FRC is increased in these babies. And look at that air leak syndrome. So I will share my presentation to Kumar so the residents can have. This is important. This should be in the mind of all the residents. What happens to pulmonary mechanics in disease state? So what did we learn in the last 45 minutes? I took you through phases of lung development, pulmonary ventilation, respiratory membrane and gas exchange, about oxygen transport, the delivery and Bohr effect, just a couple of slides on ODC, then carbon dioxide transport. I touched upon terminologies, compliance resistance, time constant and work of breathing, then disturbed pulmonary physiology by disease states, and the applied physiology determinants of oxygen and ventilation. I think I literally made you run through a session on physiology of the lung. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Professor Guru Prasad, sir. I think it's important that we always begin our ventilation workshop with physiology, because without making you understand few basic concepts in ventilation, the physiology of ventilation, is very difficult to teach you the ventilation proper. Okay, so at least get to learn. Remember, we always say at least remember one volume and one capacity. At least remember tidal volume throughout your presentation, because when we are talking about ventilation, people are going to tell you how tidal volume is important and why it is targeted. And one capacity, that's your functional residual capacity. So remember tidal volume. What is tidal volume? Basically the amount of air that has gone in and come out during a normal breathing. So remember that volume. Remember functional residual capacity. This is another important concept when you are talking about non-invasive modes. This is the amount of air that is left behind in the alveoli after you had a normal expiration. So at least remember these two, and definitely a good run through a revision of your physiology that we had read in your first MBBS. So next we will talk to you about the modes of ventilation. So I think this is the next important topic to make you understand what are the different modes and what are the advantages or how they are set. Over to you, Dr. Prashant, for that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I must admit that I'm feeling privileged. I'm sure you will also feel lucky as well as privileged. Probably at the end of it, and probably you already have realized that you've been taught by teachers of teachers. All right. So please make much use of it. I thank Kumar sir, Archana ma'am, and Pradeep sir for giving me an opportunity to interact with you guys. So before I start off with, so can all of you stand up and stretch yourself a little bit? I know physiology can make you probably get into physiological sleep. Yeah? Yeah, stretch. So it will be good if you stretch your hands as well. Probably stand on your toes if the ground is even enough. All right? Done? Yeah. Some catecholamine surge? Okay. So I'm going to talk about modes of neonatal ventilation. Keep it very, very basic, just to make you understand how a ventilator works. And when you look at these fancy things like SIMV, IMV, some MVs, PSVs, ACs and all, you probably will not get confused when you see them later. So that will be the objective of my talk today. So as Sir was saying, this will keep getting repeated again and again. The reason is because we deal with babies whose lungs are still growing. And we deal with babies even more in NICUs whose lungs are still, even more immature than a term baby. If you look at the slide, okay, so we actually, I think it's not much. Okay. So we actually deal at this gestational age, 27 to 36 weeks. If you see that their babies are still in saccular phase, alveolar stage would have just set in. So whatever you do will have a long-term effect in these growing lungs. That's why we need to be very clear about what we do and how we do. I don't think there's any necessity to write down. Okay, if you can just listen to this talk and ask me a few questions at the end of it, I think the objective is served. The slides will be given to you. All right? Please close your books, cap your pens. So before we understand how a ventilator works, I think, okay, we need to understand simple concept. So this is classically been taught with Ayers-Tepes principle. If you imagine air going from one point to another other point, you have one small rent there, the air will straight away go, isn't it? Okay? So there is no pressure which is coming at the interface, isn't it? As simple as that. Yeah. So there is no pressure, there is no nothing which is happening at this end, at the rent end, isn't it? Suppose we have a partial obstruction to it. All of you would have played with hose pipes, water. How many of you have not played with hose pipes with water? All of you have played? How many of you have played? I have played. Isn't it? We obstruct it. What happens? There will be gush of water which goes. If the hose pipe is not connected well to the tap, what happens? It will come up. What happens? The pressure builds up. So this pressure which builds up gets here. So this, if you constantly apply that pressure at the end of your tube, you're going to give a constant pressure, isn't it? Suppose you apply this pressure more. What happens? What's happening here? What is happening? A pressure which was partial, which is becoming more and more, with it increasing in the obstruction, you are seeing that there is an increasing in the pressure. So here we are understanding two concepts. One, PWP, that is, can anybody tell me what is PWEP? Anybody? Peak? Anybody who differ? It is positive end expiratory pressure. So even at the end of expiration you have your positive pressure, but this is peak. This is PIP. This P stands for peak, isn't it? What happens? A partial obstruction which is increasing more each time. So there is, each time increasing in the obstruction, there is a pressure which is building on the normal pressure. This is called PIP. Understood? Easy? Yes. So just little bit of complication here. So we talked about this pressure which is building at this end, isn't it? So what a ventilator does is the same thing. The tube and the hose pipe example what we just saw. So there will be a blender which mixes air and oxygen. We can set the FiO2, desired oxygen what we set, will be fed into the tube, and you have the same rent over here where the air can escape, and this tube will continue. At the end of the tube, you have an obstruction. At the so this, what this obstruction does is, it has partial obstruction and it keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down. So what happens here? What happens here? Yes, there is pressure buildup. So based on how much obstruction we do at the distal end of the tube, your pressure builds up and goes down. All clear? Yes. So I want all of you to take a breath. Take a breath. Normal. Deep breath and exhale. All of you. I don't see the last benchers. Take a breath. What is happening? When we are inhaling, you have your negative intrathoracic pressure, which is drawing the air inside. And what happens when we exhale? What is happening? The air is going out because the pressure is positive inside. This is how we breathe. All right? There is negative pressure which is pushing the air inside, and the positive pressure which is pushing the air outside. Simple. All of you experience this now, because normal breathing we don't recognize the breath. What is the what do you call when you actually consciously feel a breath? Don't tell me yoga and pranayama. If you are feeling your breath, what's it called? Physiological term? Huh? Physiology. You're having some problem in your breath, isn't it? Go back and check in your physiology book. So we generally don't feel it. Okay? So the negative pressure and positive pressure. So this is how air goes in and goes out. But what happens in what happens when you put the baby on ventilator, or what the ventilation does is, because the baby is not able to do this, get the air inside and push the air outside, the ventilator pushes air inside. So it actually is a positive pressure, isn't it? A positive pressure which is going inside. So it is called inspiration, and it takes out negative pressure. It becomes expiration. Understood? So inspiration, so difference between inspiration and expiration, spontaneous, and this is a ventilator breath. Okay? So inspiration and expiration. This goes on. Okay? So let's break down this ventilator breath. Just inspiration as well as expiration, that's it, nothing more, nothing less. You have inspiration. The time till this blue line stops is your inspiration. At the end of inspiration, what happens? The positive pressure the positive pressure goes down or it stops. So there will be expiration. The time duration through which your inspiration happens is nothing but Ti, that is inspiratory time. And the duration through which your air goes out is your expiratory time. No need to write down again, no need to take photographs, the PPT will be given to you. Okay? Understood? Any doubts in this? Difficult to understand Ti and Te? Simple? Alright. This goes on. So, if we broke down the ventilator or the pressure in the ventilator into inspiration and expiration. Let's break down a little bit more. So, when you started breathing, isn't it? So, you are calm, some trigger came, you expired, it went to peak, and then it started coming down, isn't it? There are different phases. All of you agree? Yes. We have different phases in the ventilator breath as well. It's important for you to realize because all the concepts are based on these slides. You should have something called trigger. What do you mean by trigger? It's something which begins the breath, or it's the time from which the positive pressure starts. Alright, this point is called trigger. And there should be a limit. Pressure should not keep just building on. There should be a limit, isn't it? The pressure plateaus at some time. So this is your limit. So this is what regulates the gas flow. Up till here, gas flow keeps happening. At this point of time, when the limit is reached, the gas flow probably plateaus. And then you will be having expiration, isn't it? Starting, plateauing, then going down. 3 things, easy to remember. So, cycling is what causes the breath to end. So, we need to understand that ventilator just gives positive pressure ventilation, expiration happens on its own. Just like us, we inspire with active, our inspiration is active, but the expiration, we need not, actively expire. It happens automatically because of elastic recoiling. That happens in ventilator as well. So, these are the 3 terminologies you need to know. So, one is trigger, what begins the breath, limit, what regulates the gas flow, what causes the breath to end. Alright? So, these things, based on these 3 concepts, all your modes are centered around. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in interpreting? Suppose if I show you a graph again, will you be able to tell me what is trigger, what is cycling, what is limit? Yeah? Okay. So, based on this, we classify the ventilator. Based on the pressure relationship to the patient, we can have positive trigger or a negative trigger. Okay? Something which increases the pressure can trigger, something which negates the pressure. When there is negative pressure, the trigger can start. Okay? So, based on this, we can classify ventilator. The limit could be reached. Either I can tell the ventilator, you can stop when this pressure is reached. Or I can tell the ventilator, you can stop giving the pressure or the gas flow when this volume is reached. Can I do that? So, just imagine a ventilator as another guy whom you are telling to give breath voluntarily. Alright? So, when I ask the ventilator to start a trigger, I will tell the ventilator whether if the pressure is positive, you start the breath, or if the pressure is negative, you start the breath. That's up to me. Till what you need to go, I will tell the ventilator, if you reach this pressure, you stop, or if you reach this gas, you stop, or if you reach this volume, I stop. Easy to understand? I can tell that? Yes. And I also have to tell the ventilator when to stop and when to start expiring, when to stop the positive pressure, isn't it? I can set a pressure. I can tell the ventilator, so after this pressure, you stop and start expiring. Or I can tell after this volume is reached, you start expiring out. Or after so much time, you can stop and let the air go out. Okay? Understood? So, trigger, limit and cycling, we can set different parameters. what initiates the breaths, what stops the gas flow, and what probably cycles from inspiration to expiration. Okay? Based on this, we have this classical modes of ventilation. I mean, not classical. These are the modes of ventilation. With permutation and combination, we build on these basic modes of ventilation in neonatology, not just in neonatology, in all ventilation, for your information. The one is IMV, that is intermittent mandatory ventilation. Short form is IMV. Synchronized mode includes SIMV, that is synchronized intermittent mandatory ventilation. AC or assist control, or there is another mode called pressure support ventilation, PSV. You might not see these terminologies on your ventilators. It could be named little differently with each ventilators. It's good to know when you are using a ventilator what mode you are working in. Most of the times IMV and SIMV is the common terminologies. Assist control could be named in different ways. PSV also could be named in different ways. Okay? These are the basic modes of ventilation we're going to talk about today. So we said in a conventional ventilation there is PWP, that is a constant resistance at the distal end which is placed, which keeps a constant pressure, and you have PIP which keeps increasing and decreasing so that the pressure keeps building and going down. All right. So if I have to describe this conventional ventilation, it is positive pressure ventilation. All of you agree? Because the positive pressure is getting the air into the baby's lungs, and there is a continuous flow. You see this, the flow is being continuous. It's just a matter that it goes down or it goes straight, isn't it? It is time cycled. So we will we will increase the resistance at the distal end for the certain period of time and then leave it. Suppose I do it like this. What happens? What happens? So the positive pressure PIP would increase. The rate of PIP would increase. Suppose I increase the pressure, decrease it, increase it, keep it hold for some time and leave. What is happening? I am taking more time to come out. So this is called time cycling. For how much duration I am going to keep that PIP determines your cycling. And then it is pressure limited. So I am restricting my talk to pressure limited ventilation. Karthik sir will talk about the volume ventilation in the next class. Okay, so there is a slight difference between pressure limited and volume limited. I think you will understand much better when we talk about volume ventilation in the next session. So just a primer for my talk today, just to understand again. So you're going to be seeing this blue and orange triangles just as a representative, not a pictorial, not an absolute representation of the pressures, but as a pictorial representation of spontaneous breath and ventilator breaths. All right. So I'm going to take this as my trigger. You remember trigger? What starts the breath? This is my trigger, and this is my cycle. Okay. So you see this, you can expression, and this as expression for simplifying your understanding. Clear? And this is the ventilator breaths. So this is the trigger, this is the inspiration, this is the cycling, and this is the expiration. Okay. So we'll use these triangles to understand how all the different modes of ventilation works. Okay. Let's take an example. So this blue ones I said are baby's breaths. Okay. You have inspiration, expiration, inspiration, expiration. This is how a baby probably is breathing. On top of it, if I put a ventilator and tell the ventilator, you give breath to the baby. I'll tell these many times the baby has to receive breath. The ventilator without any cortex can give breath like this. So this is a ventilator which doesn't have a neocortex. All of you know about neocortex? Yeah? Anatomy, physiology, Guyton Gannon. Okay? So the baby, the machine is not thinking. I'm just trying to tell, I'm just telling the ventilator, you just give a breath. Give 40 breaths, 60 breaths. Ventilator, it doesn't think anything. It just keeps giving breaths. Okay? It happens to us post night duty, isn't it? So ಹೇಳಿದಾರ ಇದು consultant, okay, ಹಾಕೋಣ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಯಮ್ಮ? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆ consultant ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು? Isn't it? We start thinking at spinal level. So this is a spinal level ventilator. A baby is breathing somehow. You see that overlap? The baby is breathing in his own way. The ventilator is giving the breaths in its own way, because the ventilator is not thinking. Yeah? I see so many smiling faces. I know that. I also can identify with you. Don't worry. All right? So this is intermittent mandatory ventilation, where the ventilator delivers mandatory breaths at fixed time intervals, irrespective of the infant's spontaneous breathing efforts. So this is the constant interval. Let the baby breathe like this. It doesn't matter to it. It just keeps ivaga, amele, next, just goes. Baby's breaths, babies will breathe like this, breathe like this. What is this type of breathing called? Anybody? Periodic breathing. Very good. Okay, our baby's breathing are not constant. All of you would have understood and would have known if you have taken a rounds in the neonatal wards. But this ventilator just gives constant breath, because we have told the ventilator that you have to give mandatory breath so much. Don't think. This is how it is. Do you think it is good? Yeah, you see that many a times the baby has started breathing. This ventilator is already giving too much of breath, and you see the baby already expiring. The ventilator has just started to give a breath. Okay, what is happening here? Can anybody tell me what is happening here? Huh? Very good. I think I'm dealing with a very bright set of students, I must say, Kumar sir. Okay, so what we are seeing is asynchrony. So you have inspiratory asynchrony, where there is a difference in the synchronization between the inspiration of a baby versus the synchrony and the starting of a breath of a ventilator. This is called inspiratory asynchrony. You could understand from this graph? Easy? Yes. You also have expiratory asynchrony. Baby has already started to breathe out, but the ventilator is still giving more breath. So this is called expiratory asynchrony. All of you can make it out? Okay? This is the main problem in your IMV or a ventilator which is working at a spinal level. You tell me this, I will do this. I don't care what happens to the baby. Isn't it? So can we have problems with this? Yes or no? No, it's not even post-lunch. Huh? Yes or no? Yes. So these are the problems we will have with asynchrony. You see this, all the problems which you dread from a positive pressure ventilation, probably will have with this. Increased work of breathing, hypoxia, hypercarbia, air trapping, air leaks, IVH, everything. All right? So do we want this kind of ventilator? So as Sir was saying, maybe the ventilators which had come up probably 2 to 3 decades back probably would work like this. That's why we definitely had so much of problems in ventilating the babies. All right? So with this, so the next generation of ventilators came. We're going to talk about that. So let me just summarize IMV. This is a summary of IMV. So these are the parameters which you set. Trigger, all of you know. What starts a breath? Rate, you know. How many breaths you want the ventilator to give to the baby? Third is TI. What is TI? Inspiratory time. This is the duration through which the baby inspires. PIP. What is PIP? The last bench. The last row. No? PIP is peak inspiratory pressure. Volume is, tidal volumes. PWP is positive end expressed pressure. You see this, all the parameters are determined by ventilator. There's total disconnect from the baby and the ventilator. Do we have a solution for this? Yes. To make an ventilator intelligent, we have something called sensors. All of you have seen sensors? How many of you have not seen a sensor? Not seen a sensor? All of you would have seen. Nowadays, whatever ventilator you get, invariably you will have sensors. All right? So this is one thing which makes the ventilator intelligent. Of course, with this you have a chip inside, which actually assimilates all the data. But this is your sense organ for the ventilator. The ventilator nowadays has become intelligent because they have sensors which are like sensory organs to us. So you're listening to me, you're seeing the slides, you're sensing it, it's going to your brain, your brain is processing, and probably tomorrow or day after you go and apply your your knowledge. This is what the ventilator does. So a sensor gives the sensory input to the ventilator. It gets processed inside a microprocessor in the ventilator. So nowadays the ventilators have become intelligent. They started moving towards thinking at a cortex level. Okay, all of you would have seen this. So what this sensor does is, it tells the ventilator, it gives a feedback to the ventilator about what is happening at the baby's end. You see this, the rent what which we talked about, that is where the baby is. So whatever is happening towards that end, this sensor will go and tell the ventilator, so this is what is happening to the baby. Oh, the baby started taking breath. See, you can give a breath. The baby has stopped taking breath because there is no flow, so now you expire. Okay, you understood? So this is what a sensor does. So this is your sensory organ. If you don't have this, a ventilator is like blind, deaf, dumb. All right? So this is one of the most important aspects which you need to look at. So there are different sensor types. I'm not going to talk about it. I suggest whenever you are working in your unit, get used to your machine, because every machine will have different types of flow sensors, and see how they are how do they work, and how do they clean, what is their shelf life, because it will help a long way in treating your babies. Okay, this is one of the most important things which is there in your hands. So now with this intelligence, the ventilators have become more intelligent, and they can give us many more modes. So namely SIMV, assist control, PSV, and these three modes. So SIMV, assist control, and PSV could be combined. It can be combined in all the permutation and combination, and you get various types of modes. Okay, so we're going to talk about SIMV, assist control, and PSV, and then you'll automatically know how these combinations work. What happens in SIMV? So there, what is the difference between IMV and SIMV? Any difference? What is the difference between SIMV and IMV? So S is the only difference. Yeah? Yes. S is the only difference. That is, synchronization is the only difference. So here, the ventilator gives a fixed number of breaths, and these breaths are supported. If the baby's spontaneous rate is less than the set rate, all breaths will be supported. In addition, the ventilator will give more breaths. If the baby's rate is more, some breaths will not be supported. What does it mean to say? You're going to tell the ventilator, give 40 breaths per minute. All right? So this is what you're telling the ventilator to do. Suppose the baby is breathing at 20 breaths per minute. You would have seen babies breathing at 20 breaths per minute. Okay? Like your HIE babies, babies who are very sick, they will hardly breathe. All right? So what happens is, this ventilator will compensate for the so this ventilator, what it does is, it supports all the baby's 20 breaths, and in addition to it, it will support 20 more breaths. Total, it will make it to 40. Suppose a baby who is born with meconium stained amniotic fluid, MAS. MAS. Can you imagine a baby who's having MAS? How will the baby breathe? Very fast, isn't it? So in these babies where your rates are inherently more, you have told the ventilator you have to give only 40 breaths. Only 40 of those babies will be and rest 40 is not. Okay, so next that 40 will be something like your IMV. That is how the ventilator, isn't it? So this is how your SIM works. Easy to understand? Yes. So taking it to the example, suppose the baby is like this. Okay, you see this? So this breath, is it supported? Not supported. So next, you see that the baby's breath happens, and the ventilator is also giving a breath. You see this difference? This breath happens, the ventilator is not giving breath. This time the baby's breath is supported, isn't it? You see this? Both are starting at same time. And then there's another baby's breath which probably is not supported, and there's another breath which is supported. See this? So some of the breaths are being when the baby started to breathe, isn't it? You see that lines? It's absolutely synchronized. Where is it synchronized? At the trigger. Very good. At the trigger, right? So the baby has just started to breathe, and ventilator gives off. So you see this, some of the breaths are supported, some of the breaths are not supported, because maybe the baby is breathing too much, isn't it? You see this? Supported breaths are these, not supported breaths are the ones where the ventilator is giving, it's not been supported. Okay. So here, do you remember from the first, this one, what is happening? Can anybody tell me what is the difference? What is happening? Is there any asynchrony in the inspiration now? During inspiration, is there any asynchronization? You see the one line, baby is starting to breath, take the breath, and ventilator is also giving breath. Inspiration, there is no asynchrony, isn't it? But what is happening here? The green, all of you can see. The baby has started to stop. The baby has started stopped inspiring, has gone on to expiration, but the ventilator is still giving inspiration. What is happening here? What kind of asynchrony it is? Expiratory. Very good. Excellent. Okay. This is your expiratory asynchrony. So somehow one asynchrony we could overcome by use of our SIMV mode. All right. So this is how your SIMV works. Any doubts? Okay. Going a little far, how does this synchronization happen in inspiration? Suppose you have set a rate of 60 minutes. 60 per minute. What will be one breath cycle? If I tell the ventilator to give 6 breaths, one cycle will last for how many seconds? One breath, inspiration, expiration. How long it will last? If you don't answer, I'll ask you to again rise up, stretch, and then come down. 1 second, 60 cycles per minute means to say 1 second give one breath, isn't it? One breath cycle, isn't it? So 1 second consists of your 1 cycle. So what happens in this 1 cycle? The ventilator has to give breath and it has to expire. Okay? So what the ventilator does is, you have told the ventilator every 60 seconds you have to give a breath. So the ventilator, what it does is every 60 seconds only, it will not start giving the breath. What happens is, in the first half of this 1 second, it will wait. It will wait for the baby to take a breath. Okay? So this is the one. It breaks down. In the first half, if the baby has any breath, if the baby starts taking breath at this time, it will start supporting. Okay? Suppose if the baby is not taken breath till the second half, the ventilator will start giving. Understood? That means to say, the baby is not at all taking breath, let me give a mandatory breath. Suppose if the baby has started initiating breaths again, it will start off. Easy to understand? So this is how happens. So this one, will this breath be supported by the ventilator? It's in the first half. Will it be supported? Just see, the first half is spontaneous breath in the first half will be supported. Second half, even if the baby doesn't have it, anyways it will give a mandatory breath. Okay? Suppose if a baby takes a breath in the first half, yes, the ventilator will give a breath at that time because the baby has started already a breath. So second time, you see in the second cycle, in the first half it waited. The baby did not take a breath. So the ventilator decides, let me give a breath. You saw the difference? This is how it synchronizes in a rate where it is equal or more than what it is set. If the baby is not breathing, up to the set rate, it will give its mandatory breath. Okay? You see this, some spontaneous breath, supported. So here there is no spontaneous breath, so it is a mandatory breath. Easy to understand? Yes. So this is how it is. This one, first half it came, so it actually supported. Next cycle, there was no breath, so the ventilator gave a mandatory breath. And second time also it started. Likewise. This is how a synchronized intermittent mandatory ventilation works. So just to show graphics, this is what you actually see. All your ventilators which you see will have graphics. So that's why you need to be little bit oriented to the graphics, not too much into details. You see that? So the down ones, this translucent ones are the baby's breaths. Okay? So these are the baby's breath. But the ventilator is supporting only these breaths. You see this? Everything is synchronized. You see this? But some of them are not being supported. So what is happening? The breaths which are supported, the volume which goes into the baby is more. The breaths which are not supported by the ventilator, the volume is less. The breath which is supported, the volume goes high. This is how your ventilator looks when you put the baby on a SIMV mode of ventilation. Okay, all of you go back and probably we'll show it in the afternoon about how it looks, the graphics. So this is how your SIMV works. Any doubts so far? SIMV? We learned what is SIMV, difference between SIMV and IMV, and we also learned how it works. And we also learned that it probably will not, it will not deal with expiratory asynchrony. All right. So just to summarize, the same table I am extending. So IMV, everything is controlled by the ventilator, but you see in SIMV, some of it is controlled by the baby. What is it? What is it? That is the trigger. The trigger for the baby, for the ventilator to give breath is triggered by the baby's breath. So that is how the baby is slowly getting, synchronized with the ventilator, or the machine is getting intelligent. All right? Yeah. Let's move on to the assist control. So this is one step ahead of it. So here the rates are not set, but it is decided by the baby. So in SIMV, what did I say? We will set certain number of breaths, and the ventilator will give whether the baby will breathe more or less. Set breaths will be given. If the baby is breathing more, certain breaths are not supported. So here, all the spontaneous efforts, are supported by the ventilator. Okay, but sometimes we see the baby goes into apneas as well, isn't it? If the baby goes into apnea, this assist control will also not give breath. So that's why for all this assist control mode of ventilation, we give some control breath. Suppose if the baby is not breathing, ventilator, you wake up and then you give a breath to the baby. So that is what we tell to the assist control. All right. So in this assist control, all breaths will be supported. In control mode, all breaths given are actually given by the ventilator. All right. So what I intend to say is, in assist control, if the baby is breathing at 80 per minute, all 80 will be supported. Just like our previous example, when the baby was breathing at 80 but had set a rate of 40, only 40 breaths were supported. But in assist control, I don't set the rate at all. So if the baby is breathing at 80, all 80 breaths will be supported. Okay? Suppose the baby is breathing at 20. How many breaths will be supported? How many breaths? 20 breaths. It just supports how much ever the baby takes. All right. So sometimes it will be dangerous for the baby to breathe very less. That's why I would have kept a backup rate for this. Okay. So this is how your assist control works. So here you see a baby is taking breath, the ventilator is giving breath, baby is taking breath, ventilator is giving breath, one more breath, baby is every breath. You see, did you see any of the unsupported breaths here? Right? Every breath is being supported by the ventilator. This is nothing but your assist control. Easy to remember, difference between an SIMV and assist control. Okay. So here also you see the problem is still remaining. What is this? Expiratory asynchrony. Inspiratory asynchrony is gone, but the expiratory asynchrony is still there. All right. So this is how we are improvising, but the problem is still not solved. So this is how your graphics would probably look. You see this, all the spontaneous breaths which are down, negative pressures which are being taken by the babies, everything is being supported here. You see in the volumes, you recall the volumes what we had in SIMV, it was different. Supported breath was more, non-supported breath was less. Here you see all volumes will be equal because all the breaths have equal pressure. Okay? Easy to remember? Okay. So going back to the same thing, in assist control ventilation, you see this SIMV versus assist control. Now the baby is taking over a little bit, the ventilator is becoming more intelligent and saying that the trigger as well as rate will be controlled by the baby, which the ventilator will synchronize. All right. Rest of it, TI, PIP, volume, and PEEP will rest with the ventilator itself. Okay. So till now we talked about IMV, SIMV, and assist control. Slowly we are improvising, isn't it? Let's see what is the problem which is still remaining with us? Expiratory asynchrony, isn't it? Let us see how it could be addressed. So we know every baby will have different inspiratory time, isn't it? Okay. So you dealt with the trigger. Okay, you synchronize this trigger. Limit is we generally decide the PIP or the pressure, or we probably decide the volume. So the limit is also set. But cycling is something which we don't know. We don't know when the baby would expire, isn't it? Okay. Suppose, just to give an example of you sitting in your case presentation. All of your PGs, no? Anybody who's not a PG? Okay. PGs can relate to it more. You are sitting in your case presentation, post night duty. So you know, you don't know, probably even if you have read, you probably are not very oriented to it. So your HOD asks a question. Simple question he will ask. Okay? You don't answer. What will be the response? What is happening? The TI, what happened to the TI? Ishtuvaralva. No? So what has happened? The inspiration prolonged. What is happening? The TI is actually getting prolonged. Okay? Normally the HOD's TI will be like this. Normal. Okay? So what I'm trying to say, even for us physiologically the TI varies. That is physiology. We don't breathe like machines. Of course, when I actually gave an example of periodic breathing, the same thing happened, isn't it? Our babies will not breathe at a constant rate or even at a constant, constant pressure. It varies. So that's why TI varies with each breath. Okay? So we need to do something for this. So our asynchrony is happening at the cycling level, isn't it? If my cycling is not getting synchronized, there we are having the expiratory asynchrony. Okay? So to solve this problem, you have an answer that is called pressure support ventilation. So what this pressure support does is, it improves cycling in addition to the trigger. It looks at the trigger, it realizes when the baby is starting to take breath, and it also realizes when the baby is stopping breath also. Okay? So both of it is taken care now, isn't it? So how does the ventilator determine the expiratory expiration? We breathe like this and we expire also like this, isn't it? So when our expiration, the flows almost reach to 15%, so that's when the expiration begins. Okay? Inspiration happens and the expiration happens. So the ventilator is made to detect trigger. We actually call it as termination. The time. In this example, it is half a second. Okay? But you see, the baby probably has stopped breathing long ago and is waiting to expire. Maybe the TI should have been, or the inspiratory time for this baby, for this breath should have been around 0.3 seconds. So this extra 0.2 seconds, what is happening? There is, the ventilator keeps giving more and more. All right? So this is the problem with time cycle ventilation. Okay? We know that this changes with each inspiration. So that's why your flow, if you put the baby on flow cycle ventilation, it will determine once it reaches the 15%. You see this downward curve? When the flows goes to 15% of the peak inspiratory pressure, it stops. You see this? So this is the peak flow, and it keeps going down, going down, going down. Once it's between 15% of this peak, then starts your expiration. See? So this extra time where the baby had to kind of struggle is not happening here. Okay? So this is your 15%. You remember from the previous figure? 15%? This is the same thing here. The sensor will determine the 15% over here, and it tells the ventilator, stop your breath. And then expiration starts. You could see the difference between these two? Yeah? Difficult to understand? Okay, so probably if you, many of your, if you don't understand, probably will make you more, this one in your workstation. All right? So this is all you need to remember. So in your pressure support ventilation, the baby controls the TI. If the baby would stop inspiration, the ventilators also will stop giving inspiration to the baby. If the baby inhales fast, the peak flow is reached early and the TI will be short, like this. What is happening to the TI? See the difference between two TIs. This is A. B. Which TI is more? A or B? Yeah, isn't it? So this will be determined by the ventilator, and it will give the support accordingly. Long breath if the TI is more, short breaths if the TI is less. Okay? This is the quality of your assist control. All right? Any doubts? So this is how it works. So suppose the baby, the first two breaths are time cycled. In the sense, I have told the ventilator to give this many seconds of inspiration. So you see this, the same thing is happening. So there is a point at which there is no gas flow, but the pressure is more. So once I switch over to flow cycle, the ventilator is determining that the flow is coming down. Let me stop, and you see this, and it begins the inspiration. So you see this graph is slow. So this is much better. This is more physiological when compared to this mandatory TI, that is your time cycle TI. So here, just extending the graph to another one. Trigger. Who is controlling the trigger in PSV? Baby. Okay, the ventilator is determining when the baby is starting to breathe. Rate. Okay, so the baby is determining how much rates it has to, the ventilator has to give, and the TI is controlled now by the baby. Yes or no? So it did not happen with IMV, SIMV or assist control. Okay, now we are left with next three things. So these three things will probably the next two things we will talk about in the next session. Okay. So any doubts so far? So we talked about IMV, where the ventilator is thinking at a spinal level. Slowly the ventilator is becoming intelligent. SIMV, assist control, pressure support ventilation. All right. So this is the end of this one. So I hope all of you have understood about how different modes work. Okay. So evidence, do we know that which is better and which is not? Of course, for when you compare CMV, that is intermittent mandatory ventilation versus synchronized, always synchronized is better, because these babies who are put on synchronized ventilator, that is your SIMV, assist control, pressure control, PC, pressure support, will have decreased duration of ventilation. And probably if you look at difference between an assist control and SIMV, probably assist control is little better, because it probably reduces the duration of ventilation. Okay, but definitely synchronization is definitely better when compared to not synchronized ventilation. All right. So patient triggered ventilation is the preferred mode of ventilation. For that, what is most important here we are talking about is the ventilator has to sense. If the ventilator has to sense or has to trigger a breath, what is important? Or to stop a breath, what is important? Sensors. Make sure you know that your sensors are working well. Okay. And practice points wise, so different units will have different modes which they are used to. You can use SIMV and assist control for acute ventilation. As a weaning strategy, you could use PSV. But do what you are best at. Do what your unit is best at, which your unit is experienced with, because this ventilation improves with experience. Okay, of course these things are important, but you should know how each ventilation nut and you should know what works best for you as a unit. All right. Thank you. So any doubts?
Okay. So probably some of these things will be revised again in the stations when they'll tell you different modes, but I think there are 2-3 important points that you need to understand. You should do what you are comfortable or what your machines are good at. That means when you go back to your unit, just see what ventilators you have, what modes are available on that ventilator. Be comfortable with that modes. We always say that, be comfortable with the mode that your unit has or what has been practiced, and more you use a particular mode it is. However intelligent the machine is, remember it's the man behind the machine who will make a difference to the baby. Would you agree with me? Oh, machine is there, oh, it does everything. I mean, it does do everything. You have to do, at the end of the day, who has to set the ventilator? You have to set the ventilator. So it is always you behind the machine who's going to make a difference to the modes, to the baby. So please understand the limitation of each mode or the advantages of each mode, and you should decide for that baby. You want to use assist control, SIMV, the choice is yours. But again, understand what are the different modes. I think it's been, I don't think it could have been much more clearly made you understand than what Prashant had done it fantastically. Thank you, Prashant, for that talk. So we will go on to the next mode, which so far we were very comfortable with these modes. I think so far during my PG days or DM days and after DM, we have been used to this, the pressure cycled, pressure controlled time cycled ventilators, to be precise. And now people are now saying no, maybe there is still a better mode to work with, not pressure controlled, may not be good. Do a different control, and what different control? It is the volume that you need to control. So I think we have a very senior person, Dr. Karthik, talking to you about the volume guaranteed. There was volume controlled ventilation that you use in pediatric ICU. Remember, what you use in pediatric ICU is a volume controlled ventilation. What do you set there? What are you controlling? You are controlling the tidal volume. You tell the machine, see, I don't know what pressures you give, but I want a tidal volume of whatever 6 ml per kg or 4 ml per kg or 5 ml per kg. But in NICU, we are saying, no, don't worry about the volume. I am giving you the pressure, you set the pressure. I am not worried about the pressure, I will adjust to get the desired tidal volume, right? So this is the basic difference between pediatric ICU ventilators and your neonatal ventilators. But what sir is going to tell you is how do we use that volume control in the neonatal ICU.
Thank you so much, Professor Pradeep, for this kind introduction. It's indeed a proud privilege and a pleasure to be talking to all of you young people here. I must thank the IAP Hassan and my dear student, Professor Kumar and Dr. Archana Belagi from NNF Academics for this program. Thank you for inviting. Now, it was a wonderful lecture, I must tell you, by Dr. Prashant. He's made it very clear the typical standard modes of ventilation which are pressure regulated. And before that, you heard a nice lecture by Dr. Guru Prasad also on physiology. Now, this is a new concept in ventilation this last decade we have embarked upon across the world. And here, traditionally we have always felt you have a uncuffed endotracheal tube in a newborn. Most of us use that. So isn't it likely that whatever volume goes in, it's likely to leak it out? So therefore, the first about 30 years of ventilation, when we were doing ventilation, even in this country, we always thought it's not easy to probably do volume cycle ventilation. But then we said, why bother about it? Why do we need to do volume cycle ventilation? But then if you look at the recent data, many units now, it's so simple. These gentle lungs of these babies, we are able to do volume cycle ventilation with the least leak of air and gas away from the endotracheal circuit, and we are still able to get good results. Babies who are less than even 500 grams in high resource units now have data very similar in survival to most of the modern ventilator units in the Western countries. This is not the situation earlier. I must tell you, I have the privilege of having belonged to an older generation which has seen the advent of neonatal ventilation in this country. And at that time, we would use, as Prashant said, pressure-limited time-cycle ventilators. So look at this baby, 1 kilo baby. Today's world, even in our Hassan's NICU here, which most of you are looking after babies, I saw 1 kilo baby inside, easily being ventilated on a large ventilator, which is the SLE 6000, which is giving volume cycle ventilation to this baby. Earlier days, this kind of baby would be stuck on a ventilator for 2-3 months because that was the pre-surfactant era. But whatever it is, we are still holding on with whatever complications these ventilations were giving through. Surfactant came about, and we were one of the earliest users of surfactant, which reduces the surface tension and therefore improves the compliance, and therefore the lungs become softer, and as Dr. Guru Prasad said, they become more spongier, and therefore you can ventilate them easier. But then we didn't know that if you give surfactant even then, if you're doing hardcore ventilation of these babies, even after giving 4 doses of surfactant, babies like this in the late 90s, we were still having chronic lung disease. These kind of gestations of 25 weeks still have a very hard lung, almost akin to that of hard rubber. You can think that the soft sponge which you think is the lungs has gone and become a hard rubber-like consistency. And you're just ventilating these babies very hard because they need high pressures and they need prolonged inspiration times. And as a result, what would happen, they will end up in chronic lung disease. And this is what used to be termed those days BPD, and we're not understanding that why, in spite of giving surfactant, these things were happening. Animal data was then beginning to emerge in the late 90s. We were very clear that if you had animals who were not ventilated versus even a few hours of ventilation, you would have the lungs getting damaged. There's loss of septae, and the lungs become hypertrophied, and they would have pictures of chronic lung disease with cystic spaces. This was very easily translated into clinical medicine. All of us found that in babies who are immature, more the immaturity, family history of chronic lung disease, severe RDS in the baby, chorioamnionitis in the mother, severe lung disease, ductus arteriosus opening out, lungs filling with fluid, these babies are all prone to develop chronic lung disease. And these babies were getting stuck on the ventilator. I distinctly remember in the middle decade of my practice between 2000 to 2020, many babies, we had PD ligations done, chronic lung disease, and they were stuck on ventilator for 6-7 months. There are babies like that we have had to encounter. That doesn't happen now. All these other situations like air leak syndromes, mediastinal pneumonitis, pneumomediastinum, or pulmonary interstitial emphysema, as they call it, these all were getting complicated because of the high amounts of ventilation pressures we had to deliver. So the consequences of BPD, I'm trying to sensitize you, is not only just the oxygen dependency and chronic lung disease in the NICU. Babies subsequently have growth and nutrition problems. They have long-term neurological and developmental issues, and they have also recurrent susceptibilities to infection. So I'm just trying to make the context and the statement right for you to understand the problem here is invasive ventilation. Data has shown that it's not only the lungs, it's the brain. If you have a little bit of hypocapnia because of invasive ventilation, the babies have a higher tendency for periventricular leukomalacia and subsequently neurological damage. So it's only not the local trauma, both to the lungs, what we call ventilation-induced lung injury. It is also things like chronic problems like subglottic stenosis. In fact, most of the times we get babies in our NICU for airway issues related to subglottic stenosis. And these kind of babies have, of course, oxygen toxicity parallelly associated with the so-called barotrauma, which used to think was the main reason they would have an retinopathy of prematurity. So all this is now termed as ventilation-induced lung injury. So whatever injury terminologies you have heard about, we have heard about things like barotrauma, which is pressure trauma, then biotrauma, atelectotrauma, and the more commonly recent ones, which we are recently more and more thinking about, is called volume trauma. As Professor Guru Prasad said, primarily we should not do any harm. There's a very nice Lancet article which was quoted in Goldsmith's textbook of neonatology and neonatal ventilation 20 years ago, that do no harm. If you do not know how to ventilate, preferably don't ventilate. Maybe you can even try to do some non-invasive forms of ventilation like CPAP or NIV, that's fine, as long as you can stabilize the baby for some time. But then there are situations that many times you have to ventilate. The Western world and even the European countries, people are still realizing this last decade or so whether we need to ventilate babies at all. And I must tell you that even I was telling Dr. Srinath Manikanti, there was times we were proud of the fact that 15, 16 years ago, 16 ventilators at one go were working in my unit. Just like today morning I saw at Hassan, HIMSS here, NICU, nearly about 10, 15 babies are on ventilation. Nowadays we hardly ventilate, and that is happening more so in high resource situations where proper antenatal management is being done, delivery room CPAP is being done, antenatal steroids have been given, and babies come out with fairly better lungs. But that may not be the case all the time, because though we have advanced into more and more of non-invasive forms of ventilation, like this whole decade last, I have been mostly doing CPAP and NIV, but then definitely there is a reason to ventilate babies many times. It is more like a rescue therapy. Babies having prolonged apnea, you need to ventilate, or severe bad RDS, you need to ventilate. In fact, all the babies I saw in the morning today in the NICU, they all had a major reason. Some of them were outborns with meconium, some of them may have congenital lung disease, or maybe congenital diaphragmatic hernias, PPHNs, you have airway issues, you have many times hypoxic encephalopathy, like I saw a baby today morning. So you would need to ventilate. So the art or the science not run away from. As practicing pediatricians and neonatologists, you'll have to learn. So we are here to know that though less is more, though we may have to intensify and do invasive ventilation soon, try to de-intensify fast. That is what should be your purpose. So the next few slides, I'm going to now actually talk about what is volume cycle ventilation. We all agree, as discussed earlier also, we are trying to maintain adequate gas exchange in a situation of imminent respiratory failure. Provided you don't injure the lung too much, you try to keep the hemodynamics of the baby stable while you're intubating and ventilating the baby. You don't want the baby going into hemodynamic instability. You're trying to avoid neurological injury. And of course, the basic purpose is trying to be gently ventilating and minimizing the workload of breathing on the baby. So amongst all the modalities which we have all been discussing, and probably in the afternoon also we'll be doing, volume guarantee ventilation has stood out prominently in this last decade or so. And I want you to understand and remember this pictorial cartoon. Keep it in your mind. I learned this about 20 years ago when the NeoPuff device, the CPAP, the respiratory T-piece device which was introduced in market, they came around with a device connected to a software on a laptop. And with just one finger, you could see that it could control the PIP and the PEEP. But if you were to use an ambu bag in the same baby, let's say a 1 kilo baby, without your knowledge, even if you are a very gentle person, you would be giving 2 or 3 times more of PIP than what the baby would desire. So if you were to just think that you're intubating a baby in the delivery room, and this is a lung model which you have, the subunit of an alveolus, one breath, positive pressure, gives cytokine release in the interstitium there, causes a syndrome of inflammation there, causes diffuse alveolar epithelial damage instantly, within a few seconds in a preterm baby. Remember this. And the interstitium is then flooded with fluid. And that interstitium spreads into the alveolus. So a few seconds of invasive ventilation does that harm. So unlike this, non-invasive ventilation may not do that much harm. So this is something you have to keep in mind, that when you are ventilating a baby, try to minimize as much invasion as possible. Of course, if the situation is required, you need to. So if you remember this, you'll understand that in the past, we were always thinking of barotrauma. You're thinking, oh, hey, the pressure is too much, try to reduce. So all the time, 20 years ago, I'll come into the NICU every 2 hours and see whether the chest wall is rising too much, whether the X-ray is showing expansion, whether the air entry is too much. I want to reduce the pressure. Because we are all what is called barophobic. There is an inhomogeneous lung in preterms. You can understand with RDS, some areas are hypoxic but perfused well. Some areas are poorly ventilated. Some areas are better perfused. So there is an inhomogeneity. So in trying to ventilate the baby adequately, you are trying to even open up lungs which are already well opened. For example, the yellow lung here, which is already well opened. The unopened lung, on the other hand, you are trying to increase the pressure. But on the contrary, there is distension of the opened out lung already. So this was something we were thinking that it's probably barotrauma and children were getting into chronic lung disease. What changed was experiments like this in animals. So what they did was, in rats who were getting high amounts of ventilation pressure, they strapped the chest of the baby. They said, hey, we'll give high pressures, but we are not going to allow the lung to expand, though the lung is very stiff. So they found a difference that in the babies whose lungs expanded with high pressure, that means the lung volume increased, they were getting into chronic lung disease. So this is a concept which came about in the late 80s, and then subsequently clinical trials suggested it is a high tidal volume which is the most destructive to the baby's lung and not the pressure. The pressure causes the tidal volume to increase, but then if you were to restrict the tidal volume, it may not happen that the lung will get into chronic lung disease. So a lot of research went into it, and people realized that it's not the lung distending too much, it's also the lung collapsing too much. So if you have a lung which is rapidly expanding and collapsing like this, which is dilating and the subunit of the lung is collapsing, the shear stress itself can cause what's called atelectotrauma. So you have two more terminologies now, barotrauma, and in addition to that, volume trauma and atelectotrauma. So this is what now recently, last 15 years, people have discovered is probably the reason for chronic lung disease. And if you want to prevent lung injury, you have to prevent the volume from overextending, and you have to prevent the lung from collapsing completely. That is called PEEP. You have to administer PEEP so the baby just doesn't collapse the lung. And therefore, some lung is open at the end. That's what is called the PEEP. And that can prevent the atelectotrauma. So as discussed earlier, we have this pressure volume curve, and we are all the time trying to maintain optimal ventilation in the straight portion of that sigmoid shaped curve. As you can see, where the compliance is the best, and you have to use minimal pressures to get the maximum volume increase of the baby. And this is the best. You keep the FRC of the baby, which means the PEEP is able to open the lung. You don't overexpand the air or expand the lungs, and they are able to maintain the lung volume well by giving minimal pressures. So this has been the concept of trying to ventilate babies, and more, as Dr. Guru Prasad said, we'll be seeing this slide. You have hyaline membrane disease, in which you see the pressure volume curve is to the right, which means high pressure is required to open the lung a little bit. Whereas as the lung gets better and better in compliance, it shifts to the left. Lesser pressure is required then to open the lung. So what happens in high frequency, in volume cycle ventilation is, we are trying to first inflate the lung to the inflection point where the lung, which is collapsed here, opens out. So that is the PEEP. So the lung opens. So you have that inflection point. That is called the PEEP. And the upper point, you don't want the lung over distending like that. So you want to do it short of that. And therefore, you try to ventilate babies in the green line shown like that. That is where you ventilate. And that is the whole concept of modern ventilation. We call it volume limited or volume cycle ventilation. We don't want the lung expanding too much or the lung collapsing too much. And this is the whole principle of what is called limiting volume trauma. It's almost like high frequency oscillatory ventilation, which is actually a concept which came about even 10 years before volume cycle ventilation. Typically in high frequency oscillatory ventilation, which I'm sure most of you are doing, because in the NICU I saw today morning, baby was on high frequency, you have small tidal volumes which are less than the dead space, and therefore you have minimal excursions, and the baby is actually trying to ventilate in this safe zone, the green zone as we call it. So that is the whole concept of volume cycle ventilation. So volume cycle ventilation is actually gentle ventilation. Now imagine this lung kind of module here. You have PEEP, which is a small circle, and a longer oval circle is the PIP, which Prashant explained is the peak inspiratory pressure. Now, depending on the compliance, the lung volume will keep increasing. You have a baby day 1, and compared to that, you give surfactant 2 hours later, the lung compliance opens. So what happens then to the lung? The lung will naturally expand, but the same pressure you will be continuing if you were to be giving pressure limited ventilation. So this is what will happen. The same pressure is going to be delivered and the lungs expand. Unnecessarily, if you see in the lower picture there, the lung is expanded in spite of that, the pressure has not come down. So that is the only reason why this concept about controlling tidal volume came about. So what we are trying to make you understand is, you have to keep the tidal volume constant. Whatever, if that is done, then the pressure auto-regulates itself. And that's the whole concept of volume ventilation, or what we call volume guarantee ventilation. There are different nomenclatures. Some people call it volume cycled ventilation. But the fundamental principle is, set the tidal volume. In any such new modern ventilator, they have nice flow sensors which can determine the expiratory tidal volume of a baby in the previous 3 breaths. They have got microprocessors which can determine how much has been the tidal volume in the previous 3 breaths, and it can then set the tidal volume for the next. So it's all controlled. So you set it at, let's say, 4 or 5 ml per kilo. Therefore, what happens, at every breath it determines and decides this is the tidal volume to be given. Therefore, the PIP varies. So what happens therefore is, in the same pictorial representation, you see what happens, the lung compliance has got better, but you see the green line there, that is the PIP. The PIP in the breath has come down. When the lung was very stiff, the PIP was high. The ventilator senses the lung is getting more opened out, more compliant, and therefore the PIP comes down. So, question is, how does the ventilator do this? It's got beautiful sensors at the endotracheal end of the ventilator circuit. You have flow sensors, or you have expiratory flow sensors, and they are usually by expiration. So the expiratory breath of the baby measures it. Of course, all these volume cycle ventilator demands that there should not be much leak in the circuit. And most of these modern ventilators are able to determine if there's any significant leak, and they'll give you alarms for that. So if you were to now see the principle of operation, if you can understand this, you go to the ventilator, set the upper PIP which you want, which is called the pressure limit. You don't want, let's say, more than 25. But then, the first day when you start ventilating a baby, because the lung is stiff, you set a tidal volume. The green line, circuit here is the tidal volume. Let's say we set it at 4 ml per kilo, which means a 2 kilo baby is 8 ml. So it increases the pressure in the first day to that much, so that that much tidal volume will be given. But we have cut an upper limit of pressure so that it doesn't exceed. So there is a kind of pop-off valve, it doesn't allow that. So the lower pressure, which works on every breath, it keeps changing. Because the compliance is a dynamic compliance, it keeps changing. So at every breath, the pressure varies, and that's called the working pressure. So there are terminologies which you need to understand, which you'll be learning in the workshop. This is called the working pressure. So typically in rounds, we'll ask, what's the working pressure? So today, for example, in the morning, the baby was very sick. Working pressure was 18. You set an upper limit pressure of 25 so that it doesn't go beyond 25. But you give surfactant, and by evening, the working pressure has come down because the tidal volume is remained constant, and the pressure delivered, therefore, is lesser because the lung has become more compliant. So that is what happens in volume cycled ventilation. So typically, it's a very similar pictorial representation, but I'll go on to the next slide. Just see this slide carefully. If you see the arrow there, for some reason, the pressure went up there in that cycle. But if you see in the next cycle, the target tidal volume has recognized that the previous breath pressure was high, and therefore the tidal volume went up. But in the next cycle, the pressure was brought down to keep the tidal volume constant. Are you understanding? It keeps the tidal volume constant whatever you do, so that it keeps changing the pressure. That's something you have to understand. It's doing it automatically. And that is the biggest advantage, because what happens if you keep a constant tidal volume, even if you give surfactant, suddenly the child's lungs are getting better, or childs are getting worse also. So let's say the ductus is opened out, there's a blood flooding of the lungs with water, or suddenly the airway is, little resistance is there, the tube is a little partially blocked. But nevertheless, if the child is getting better, it's automatically lowering the PIP. Gone are the days when you had to come down and keep reducing the pressure. Now you don't have to worry, it's an automatic weaning. Automatically the pressure, you put the baby on a ventilator, slowly the natural history of RDS in a preterm is, it'll slowly get better in the next 72 hours, and the pressure is slowly coming down. And naturally, because it's happening on its own, you have more stability, and the baby is more calmer and breathing more in sync with the ventilation. So of course, these are the usual guiding points, which in the workshop we'll be discussing. You just have to set the tidal volume in a baby. You can set the rate. You can set the upper limit of the PIP. You don't want it, let's say, going beyond 20 in a small baby. And yes, of course, in chronic lung disease, you need to have larger tidal volumes, let's say 6 ml per kilo, but that's exactly about what you need to do in a baby like this. And the subsequent adjustments are very minimal. You don't have to really do too much. You have to make sure that as the working pressure starts coming down, start reducing the upper limit pressure, the set pressure, that you have to start coming down. Sometimes you may need to give little sedation to these babies, but that's about it. If you believe in permissive hypercapnia, which many of us do now, you would even keep the tidal volume little less, 4 ml per kilo, so that the carbon dioxides can be around 45-ish or so, and the baby has got less chance of bronchopulmonary dysplasia or cerebral ischemia by not causing, therefore, hypocapnia. So typically, this is called auto-weaning. This slide I need not explain, but nevertheless, just to tell you, the dark black graph which you see is the automatic lowering down of the pressure gradually over a period of time if you set the tidal volume constant. So this is better seen here. If you can see the upper curve, which is the pressure, and the tidal volume is the orange line, which is constantly kept there. Constantly it's there. So as the compliance improves by giving surfactant or the natural history of the disease, the PIP is slowly coming down. So this is fantastic. It's like automatically the child will herself decide after, let's say, 72 hours, hey, my PIP has now come down to 13/5. I think you should reduce and get me off the ventilator. So this is what is happening. The modern day ventilators are like that. They have great flow sensors and they can do it. Unlike in the olden days, when you have pressure limited ventilation, you give surfactant, the tidal volume increases, the compliance has increased. But unless you go and reduce the pressure, it's not coming down on its own. So more chances of barotrauma and volutrauma. So this is the best thing about these ventilators, which are now different ventilators. Most of us prefer the SLEs, which we are all having in HIMSS as well. And some of us have the Draeger, Baby Logs, and the other machines also. Most of them have a tight control on the tidal volume, and there is real-time weaning of the pressure. Slow, every breath, the pressure is being checked and deciding to come down or increase. But most of the times, it's coming down if the baby's lungs are improving. Less chances of induced lung injury and less fluctuations in carbon dioxide. So therefore, less injury to the brain. So I hope this video works. If it doesn't work, doesn't matter. This is just a kind of graphics on the Draeger, where you can see, in spite of the tidal volume, in spite of the change in the pressure, the tidal volume will remain the same. But nevertheless, the video may not be working, doesn't matter. So now, when you have volume guarantee applications, you can mix it with synchronized ventilation, as Dr. Prashant mentioned. You can mix it, let's say, with SIMV, like this baby has SIMV, graphically which I represented. You can add volume guarantee to that. So both, you can have pressure support ventilation with volume guarantee. So these modalities are always allowed to be mixed now. And data has shown that both in terms of death and BPD, volume guarantee scores over using pressure limited ventilation. The only limitations are these are sophisticated ventilators, slightly more costly, but in the long run, they are much, much better for the unit. Tube leaks are common, but then intrinsic sensors are there to determine the tube leaks. And of course, a little experience is required to get used to them, but once you get hooked on to them, you'll probably stay with them forever. And this is Professor Martin Kessler, who was a keen proponent of volume cycle ventilation for the last 16, 17 years. And he is remarkably probably the one single person in the world who has pushed volume cycle ventilation for newborn babies. And I think you should all see some of his publications where he thinks now we should all give up pressure limited ventilation and go only for volume cycle ventilation. So the last couple of slides is volume guarantee ventilation, or you call it volume controlled ventilation, is less volume trauma and more stable carbon dioxides, and it adequately keeps the lung inflated with adequate PEEP. So thank you so much. I'll just finish here. Any questions are most welcome. Thank you.
I think you can keep listening to him for next whole day. You know, it would be nice if I can just ask him to tell the history of ventilation from the time they have started. I think he can speak the whole day. That's why I said I wouldn't be wrong if I say they are the legacy. They have started the legacy of ventilation in our state. So I think that was the major difference that he was trying to say. You have those pressure controlled modes. Now we are trying to add volume guarantee to it. So you're just giving one more control. Like Prashant said, the trigger is now decided by the baby. We said the time is decided by the baby. Now the pressure is also can be decided by the baby when you change or add volume guarantee mode, where you will tell the machine that this is the volume I want. You decide the pressure. Right? The other aspects still remain the same. The trigger remains the same, the time cycle, all the flow cycling, everything remains the same. Just that now you are shifting your modes from saying, let me control the pressure versus telling the machine, you control the pressure. Ultimately, our aim is to get that desired tidal volume at the end of the alveoli. Okay, so that's the VG mode. I hope in the stations we would be able to demonstrate some of it. So now we will break for a short inauguration. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Kumar to take the proceedings from this point. And then we'll have a short tea break and we will come back for the subsequent academic sessions. Over to you, Kumar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to start this auspicious occasion by heartily welcoming everybody. Today, we have gathered here for enhancing our knowledge on ventilation in neonates. I hope that today's discussion will inspire ideas in our young minds and ultimately help us in working better. So without further ado, let's call upon our guests to please occupy the seats on the dais. I now call upon Dr. Karthik Satish sir, Karthik Nagesh sir, Dr. Guru Prasad sir, Dr. Prasanna Kumar sir, Dr. Sudhir sir, Dr. Archana Bilgi ma'am, Dr. Prashant sir, Dr. Pradeep sir, Dr. Nagesh sir,
एकदन्त गुणवन्त विनायक एकदन्त गुणवन्त विनायक मङ्गलचरणा सङ्कटहरणा मङ्गलचरणा सङ्कटहरणा प्रणवस्वरूपा पाहि गजानन प्रणवस्वरूपा पाहि गजानन प्रथमवन्दना गौरीनन्दन प्रथमवन्दना गौरीनन्दन गौरीनन्दन. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Prasanna Kumar sir to deliver welcome speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my immense pleasure to welcome for today's neonatal ventilation workshop. Firstly, I welcome Dr. Karthik Nagesh, Chief Neonatologist, Chairman, Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. I also welcome other guest speakers for today's ventilation workshop. Dr. Guru Prasad, Professor and Head of the Department of Neonatology, Bapuji Child Health Institute, Davangere. And I so welcome Dr. Pradeep, Professor and Neonatologist from Ramaya Medical College, Dr. Shashidhar, Associate Professor and Neonatologist from St. John's Medical College, Dr. Prashant YN, Consultant Neonatologist from Bangalore Baptist Hospital, and Dr. Srikant Manikanti, Neonatologist from Kaveri Hospital, Bangalore, Dr. Archana Bidagi, Chief Neonatologist from St. Philomena's Hospital, Bangalore. And also today we have our chief guest, Dr. Nagesh, Principal, Hassan Institute of Medical Sciences, and Dr. Sudhir Bangalore, President, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Hassan branch. I also welcome all the delegates, postgraduates as well as nursing staff, other pediatricians in and around Hassan for this neonatal ventilation workshop. I welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To make this day a blessed one, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati to bestow her blessings upon us and to achieve future prosperity. So I now request our guests to light the lamp and spread the brightness.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
I now request Dr. Sudhi sir to talk few words.
Good morning, everybody. Ellarigu namaskara. Honorable dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates, postgraduates, the staff of HIMSS and nursing staff. I consider myself fortunate to be delivering this address on the eve of inauguration of a very important topic in pediatrics. When I look at the dignitaries on stage, I can dare say that I'm looking at history of neonatology probably in Karnataka. I can look at Dr. Karthik Nagesh, who's a very senior neonatologist, being in proximity to Hassan. Myself and Dinesh have referred a lot of babies to him. And I can remember 3 decades back, in fact, when I came into Hassan in 95, there was probably 1 or 2 incubators in whole of Hassan, sir. No open care systems. That was the state of affairs when we came into practice in Hassan, and none of us was also really trained in ventilation, and we had seen ventilation probably in Pune in KEM hospital being used on 1 or 2 babies. So that was the state of neonatology practice locally. And Bangalore also, I could dare say probably 1 or 2 hospitals had, probably MS Ramaya and Manipal Hospital had ventilators and real good neonatal care. And Davangere was too far off, sir, not very well connected by rail and road. So we never dared refer any patient to Davangere. But here are 2 very senior neonatologists who developed neonatology over the last 2-3 decades, both in North and South Karnataka. And of course, people like Dr. Srinath Manikanti, Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Mortality, neonatal mortality has been brought down in Karnataka, in the state of Karnataka, slowly. And infant mortality 3 decades back, which was at around 70, now has come down to 22, 23, 24 per 100,000 live births. And unfortunately, even in urban area, it is 50% or neonatal mortality, and rural, they say, especially in North Karnataka, is about 80% or neonatal mortality. So with so much advent of expertise, trained manpower, and improvement in technology, you heard 3 talks now, right from the basics to the very advanced of volume regulated, volume controlled ventilation in neonates. Though the technology has improved a lot of work is left to be done. And I salute all the neonatologists over the last 3 decades who have been responsible. I ask you to give a standing ovation to all the dignitaries on dais for their commitment to neonatal health in Karnataka, and I'm sure they're going to do so. And they have taken trouble not only to improve the health in their own units, but of course they have taken it upon themselves to train young graduates, many of whom, at least small district headquarters like Hassan with 1.7 lakh population can boast of 4 to 5 neonatologists with neonatal fellowships in Hassan. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for making your time and coming here. And Hassan Institute of Medical Sciences, Hassan IAP, appreciate all of your efforts. All the best to you and NNF academic chapter. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I now request Archana ma'am to speak few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. respected dignitaries and all of you delegates. It is an honor to be here. And I do congratulate Dr. Kumar and his team for, where is he? Oh, yes, for organizing this fantastic workshop. Big applause, yes. Now, I'm very happy to see you all here. And we are obviously here to learn how to ventilate, right? If you don't know how to ventilate, the first dictum is don't do harm, do not ventilate. Like Dr. Karthik said in his talk, ventilating can be much more dangerous than the disease itself. But if you do want to ventilate, learn the basics. Learn how to do it, and that is what you're here for. So today you will see a series of lectures followed by hands-on training. And you'll be given enough time to ask your doubts and questions. So that at the end of this workshop, your head will be ventilating all kinds of modes, and you'll be wanting to go back and try it out yourself. And yes, once you start doing it, you will learn more and more. Don't be afraid. Keep reading. Reach out to your colleagues and to your seniors about what you're doing and get better over time. So wish you all best of luck at this workshop. And you are the future of neonatology. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request our beloved principal, Dr. Nagesh sir, to speak few words.
Good morning to you all. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Karthik Nagesh sir, Dr. Guru Prasad, Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Shashidhar, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Srinath Manikanti, Dr. Archana Biligi, Dr. Sudhir, Prasanna, and all the postgraduates who are present here, and all the nurses who are here, and the persons who are watching this online. So first of all, I'm quite happy to inaugurate this neonatal workshop. And being the principal of HIMSS, I'm quite proud to accommodate you, such senior persons who are the pioneers of neonatology in Karnataka. So we are quite happy, and you people should be quite grateful and utilize such huge knowledge. As Dr. Sudhir said, we can see the history of neonatology in the stage. You can see from the senior most persons and quite young looking ones who are quite ready to follow the footsteps of the seniors. Okay, so when you have got such plethora of persons who are ready to deliver their knowledge to you, so you should be quite lucky to have such sort of hands-on workshop. So I wish you all the best and use this opportunity. It's quite rare to get such sort of well-talented persons. Okay, so I once again welcome all the dignitaries on behalf of HIMSS to this great occasion, and again I once again welcome all of you to this occasion and use this to the fullest extent. Thank you all the best to all.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Archana ma'am to present the felicitation for the Honorable Chief Guest.
Nothing more can give me pleasure than this, introducing these great personalities. Dr. Kumar? First, to begin with, is Dr. Guru Prasad. He is the head of Department of Neonatology at JJM Medical College, head of the NICU at Bapuji Child Institute. He is a proud student of the late Dr. Nirmala Kesari. He has done his MD at JJM Medical College and DM from PGI, Chandigarh. He, as you already heard about him, he is often called the teacher of teachers, and you can see why. He loves teaching the basic physiology. His interests include physiology, jaundice, ventilation, nursing, teaching, and community pediatrics. He is often a DM examiner at PGI Chandigarh. He has over 40 publications in both national and international journals. He is a recipient of Fellowship of NNF, that is a FNNF award. He was a president of NNF Karnataka in 2009. He was an EC member of NNF India in 2013. And he has also delivered several orations. He is a certified NRP trainer, and he has been the associate editor of Journal of Neonatology. All that has made me breathless, and he is much more than this. He is about 70 years old, but he has the energy and passion about doctors half of his age. Dr. Karthik Nagesh, the chairman of the Manipal Advanced Children's Center and chairman and HOD of Neonatology and Neonatal ICUs at the Manipal Hospitals Group. He is also the adjunct professor of pediatrics of KMC at Manipal University. He did his MBBS at Maulana Azad and his MD Pediatrics at PGI Chandigarh. He's worked in Delhi before moving to UK. And guess what? Bangalore found him, or rather he found Bangalore. He's originally from Delhi, but he fell in love with Bangalore and he joined Manipal Hospital in 1992. After that, he has been a pioneer in basic ventilation, intensive care for sick babies, and surfactant therapy. He has several publications in his name in both national and international journals. He has written several chapters for various books. Break. Has also delivered several orations. He was a president of NNF Karnataka in 2001. He was a president of IAP Bangalore in 2010. He was the EC member of NNF India in 2020. He has received the FNNF award and the FIAP award and the FRCPCH award. He's a founder and managing trustee of Foundation for Newborns, which is a charity trust for newborns. As if this is not enough. Oh my God, how much energy he has. He is doing MBA in healthcare from IIM Ahmedabad. He is amazing. And guess what? He has his own Wikipedia page, believe it or not. Dr. Pradeep GCM. Consultant neonatologist and pediatrician, head of Department of Neurology at Ramaya Memorial Hospital, Bangalore. He has done his MD Pediatrics from JN Medical College, Belgaum, and his DM Neonatology at PGI Chandigarh. Very passionate about teaching and carrying on work. He has held several workshops, delivered several lectures, and has several publications to his name. He's well known for his expertise in neonatal ventilation. Nursing workshops are his passion too. His teaching skills are very well known, and at Ramaya, the interns gave him a rating of 4.7 out of 5. He's been a treasurer of NNF Karnataka too in 2020. And he has other interests, photography. His pictures are just amazing. You should ask him to share. Thank you.
we also thank the other faculties, Dr. Shashidhar sir. And I request Pradeep sir to please present the mock. Dr. Archana. I request Sudhir sir to present the next memento, Dr. Prashant. Dr. Srinath sir.
I wanted to mention this in my speech. Dr. Srinath Manikanti was here in 2019, I believe, on the same stage, invited by Rotary and HIMSS on the eve of celebration of World Breastfeeding Week. And he mentioned a lot about Human Milk Bank and also narrated a little bit as to how it is done. Dr. Ravi Kumar BC was on stage chairing that meeting, he's the director of the college. Actually, he interacted with him and all of us pediatricians and HIMSS pediatricians, Department of Pediatrics later on. And recently, a human milk bank was inaugurated in Hassan Institute of Medical Sciences. Thank you for kindling that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Kumar sir to present vote of thanks.
That is okay. Good evening, good afternoon all. So first of all, I thank our beloved principal, Dr. Nagesh sir, for accepting for inauguration. Thank you very much, sir. This was very important workshop for all of us. Next, I thank our Professor Dr. Guru Prasad sir. So Guru Prasad sir is all the way from Davangere. I am his student as a postgraduate. So when I called him, sir accepted it. He had other works also, but he came to teach you all. So thank you very much, sir, from bottom of my heart. Next, I thank Dr. Karthik Nagesh sir. Karthik Nagesh sir was my teacher in fellowship during in Manipal Hospital. I thank you very much, sir. Then I thank Dr. Pradeep sir. He is the ventilation course coordinator. So he had made this program for all of you. So thank you very much. Dr. Shashidhar sir. Once again, I thank you from St. John's Hospital, Dr. Prashant Vayan. I thank our team, Dr. Archana madam, Dr. Srinath sir, for making me to arrange this ventilator workshop. I thank our HOD, Dr. Prasanna Kumar sir, for all the pains. When I asked him that we are going to do ventilation workshop, he agreed and he made me do this workshop. Thank you very much, sir. I thank our IAP President, Dr. Sudhir Bangalore sir. So thank you one and all. So we have we'll break for short 1 or 2 minutes. We have biscuits and tea. Please have it and come back in 5 minutes. Fine? So we'll break for tea. 2 minutes. 5 sorry.
But what is important to know is, how do I know the adequacy of ventilation? How do I know that I am doing a good job? Yeah, some things you can do by looking at the baby clinically. Is the chest rise adequate? Are there any retractions? How is the baby's workup breathing and the saturation? But what is one parameter that is very objective that tells you that the ventilation is going on well is your arterial blood gas analysis. How many of you do ABGs in the unit? How many have? Raise your hands. How many postgraduates? How many have arterial blood gases? Rest of you do not have blood gases? Do not do ABGs? Okay. So what do you do when you do an ABG? Sorry, somebody raised their hands. Do you do blood gas in your unit? From which college are you people? The third row. ABJ, Bangalore. Surya, okay. So you people do blood gas? So what do you do after you do a blood gas? So my consultant asks you to do a blood gas at 10 o'clock. What do you do after that? You do a blood gas, then take a picture, post to the consultant, and torture him at 10 in the night or 11 in the night to wake him up and say, sir, I have posted the ABG in the group. I have posted you the ABG in the WhatsApp. And that consultant is supposed to wake up at 10:30, 11 in the night, open up it WhatsApp, and it will be a very lousy looking photograph of an ABG, right? When you take selfies, selfies are very clear and beautiful. When you do ABG photos, they are horrible. And then you expect the consultant to zoom in, see the ABG and call you back, right? Honestly speaking, right? That's what you do, right? The best way to torture a consultant, do ABG at 2 a.m. in the morning and send, sir, I've sent you ABG on WhatsApp, right? And he's supposed to wake up and do. Is that what we are expected to do? No? So what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to give a diagnosis. So I hope at the end of the next half an hour, 45 minutes, we should be able to at least teach you how to make a simple diagnosis. It's not very difficult or complicated as the ABG looks like, okay? So what is important is, right? So this is very important, right? So what do you see here? You see a nice balance there, right? Right, you are seeing a balance, right? A balance which is maintaining. So what you need to understand is, we are operating, I don't know whether this is not working, pointer. Right. So we are operating on a very narrow range of 7.35 to 7.45. Is that very clear? What's the normal pH of a blood? Right, it is 7.35 to 7.45. So what do we see here? Like maybe I should come here because the point is not working. This is a very, very important slide that tells you the whole gist of why we do a blood gas and why it's so important to understand. So we have this normal range. The balance can only tilt. Now I see two important components on each side. At one side is your dissolved or carbon dioxide, and other side of it is the bicarbonate. Now these are in the ratio of 20:1. That means 20 bicarbonate is equal to 1 carbon dioxide. Just remember this. Don't ask me how we have come to the derivation, but this is the simple logic that you have 20 bicarbonate and you have 1 carbon dioxide on this side, which is maintaining the balance in the center. What is the center? 7.35 to 7.45. Why are we maintaining it between 7.35 to 7.45? Why not 7.5 today? Why not 7.6 tomorrow? Why not 7.2? The reason we are maintaining our blood gas or pH between 7.35 to 7.45 is, this is the optimal pH at which your biochemical reactions or your cellular reactions are optimally working. If your pH starts going, now what will happen? If the pH drop goes above 7.45, it is called alkalosis or alkalemia. Now what is happening is, after some time, when you go beyond 8, your body stops working. That means your cells stop working and the cells die and the baby can die. So you'll never physiologically get a pH of say 8, right? So similarly, if the pH drops below 7.35, it's called acidosis or acidemia. And if you see there, 6.9, 6.8, after that what is happening? So if you see a pH of 6.6, even 6.7, it means you are very close. You are dealing with a very moribund baby. That's what it means. So you have to maintain this balance between 7.35 to 7.45. Is that point very well understood? So who are the two key players who are deciding this balance? Who are the two key players? I want all of you to keep talking, otherwise you feel sleepy. Who are the two key players? Carbon dioxide one side and the bicarbonate. So basically you have a respiratory component and you have a metabolic component. Let's see what happens if I add more carbon dioxide, right? So that means, let's say the baby has a diseased lung, his carbon dioxide is building up. So what will happen? Where will the balance tilt? Where will the balance tilt towards? Acidosis. So any change in the carbon dioxide which will make a change in the pH is called respiratory, right? The respiratory component of this acid-base balance is by carbon dioxide. So what happens if there is more carbon dioxide? Will it become more acidotic or alkalotic? Acidotic. So any acidosis that happens because of more PaCO2, what is it called as? Respiratory acidosis. Why respiratory acidosis? Because it is the respiratory component which is making a difference. Let's say for some reason you are over-ventilated the lung, right? Your carbon dioxide is getting washed out. You remove more and more carbon dioxide. What will happen to the balance? The balance will tilt towards alkalosis. Are you getting what I said? So if there's more carbon dioxide, you become more acidotic. If there's less carbon dioxide, what happens? So you remove carbon dioxide, the balance will move towards this and it will cause alkalosis. What is that alkalosis called as? Respiratory alkalosis. Is this point very, very clear? I want you to understand, because without teaching you this, I can't teach you how to interpret ABG. So I want all of you to tell me loudly what I'm going to ask you. So any changes in the carbon dioxide, what is it termed as? Respiratory. So if there's more carbon dioxide, what happens? There is respiratory acidosis. If there's less carbon dioxide, what happens? The tilt will move towards alkalosis. So it is respiratory alkalosis, right? So what is the normal pH we are talking about? 3.5 to 7.45. Is this point very well taken? Fantastic. Now let's look at what happens to the bicarbonates. As I said, the other key players. So who's regulating this part? Who's taking care of the carbon dioxide in the body? The lungs are taking care of it, right? Now I'm talking about other important component, which is the bicarbonate, right? This is a very important buffer that is there in your blood, which will help you to regulate the H plus ions. So bicarbonate is a very important buffer that sort of sucks up the H plus ions in the blood. If there are more acid, what will the bicarbonate do? It will absorb more bicarbonate if there is, right? So this is what is the job of a bicarbonate. It is acting like a fantastic buffer. The buffer, 50% of the buffer is based by this bicarbonate. Now what will happen if I remove that there is more H plus ions in the blood? Let's say they become more acidotic. The bicarbonate will react with H plus and then the bicarbonate will come down. So when bicarbonate comes down, what happens to the balance? Which way it goes? If the bicarbonate is low, it becomes acidosis. So when there is less bicarbonate, what it's telling is there is more of H plus ions. That's why the carbon dioxide, the H plus, the bicarbonate is binding to the H plus and the bicarbonate levels are coming down. So if it is a low bicarbonate, where does the tilt move towards? Acidosis. So this is termed as a metabolic component. If there is less bicarbonate, it is metabolic acidosis. Why there is less bicarbonate? Because there were more H plus ions in the blood, correct? Now for some reason I go on adding bicarbonate. Let's say I started giving inadvertently more soda bicarb to this baby and you created more bicarbonate. So where will the balance tilt towards? Towards alkalosis. So what is that called as? Metabolic alkalosis. So who's regulating this part of the acid-base balance? Who's regulating your H plus excretion and absorption or excretion of bicarbonate? Which organ does it? Kidneys. Have I made myself very, very clear? So what do we have we have two important components and two important players which will determine your acid-base balance. Who are the two important components which we are talking about? Respiratory component and the metabolic component. What is respiratory component made up of? Carbon dioxide. What is metabolic component made up of? Too much of carbon dioxide, what does it cause? Acidosis. Too less of carbon dioxide, what does it cause? Alkalosis. Too much of bicarbonate, what does it cause? Alkalosis. Too less bicarbonate, what does it cause? Acidosis. So we have two important components and two important players. Who are the two important organs? Who takes care of the carbon dioxide? Lungs. Who takes care of your bicarbonate and sodium H plus excretion? Kidneys. Fantastic. So what is the relation between these two? Are these two people good friends, the lungs and kidneys? Are they good friends or they are foes? No, I won't help each other. They're like, no boss, let me help each other. Do they help each other? Like you have seen diabetic ketoacidosis in your unit, right? So what will happen to his breathing? He's breathing faster. So what do you mean by diabetic ketoacidosis? Basically there is metabolic acidosis. Then why the lung is trying to act funny here? Why is he breathing faster? Why is he having Kusumal's breathing? Why is he trying to compensate? So what is he trying to do basically? So when he's washing out carbon dioxide, so this was acidosis on this side. What did the lung try to do? Create alkalosis. By washing out carbon dioxide, what is he trying to do? Alkalosis. So when the lung will compensate for the metabolic problem. So what is this called as? This is the primary problem was acidosis. The compensation was done by the lungs. That is compensation. Correct? Now, let's say when your lungs are having a problem, will the bicarbonate regulate it? If I'm acidotic, if there is a respiratory acidosis, what happens to bicarbonate? The bicarbonate will increase. The kidney says, no, there is some problem with the lungs. My friend lung is in trouble. He's having a lot of CO2 retention. So CO2 retention is causing, what is it causing? Just keep repeating so that you don't forget. Acidosis. So what does the kidney say? Oh, let me excrete more acid and try to conserve more bicarbonate. So my bicarbonate level will go up. So what will it do? It will compensate for respiratory acidosis. So I have introduced to you a term called compensation. So who's compensating whom? Do they help each other to compensate? Yes, if there's a respiratory problem, the metabolic component comes into the picture. If there's metabolic problem, the respiratory component comes into the picture. If this helps the pH to come back to normal, then we call it as compensated acid-base balance. Yes or no? Don't stare at me like this, I get scared. Just say yes, no, something so that I know you people are following what I am saying. So if the pH is brought to normal, what does it say? It is compensated acid-base balance. If the pH is still not coming back to, I'm trying my best, but it has still not come back to normal. Every time I try to help my friend, but not possible that I do it 100% all the time. I do make an attempt, but still the pH is left behind. So I call it as uncompensated acid-base balance. Is this concept clear? Okay, that sounds better. Okay, I keep listening to this, yes, then I know that you people are understanding what I said. Okay, so now what I'll do is, this is what I told you, I'll skip all this, so this is what I was telling, there is something called as correction and compensation. What is correction? So let's say the lung was diseased, what did it do before the kidneys came to help? Does it try to help himself or it doesn't try to help himself? So why do I breathe faster when lung is diseased? Because there is impairment of gas exchange, the carbon dioxide was building up, my lung was trying to expel or remove more carbon dioxide, so I had started tachypnea. That was a correction I was trying to make. I also told my friend kidney boss, help me out, I think I'm trying my best, but you also help me to get my pH back to normal. So this is correction and the metabolic becomes the compensation. If there's a diabetic ketoacidosis, the kidney does try to excrete acid in the form of phosphoric acid or ammonium. It does try to reserve bicarbonate. It also tells lungs, boss, just help me out, no, try to create some alkalosis because I'm unable to do it. So what the kidneys did was the correction, what the lung did was the compensation. Good? So this is what I said. So there is the chemical buffer in the system, like there is a bicarbonate and non-bicarbonate system, which will help you to, when you say buffer, what is mean? Minor alterations in the pH will be taken care at the level of the blood buffer, which is basically 50% bicarbonate, 25% hemoglobin, 25% other proteins. But if case the pH is still going hayward, then the compensation comes into the picture. Basically, lungs and kidneys. Lungs are little prompt and very quick in reaction, but they can't sustain for very long. Kidneys are little slow, but they do a fantastic job because they sustain for a much longer time. So if there's a minor alteration, it is taken care in the blood itself. That's why there is a buffering system in the blood. What do you mean by buffer? Means they help you to how do you know the baby is in shock? By looking at the ABG? Because you think ABG is done only to look at the ventilation, and you are consulting the pH and bicarbonate basically. So remember, when making sense or not making sense? So if there is inadequate perfusion, what is happening to your blood gas? It is showing which metabolic component becomes abnormal. It's the metabolic component. So what you see is a metabolic acidosis. So by looking at PaO2, PaCO2, you are determining the gas exchange. By looking at your pH and bicarbonate and your base excess, you are seeing whether there is adequate perfusion or not. You understand why we are doing a blood gas? Correct? Okay. What is more important is the pattern of these changes over time, which will help us to evaluate and plan better. What do you mean by this? Let's say I give you one ABG now, right? Quickly, listen to me. 7.2 PaCO2 is 52, right? PaO2 is about 51, bicarbonate is about 16. Is it a good blood gas or not so good blood gas? Not so good blood gas, right? Why? The pH is 7.2, carbon dioxide is 51. Now I'll tell you, 1 hour back, this baby had a ABG of 7.1, the PaCO2 was 65, the PaO2 was 35, the bicarbonate was 12. Now does this blood gas look better or no? Just now you said it is not looking so good. Now is it looking good? Why is it looking good? Because you had a worse looking ABG 1 hour back. So the same ABG, when I told you one, you said, oh, it was bad. Now I said, no, it is better. Right? So it is the pattern, it is a change in this pattern which is helping you to decide. So what it again means is, it's a serial blood gas measurements which help you to determine how well you are doing with the baby's gas exchange. Okay? So we know about this terminology. pH is nothing but negative algorithm of the H plus. PaCO2 means a partial pressure of carbon dioxide. There is a total pressure that is exerted by the presence of gas molecules in the blood, and each component, that means carbon dioxide presence will determine some pressure. The presence of oxygen molecules in the blood will exert some pressure. So how much of pressure is exerted by presence of carbon dioxide is called partial pressure. That is the PaCO2, partial pressure of carbon dioxide. How much of pressure is exerted by presence of oxygen is called partial pressure of oxygen, right? And we have pH, which is nothing but the negative algorithm, and the bicarb. This is all the parameters that we are interested in the ABJ. Forget about all other parameters that you see on the blood gas. Just remember these 4 parameters, right? There is another parameter which I want you to understand, base excess. What is the base we are talking about? Who's the base there in the blood? Bicarbonate. So when I say base excess or deficit, it is the amount of acid that you need to bring the pH back to normal. In simple word, if I have to bring the pH back to normal, how much of, is it the base is in excess or base is deficit? When I say there are more bicarbonate, if the normal range is -4 to +4, it is you have an X amount of bicarbonate in the blood, that is a base in the blood. Is it in excess or in the deficit? That is what we are saying at base excess in the blood, right? That is the base excess we are talking about. If I have more bicarbonate, if I have +4, +5, +6 molecules, what does it mean? There are more bicarbonate, it is more alkalotic. If there are minus bicarbonate, it means if you are having less and less of bicarbonate or less and less of base in the blood, we are saying it is metabolic acidosis. This represents more of the metabolic component because you are taking the PaCO2s as 40 as a normal. So just forget about all this. Remember, base excess from -4 to +4 tells you the amount of bicarbonate in the blood. More plus, it means you are more bicarbonate, more alkalotic. If you have minus, it means it is less bicarbonate, it is more acidosis. See the other parameters that shows. The normal range is between -4 to +4. Is it component understood? So base excess, what is the normal range? -4 to +4. If it is more plus, what does it mean? More base and it is metabolic alkalosis. If it's minus, 6 minus 7 minus 8, what does it mean? Less bicarbonate, and it is metabolic acidosis. Fantastic. So this is the normal range. I'll skip this. Okay. Now we are coming to the steps of interpreting blood. This is all you need to do. It will be as simple as doing this, and I'm sure from today onwards you should be able to interpret every blood gas that you are getting it done. So what is the first step we do? We look at the oxygenation. So which parameters should I see to look for oxygenation? PaO2. What should be the normal PaO2 for a preterm baby or for a term baby? Normal PaO2 is 60 to 80. For a preterm baby, you can take it as 50 to 70. Can you repeat what is the normal PaO2? 60 to 80 for a term baby. For a preterm, it is between 50 to 70, because you are worried about hyperoxia. You are accepting a PaO2 of 50 to 60, right? Step 2, I have to decide whether the blood gas is acidotic or alkalotic. So which parameter should I see to decide whether it is acidotic or alkalotic? pH. So what is acidosis? What is normal pH? 3.5 to 7.5. What is acidosis? pH of less than 7.35. What is alkalosis? More than 7.45. Clear? Any confusion of this? Okay. The third thing I have to decide is it primary disturbance, respiratory or metabolic? So to decide whether it is respiratory or metabolic, which parameters should I see? Which are the two parameters that I need to see whether it's respiratory or metabolic? PaCO2 and bicarbonate. Fantastic. The fourth thing I have to decide is it is a simple or mixed disorder. How can I make out whether it's simple or mixed disorder? The direction of the PaCO2 and bicarbonate. If they are in the same direction, what it means? Simple, right? That means one is problem, one is compensation. If they are in opposite direction, what does it mean? It is mixed disorder, correct? So last step is what we don't do most of the time is to write the diagnosis. Get into the habit of writing the diagnosis below the blood gas and then sending that message saying this that ABG is showing uncompensated metabolic acidosis. This is what I intend to do, is what we expect our dear postgraduates to do. Okay, so now after this class, I hope you will start doing it. Is there any steps? Can you repeat the step? What is the first thing that you are going to do? What is the first parameter you are going to see? I'll see the PaO2. And what do I decide there? It is normal, it's hypoxic or hyperoxic. What is the next parameter I saw? pH. What did I decide there? Normal, acidotic or alkalotic. Then which are the two parameters I saw? PaCO2 and bicarbonate. And I also can see at base excess, which will give me an addition information whether it is metabolic acidosis or metabolic alkalosis. Then what do I see? I put an arrow there. What arrow do I put? I'll say PaCO2 increased, bicarbonate increased, or PaCO2 is decreased, bicarbonate decreased. Then what will help me to decide? Is it simple or mixed? Right? Good, fantastic. Can we do that exercise now? All of it. This is the last 2-3 slides, so I want you to be alert because this is the gist of my whole class. If you can read out these ABGs, then it's worth the pain. I have taken all the way to travel to Hassan and traveling back to Bangalore in the traffic today. So I want all of you to tell me loudly and clearly what do you see here. So what is the first parameter that you want to see? Okay. PaO2. Comment on PaO2 loudly. Normal. Fantastic. So what is the next parameter you want to see? What has happened to the pH? Fantastic. So now which parameters you want to see? PaCO2 and bicarb. What has happened to PaCO2? Increased? Yes. So what does it mean? There is respiratory acidosis. What has happened to the bicarbonate? So the normal range is between 22 to 26. Not very low though. It has tried to, but it is still normal. Let's, for all practical, not very bad. What has happened to the base excess? Normal. So there is no metabolic compensation that is happening, right? So only PaCO2 is high. There is no time for compensation. So what is your diagnosis here? Is it compensated or uncompensated? Uncompensated. Why you are saying uncompensated? pH is still abnormal. So can one of you read the diagnosis? Can one of you tell the diagnosis? Uncompensated respiratory Acidosis. Fantastic. Fantastic. Was it very difficult? No. Was it so that complicated that you did not understand anything? Now you feel, this much, why you took so long class to explain me this? Right? Was it simple or difficult? All you have to do was look at the PaO2, then you have to look at the pH, then you circle the PaCO2, then you circle bicarbonate, you circle base excess, you draw arrow, and the only arrow you found was only PaCO2, and you said this is just, it's not compensated because the pH was abnormal. So what was the problem here? Probably it was a 1 hour old baby, so he didn't have time to compensate, so it is uncompensated respiratory acidosis. Good? Okay, very good. Now we have a 30 Vicar 1.3 day 4 of ventilator. Quickly. Which parameter first? What has happened to PaO2? Very happy. We hit century on the PaO2. Are you happy when you hit 100 to 150 on PaO2? Definitely not happy. So it is hyperoxemia. Correct? Good or bad? Bad. Good. So what is the next parameter you want to see? pH. Normal, right? So what has happened to the PaCO2? Decreased. So probably we do not know whether you over-ventilated the lung or acidosis. What is that? What has happened to the bicarbonate? Decreased. What has happened to the base excess? So there is metabolic acidosis, correct? And there is probably respiratory alkalosis, right? What has happened to the direction? Same, correct? Sorry, yeah. Correct? Same? So what is it, simple acid-base disorder or complex? Or mixed, sorry. Simple acid-base disorder. So which is a primary problem, which is a compensation here? Is it metabolic acidosis compensated by, is it, this is a problem, this is a compensation, or this is a problem and this is a compensation? So how many of you are saying this is respiratory alkalosis compensated by metabolic acidosis? How many of you are for respiratory alkalosis compensated by metabolic acidosis? How many are for primary metabolic acidosis compensated by respiratory alkalosis? We know for sure one of them is a problem, one of them is a primary problem, one of them is a compensation. Yes or no? Yes, say loudly, ma. Yes, right? So which is primary problem, which is compensation here? Primary metabolic acidosis or primary respiratory alkalosis? It can be one of them, right? So which one do you think? How many are for primary respiratory alkalosis? Raise your hands. How many are for primary metabolic acidosis? You don't have a choice. You have to raise hand one of them. You're even lazy to even raise hands. No, not for this also, not for this also. Primary metabolic acidosis. Up. Primary metabolic acidosis. Primary respiratory alkalosis? Very few. So how do you decide which is primary, which is secondary? Now the pH is this a compensated blood gas or uncompensated blood gas? Compensated blood gas. So what is important to understand is, I said what is the range of pH we are talking about? 7.35 to 7.45. Draw a line at 7.4. If it is a primary acidosis, your range will be between 7.35 to 7.4. The body will never overcompensate. The body will compensate only till this range. What was the range we are talking about? 7.35 to 7.45, which is in the center, 7.4. Now what I am trying to say is, if it's a primary acidosis, your pH will be in the range of 7.35, 7.32, 7.36. It will not go to 7.42 and 7.43 because the body doesn't need to overdo things. It will just compensate. The moment it reaches 7.35, it will say, I'll stop compensation. So your pH will be between 7.35 to 7.4 if it is primary acidosis. If it's primary alkalosis, your pH will be in the range of 7.4 to 7.45. Clear or still looking some doubts? Are we very clear? What is it that I'm trying to explain? Primary acidosis is between this range, so alkalosis will be in this range. What is the center line? Now can you tell me which is the primary problem here? Which is the primary problem? Louder. Primary metabolic acidosis. Why? The pH is just about 7.35. If it is a primary respiratory alkalosis, what would be in the pH? 7.42 or 7.43. Is this point very clear? Any doubts or confusion? Right? So, what is your diagnosis, complete diagnosis now? Quickly. Complete diagnosis on this baby. Loudly, one person, loudly, quickly. Compensated metabolic acidosis with hyperoxemia. With hyperoxemia. So when I say primary and compensated, it's understood. That is acidosis, it got compensated by respiratory alkalosis. That's why the baby was breathing faster. And there is hyperoxemia. Fully compensated or compensated metabolic acidosis with hyperoxemia. Was it very difficult? Just one more last example before I wind up. Okay, quickly. 28 weeker, 960 gram, referred at 2 hours. What's the first parameter? Quickly. Okay, normal, abnormal? Normal. What is the next thing? Normal, abnormal? Acidotic, right? So what has happened now? What has happened to PaCO2? Increased. So there is respiratory acidosis. What has happened to the bicarbonate? Decrease. There is metabolic acidosis, right? What is the direction here? What has happened to the base excess? Also showing there is metabolic acidosis. So there is both respiratory and metabolic acidosis. And what is the direction here? So this is mixed. So what is your diagnosis here? Uncompensated mixed acidosis or mixed acidosis, or you can say mixed respiratory and metabolic acidosis. Why you are saying it's mixed? Opposite direction. Why you are saying acidosis? pH was less than 7. Are we very clear? Are there any compensation here? No, because they were in two different directions. Clear? Was it very difficult? Difficult, not difficult. What does this mean? Huh? Not difficult. Okay. So I think I'll stop at this. Yeah, just important things that you do understand is whenever you do any changes on the ventilator, just wait for at least 30 minutes before you do a blood gas, because it takes some time. It's called steady state time. That it can't be like you make a change now and next minute you don't do blood gas. At least wait for half an hour. If you are cooling the babies, please enter the temperature, because some of the standards may differ, the standard calculations may differ, otherwise major difference. Excess heparin is something that you need to avoid, because heparin can cause acidosis in the blood without altering your base deficit. Presence of air bubbles is something which you need to think. And last most important is transfer the blood gas, the blood sample immediately to the lab. If you are not able to, at least keep it in the ice packs till you send it. This is a live sample. Every 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes you spend, there will be some use up of oxygen and expulsion of the carbon dioxide from the cell. So don't delay your blood gases. Immediately need to be sampled. Okay. So what is very, very important is it does give you, does it give you a diagnosis? Did it give you a diagnosis? What was the disease? No, what does it tell you? It tells you more of a physiological state. It didn't tell you about the diagnosis. It told you the physiological state. It told you the physiological state of the gas exchange. It told you the physiological state of the perfusion, but it didn't tell you the diagnosis. Right? Did it give you diagnosis? Or is it RDS versus congenital pneumonia? It didn't tell you that. It told you that this much is the impairment of blood gas. This is how your ventilation is working. This is how your perfusion is. It gives you more of physiological state. Clear and systematic approach is important to give you meaning to the ABGs. So was it very difficult? So did we go systematically? Very simple, right? Not at all difficult. This is all you need to do. Close your eyes for all other parameters. This is as simple as that. Okay? So thank you. And if there's any questions on analysis of blood gas, you can ask me, or we'll move on to the next session. Any doubts? No doubts. Everything was crisp and clear, no doubts. Everything was fine. All of you can interpret blood gases. Was it some rocket science technology that I taught you? No, I taught you very simple physiology. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good afternoon. So from morning you have been hearing a lot about ventilation, and when you grow older and when you lose a lot of hair, yeah, like me, you know that more invasive it is, the worse the outcome. You can't control everything in life. You let it be as much as nature takes its own course, and you just support. They say when you have kids, there are two ways of parenting. I'm saying this because it's relevant to probably you and the talk as well. One is as a carpenter, when you take care of the shape, size, even inch to inch matters, you mold your wood into exactly the shape you want. That's one type of parenting. The other type is a gardener, where you give some fertilizer, give some sunlight, wait for the rain to come, and you let the plant grow, make some changes here and there, pruning, etc., and you see the flower blossom. So it depends on what strategy to choose. And when we are ventilating, we are slowly moving from the carpenter variety to gardener variety. That means we are allowing nature to do most of the things, and we are moving away from invasive ventilation to non-invasive ventilation. So we have understood the physiology of less is more. And I'm going to tell you why less is more. What is the problem with the lungs? Basically, any disease in newborn period, either it's low lung compliance, or it is increased resistance in the airways, which causes low lung volume, alveolar collapse, that is atelectasis, causing lung damage, finally leading to what Dr. Pradeep just taught you, poor oxygenation, increased work of breathing. So what is the solution for this? The basic solution is open the airways, open the alveoli, and keep them open. Can it be done by ventilation? Definitely. That's what ventilation is doing. That is opening the airways and alveoli and helping in gas exchange. Can it be done by any other means? Let's see. So this is the airway, and you need the airway and the lungs to expand so that baby can breathe on his own and can do the gas exchange. So if you write, I tried doing this, what is CPAP on ChatGPT, this gave me an answer. This is a continuous positive airway pressure which applies continuously a continuous descending pressure to maintain a positive pressure at alveoli throughout inspiration and expiration. Is it the same as PEEP? Is the same as PEEP? How many of you think it's same? PEEP you have heard Prashant talking about, right? So I'm talking about PEEP now. Is same? Okay, all of you think it is same? There is a subtle difference. What is PEEP? End expiratory pressure, right? What is CPAP? It is throughout the respiratory cycle. So that means you're giving pressure in the inspiration and expiration. Whereas in invasive mechanical ventilation, you are giving PEEP only at the end of expiration to keep the alveoli open. The CPAP does it throughout the respiratory cycle. That's the only subtle difference. Now, why do we like CPAP? You heard Dr. Karthik saying in the morning that most of our units, you hardly find any babies on invasive ventilation. So much so that our intubation skills have waned over a period of time. Many of our residents don't know how to exactly intubate in first attempt. How many intubations they have done? Maybe 10, 12, 15. You must have done hundreds if you're in a very high load center. Why is that? Because there are certain things which are wrong with ventilation. What are those? One is the gas is pushed in and out. When you heard Prashant saying it's not a natural course of ventilation. You are putting an ET which is bypassing the larynx and it lowers the FRC. You are increasing the resistance by putting an endotracheal tube. So the resistance to airflow is more. it injures the airways and the alveoli. Dr. Karthik again showed you some 1 or 2 positive pressure ventilation is enough to cause inflammatory changes in the lungs. It increases the chance of infection. Most of you have seen ventilated babies, and if they're ventilated for more than 7 days, what do you get on X-ray? You get VAP, you get infection. And it removes the baby's control over breathing and blood gases. So these are in simple terms what is wrong with conventional mechanical ventilation. So right now where we have moved is you ventilate only if CPAP doesn't work. So CPAP is your first line of defense. What does CPAP do? CPAP, you're just giving pressure through the nose. So what effects can it possibly have? It has a lot of effects. One is it stabilizes the functional residual capacity. So this FRC word you have been hearing, and Dr. Pradeep also mentioned that you need to remember this FRC. So it is usually established when baby starts breathing at birth. Lungs are filled with fluid, it has to be replaced by air, and when the air is coming into the lungs, that is the FRC which is present at the end of expiration as well. So CPAP stabilizes that. In RDS, what happens is that if the FRC is low, the alveolus tends to collapse because it is lower than the closing volume. So your criteria, your judgment of RDS is when your FRC is above the closing volume. If it goes below, the alveoli collapses. So you need to give that push a little higher to increase the FRC above closing volume. And if it closes, then you have increased work of breathing, atelectasis, poor oxygenation, finally leading to VQ mismatch and respiratory acidosis. In the absence of surfactant again, it makes problems worse because you don't have surfactant, and if you don't give CPAP, the positive pressure to these babies, FRC cannot be maintained. So what do you learn from this? You have to increase FRC, and that can be done by CPAP. So when should you give CPAP? When should you give CPAP? After coming to NICU? After giving surfactant? So when is FRC formed? First 1 or 2, 3 breaths. So when should you be giving CPAP? You should give CPAP as soon as the baby is born and has a respiratory distress. That is called early CPAP or delivery room CPAP. At the first sign of distress. So always be ready with CPAP, even in the delivery room and transport. If you allow the lungs to collapse, then you will lost half the battle. It becomes very difficult to again re-expand or re-recruit these alveoli. Second, physiological effect of CPAP is that it reduces surface tension. You all heard the surfactant reduces surface tension. But similarly, even CPAP reduces surface tension. That is based on this law of Laplace. I'm sure most of you have tried to do this experiment, and you will know that when you're blowing a bubble, blowing a balloon, the initial part is very tough. Once it reaches a certain volume, then it expands very smoothly. So even if you're a child, if you give the child a half inflated balloon, he can do the rest. But the first half is very difficult. That is because the radius of this balloon is low and the surface tension is very high. So the moment you increase the radius to a certain extent, you don't need too much pressure to expand the alveoli. What CPAP does is you expand the radius. So if the denominator is more, the pressure required to open up this alveoli is less, and surfactant works much better on an expanded alveolus. So early CPAP and selective surfactant is the standard of care for RDS. Surfactant alone does not do anything. Third, if you have a CPAP, if you have an airway disease, like a meconium aspiration syndrome, or maybe tracheomalacia, whatever, or even apnea due to collapse of the airways, because preterms may not be able to maintain the airway tone. Even in those cases, CPAP can splint the airways and keep them open. It keeps it strong, it makes it stiff, so that the gas exchange happens. So it doesn't allow the airways to collapse. This is a basic principle of why CPAP is used in adults in sleep apneas. That is the most common indication there. It does not allow you to snore like some of you are doing now. CPAP also reduces pulmonary vascular resistance, because you just maintain the lung at FRC, the vascular resistance becomes lowest. And because of that, your chance of getting PPHN is reduced. By all this, CPAP reduces work of breathing. So finally, it splints the chest, the skeletal system as well, improves coordination between diaphragm and chest muscles, and decreases work of breathing. So finally, what CPAP does, increases FRC, reduces atelectative trauma due to collapse. It is an additive, it acts synchronously with surfactant, it splints the airway, it reduces VQ mismatch and reduces pulmonary vascular resistance. So that's why we like CPAP. What is the indication of how to use CPAP or in which babies? So if you, in one sentence, any baby who has any respiratory problem can be put on CPAP. That's a general statement. So if you want to describe those diseases like RDS, TT and pneumonia, whoever has low lung volume, low FRC can be put on CPAP. Those babies with airway problems like apnea, BPD, tracheomalacia can be put on CPAP, and it works. Post extubation from invasive ventilation, when you have atelectasis or aspiration or pneumonia or VAP, these babies can also be put on CPAP. So these are all the indications for CPAP. So which babies? Some criteria, baby should be spontaneously breathing. If baby is not spontaneously breathing, CPAP will not work, because it just adds to your own respiratory efforts. Baby should be stable hemodynamically. Don't put a baby who is on 2-3 inotropes on CPAP. It will not work. If baby has a cleft palate, then all the pressure is going out, you may not see a good response. And if baby has Downey score or respiratory distress score of more than 7, then it's an indication for ventilation and not CPAP. So these are some of the criteria to put on CPAP. There are some different methods of giving CPAP. Most of you I saw in the unit were on ventilator CPAP, but it can also be done in a low-cost bubble CPAP system, which we will show you in the afternoon. So any CPAP system needs few things. One is the nasal interface, like here I've shown binasal prongs. Most of us use now nasal mask. 2, an oxygen and air mixture through a blender, where you can give the desired FiO2. 3, an expiratory limb which goes inside water, or it can go into the ventilator where the pressure is generated. And also a humidifier to heat the gas and humidify as much as possible. So these are basic components of a CPAP system. And most of you must have seen the bubble CPAP system. If you have not seen, we will show you. The interface becomes more important because it has to be snugly fitting to the baby's nose. And we have different interfaces. Currently, what is most physiological, most evidence-based is the nasal mask, which reduces nasal trauma. Probably the second best would be short binasal prongs. Ram's cannula is coming up, but it's still not accepted as a standard of care. How to initiate CPAP? We know whom to initiate, we know how it works. Now we will know how to initiate. Usually the rule of thumb is rule of 5. That is, you have 3 parameters to set on CPAP. What are the 3 parameters? Which parameters should you set? You know the system now. You said PIP? Okay, that is a CPAP pressure. So one is pressure. FiO2, right? Third parameter, if you are on a flow-driven CPAP, it has to be flow. So it has to be rule of 5 liters flow, 5 CPAP pressure, 5 centimeters of water, and FiO2 of starting around 50%. But now we have moved down the CPAP FiO2. We usually start around 0.2 to 0.21, that is room air, to 0.3, because you want to maintain the saturation between only 90 to 94%. That is your target saturation. Okay, so any preterm, if you're using as a primary mode of ventilation, it is 5, 5 and 5. If you're using for apnea, you can have only room air and you can give CPAP pressure which is less. Post extubation, FiO2 will be as same as mechanical ventilation which you were on before extubation. So once you have set these parameters, you will know baby is comfortable or not. How do you know a baby is comfortable or getting adequate CPAP? Baby's retractions will reduce drastically because you are improving the lung volume, you are improving FRC. Baby will not have retractions. Baby's tachypnea will reduce. Baby's grunting will stop and target saturation will be achieved. And slowly the distress score, which is Downey's or Silverman score, will keep coming down and baby remains hemodynamically stable. So in those cases, we will say that is adequate CPAP, you don't need to make any change, or you can reduce the CPAP pressure. Second thing what can happen is baby still can continue to have respiratory distress. Baby still can continue to have retractions. FiO2 keeps falling. Chest X-ray shows very low lung volume and increasing respiratory distress score, Silverman-Anderson score. That means the baby is needing more higher parameters. Third, baby continues to be on minimal distress, no or minimal retractions, but the saturation is not maintained. So in first scenario, you continue the same settings. Second scenario, increase the PEEP or CPAP pressure by 1. If you're on 5, go to 6. If you're on 6, go to 7. Usually we don't increase more than 7. If there is only saturations which are low, then increase FiO2 by 0.5, that is 5% and 5%. We usually don't go beyond 60 to 70%. So 6 and 60, 7 and 70, that is the maximum parameters. And after that, we'll tell you what to do. So early CPAP is immediately after delivery once the baby has received bag and mask ventilation at the first sign of respiratory distress. Adequacy of CPAP we have just discussed. If baby is comfortable, no retractions or grunting, normal hemodynamics, normal saturation, and acceptable ABG is called a adequate CPAP or a comfortable baby. But when you put on CPAP and you made some changes, the most important aspect of CPAP is nursing care. That's why most nurses are here. And you will be seeing CPAP in the workshop as well. First is selecting the size of interface, selecting the size of cap, selecting the size of interface, and fixing is of utmost importance. There's nothing much to do once you set the CPAP pressure, except doctors wise it's not a major job, it's mainly a nursing job. Always there has to be a orogastric tube to vent the air. Remember, when you're giving pressure to the nose, it's also giving pressure to the stomach. So you can have stomach distension called CPAP belly. So you need to vent the air by opening that pressure. You need to take care of the nose where the interface is fixed. Interface has to be fixed snugly, but you should not allow for any trauma. So you need to take care of it by changing and putting saline nasal drops, changing the posture, making sure there is an adhesive between the plastic and the baby's skin. And baby doesn't need a routine ABG when you put the baby on CPAP, it just needs pulse oximetry. Baby doesn't need a routine X-ray unless there is worsening. Level 2 centers, respiratory chamber, which has to bubble all the time. If it stops bubbling, that means there is a leak. So you need to look at leak. That is the third point. If bubbling is present, but retractions are still more and desaturation. That means either it's a worsening lung disease or sometimes a block in the nose. You can open and see if there is a block in the nose, do suction and fix it back. If there is desaturation, but there are no retractions, bubbling is good, air entry is good, that means it may not be a respiratory disease. It may be a pulmonary vascular disease like PPHN or a heart disease. Condensation in the inspiratory limb should not be there. Even when you are doing ventilation, we skip that part of supportive care, but on CPAP, the humidification is important. You should not see any pressure of 4. So 4 and 21, remove CPAP directly. There have been trials showing CPAP followed by oxygen followed by HFNC is not really better than just removing CPAP in very, very low parameters. So when do we need ventilation at all? If most babies are stabilized on CPAP. So when the baby is on CPAP but still has recurrent apnea, desaturation, even if on CPAP the baby has respiratory failure, that you do an ABG and see if baby's PSCO2 is going more than 60 with respiratory acidosis, then it's an indication of respiratory failure. FiO2 goes going more than 60, PEEP going more than 6, worsening distress, score of 7 or more, or worsening of blood gas is an indication for invasive ventilation, that is CPAP failure. There are very few contraindications, some of them which I mentioned. If it is a diaphragmatic hernia, you should not put the baby on CPAP because it will distend the stomach and it will cause more distress. If baby has severe hemodynamic instability, shock, inotropes, this baby is not a good candidate for CPAP. If baby is not breathing, asphyxia, HIE 3, that baby is again not going to tolerate CPAP. Upper airway anomalies like choanal atresia, where a gas is not going to pass down, is not a good candidate. Otherwise, term, preterm, any baby can be put on CPAP. So taking home, it supports natural breathing. It's more a gentle mode of ventilation, and it has been around for last 20 years, and it is replaced mechanical ventilation as the first line of defense. So now when a baby has distress, first put on CPAP, then you observe and see if the baby needs mechanical ventilation. And it is gentle and lung protective. So it reduces death, reduces BPD, reduces need for surfactant, and reduces mechanical ventilation if you are giving CPAP early. So I know CPAP is not very exciting, but I think that is the way to go if you want to save more lives. So I think you have some doubts. After half an hour.
Okay, I think CPAP was fantastically covered. I think that's very, very important to understand when to use, and also important to understand when not to use. So any non-invasive modes will work fantastically if you choose the right babies. The baby is apneic, he's in shock, and then you try to put CPAP, it won't work. Then you say, oh, this CPAP is lousy. No, it is a fantastic machine provided you know which babies to choose. So going with the same breath in the non-invasive, I think one more mode we are going to talk before we break for lunch, right? So look little happy. Don't look so sad. We are not torturing you. We are trying to teach you. Don't look so sad. One more HFNC class and then we are off because you are looking so like this. What the hell, you're going to talk one more class, and you know, you're giving me that looks which are not really nice. So look little happy, one more talk and then we'll break for lunch. Come back and we'll discuss about surfactant and then we'll break for the stations. And then 1 or 2 short talks after that and then probably we'll be done for the day, right? So I'm sure you will not regret attending these classes, so please look little happy. Okay.
Okay, again the same maneuver. Okay, all of you rise up. It's okay. There's a scientific basis to it. I actually got to know the scientific basis of this attending one of the workshops which Pradeep sir had conducted. So where faculty from PGI said that if you don't shake your legs for around 40 or 60 minutes or so, your risk of cardiovascular accidents would increase by sometimes. All right? So be aware of that, and also it helps us to kind of activate ourselves. Okay, so for you've been spending the whole day. You can stretch, you can do whatever you want. So because the whole day you're spending here to grab things inside. So we don't want all your blood to go to the mesentery, isn't it? Yeah. So mesentery we have time. Yeah. All of you sit down. So in the same breath, we will finish up the non-invasive ventilation. As Dr. Shashidhar was saying, it's more important now than ever to know about the non-invasive ventilation. Because from morning we've been talking about, first do no harm. This has come in the same breath. And now more and more units are moving towards non-invasive ventilation. It's not because the units are moving. We are understanding the importance of doing non-invasive ventilation and also realizing how exactly to do it, which are the babies we need to select. That's why the success rates are high. And let me tell you, if you are okay or if your unit is good in doing CPAP and HFNC, you can get away by having only one ventilator for probably say 15 beds for a level 2 care. All right. So that important it is. So we will understand as we go through this topic. All right. So again the same thing. Invasive ventilation carries its own risk. Like any of the medications which we give in modern medicine has its own effect. Invasive ventilation has its own problems. Not just the time when the baby is in newborn period. No, it goes all the way to the adulthood as well, because it has long-term implications on the lung. That's why we are moving more and more towards your non-invasive ventilation, which is again a gentle form of ventilation. So I'll just try to cover a little bit of theory, not too much of theory, evidence, practical aspects, and then benefits and safety profiles. When we talk about HFNC, we actually are talking about 3 H's. Okay? Can anybody tell me the 3 H's? You can just read up. Yes, it is H. First H stands for heated, humidified, high flow nasal cannula. In short form, we call it as high flow nasal cannula, but actually when we are putting the babies on HFNC, we are doing these 3 things. Then only it's called HFNC. Otherwise, it's not HFNC. All right? So basically, these are the parts of an HFNC. Very simple, not complicated. It has a blended gas. It has optimal flow converter, and the gas station, and there is open system. So these are the things in HFNC. Very simple. And when we are talking about gas flows, we are talking about gas flows more than 2 liters. All of you would have heard about low flow oxygen, high flow oxygens, isn't it? In pediatrics, adults and all, anything more than 2 liters amounts to high flow. Anything less than 2 liters per minute will amount to low flow oxygen. Okay, we're talking about flows more than 2 liters. Just a slide to differentiate HFNC and CPAP. Can you observe that in the first figure you have only one inspiratory limb, and in the second figure you have an inspiratory limb as well as an expiratory limb. All right, the CPAP what we talked about, or it could be a ventilator. All of you must know this, isn't it? So the ventilator which you use for invasive ventilation, you just change the interface, the same circuit, you make it as CPAP. All of you would have used this, very simple to do. But HFNC, it's even more simpler. We don't want an expiratory limb at all. What exactly, why do you need an expiratory limb? Can anybody explain to me? Yeah? Very good. You need an expiratory limb because we saw in the morning talk that the air would go and you have a resistance, so you generate the pressure over there, isn't it? In HFNC, that is not there. HFNC works little different, but in a more simplistic manner. So what is happening in CPAP, we are making the baby breathe out to the circuit. So the air comes in, it gets into the baby, and the baby will expire into the expiratory limb. Because your pressure is generated in the expiratory limb, that's how you create the pressure. But in HFNC, what is happening? The baby is breathing out. When I say out, it is breathing air to the environment. So that's the difference. That is why it is called open system. Closed system means the baby is breathing into the expiratory limb. In HFNC, the air is coming into the baby, but the baby is breathing out. That's why you don't require a expiratory limb. It's a very simple setup. We'll show in the afternoon. This is the basic difference between a setup of HFNC versus CPAP. Let's look at the interface. Okay, so we'll look at the interface a little later, how different it is. So how does it work? Because we said in the ventilator in the morning, your IRS-TP's concept where we generated the pressure at the distal end of the expiratory limb, isn't it? So how does the HFNC work? What happens is, it's a fixed oxygen concentration system, so which is necessary because you set the FiO2, and it has a gas which is heated to 37 degrees can hold maximum water. So that's why you see in your, every ventilator or every HFNC or CPAP should have humidifier, because it is heating up, and you also put water so that it is humidified 100%. And this humidified gas gives comfort to the baby, because remember, the gas which is coming to the baby is come from a compressed source. Okay, can anybody tell me what would be the temperature of the gas which comes out of a cylinder or a compressed gas source? Suppose the temperature is, now probably in Hassan it is at around 30 to 32 degrees. So I get an oxygen cylinder here, connect a tube, and I tell you to guess the temperature of the air coming out of the cylinder. Can anybody tell me? Any guesses? Some numbers, you can just throw some numbers. Temperature is 32 degrees. 20? Anybody else? One more guess. Ikadinda? Some numbers. There's no right or wrong, it's okay. What if I tell you it is around 4 degrees? It is. The air which is compressed, the air we can the oxygen which is compressed will be liquid. All right. So when it goes out, it absorbs the temperature. When it actually goes to the oxygen tubing. So the air which we use comes from a very low temperature. That's why it's important for us to humidify or probably heat the air, because we are actually giving it in a very very high flows. So you know that cold breath itself has its own problems, cold air. So, and it is a high flow system. So if you look at HFNC, the mechanism, it is broken down into a blender, oxygen which is blended, and then you have a humidification system, and it consists of a high flow system. So this is how it works. I said there is no expiratory limb, the baby breathes out into the air, but what does it do? When so much of air is coming, blended oxygen is coming into the pharynx, you know the dead space concept, physiology, in the morning you heard. So it clears that pharyngeal dead space, because this is the dead space where there is no exchange happening. And it decreases the nasopharyngeal resistance. So when so much of air is coming in that way, it decreases the resistance. It provides, most importantly, just like how your CPAP and PWP would provide, it provides end distending pressure, or nothing but your PWP. Okay? So that is how it works. So if you increase your PWP, we heard from the previous classes that it increases functional residual capacity, and it improves the lung compliance. The baby can breathe better. So this is how it works. So the flow is basically getting converted to pressure, probably from pharynx onwards. So that pressure is getting getting transferred to the alveolus. That is how basically your HFNC is working. So it is doing almost the same work as your CPAP is doing. And ultimately we are looking at distending pressure, giving PWP. HFNC is probably also doing the same. But what are the controls we have in HFNC? We have only the FiO2 and flows. These are the only two things we set. And this flow is getting converted to pressures. So what flow would give what pressure would always be a question, isn't it? So when they have looked at it, if you keep on increasing the pressure, keep on increasing the flow, say from 2 liters to 4 liters to 6 liters, your pressures, pharyngeal pressures also increases. The pressure which is created in the pharynx also increases. If you see this graph, that is what it represents. The flow in 2 liters, the first half. So 4 liters and 6 liters, it keeps increasing as you increase the flows. So that is how you increase the pressures. And this also has been shown in multiple experiments that flow is directly proportional to the pressure which is generated into the pharynx. So that gives your PWP. Simple? Yeah. So it also depends on many things. So in CPAP and in your mechanical ventilation, you know what pressure it is you are giving. And the most important word you should take back from CPAP lecture is the interface was snugly fitting. Can anybody tell me what you mean by CPAP interface which fits snugly? What do you mean by snugly fitting? There is not much of leak. Okay, it should fit in such a way that there is no leak which is happening from the interface. The baby is forced to breathe inside the circuit. There is no way the baby should breathe out, isn't it? But in the HFNC, we don't want that. All right. So that's why it depends on, of course, the flows we discuss. It depends on the prongs nares ratio. How big is your prongs versus how big is your the nostril? It depends on that. It depends on the infant size. The bigger the baby, maybe flows required will be more. And the breathing pattern. If the baby opens the mouth, maybe some of the flows which you put into the nose can escape through the mouth. So people have also come up with a formula to say how much pressure is produced based on the flow rate and kgs. No need to remember this. Okay, this is called Wilkinson's formula. So what you need to know is the pharyngeal pressure is directly proportional to the flow rate and probably inversely proportional to your weight. More you increase the flows, more will be the pressure which is generated. So roughly, if I were to calculate how much will be the if everything is constant, if I say that I'm actually giving adequate HFNC, correct interface, closed mouth, and everything is okay, your flows is roughly equivalent to, your pressures is roughly equivalent to so your flow pressures are roughly equivalent to the flows which you have set, or maybe one less than that. What does that mean? Suppose you give a flow of set a flow of 5 liters per minute. If everything is okay, the pressure which is generated is roughly around 4 to 5. All right. Suppose you keep a flow up around 6. What will be the PWP roughly? 6 flows. What will be the PWP? Around 5 to 6. So that is how the relationship is. All right. We are not directly setting the pressure, but through the flows we are actually giving pressures to the baby. Okay. That is how it works. So you have multiple devices. Some of the other devices are also there, which are on display. So these are the devices which give HFNC. Most of you would have seen this. Vapotherm is something which actually came for the which was the first instrument to come out. You have FNP's MR850 system and AirVo2. AirVo2 you would have seen most commonly in PICUs, isn't it? Yeah. So that's also an instrument which gives HFNC. So the interface is different from your CPAP. It is more flexible, it is more smooth, and most importantly the prong size is less. All right. Okay. So the preferred cannula to nares ratio should be around 0.5. In the sense what? Sorry. If you look at the pressure, figure there on your right lower. So here, if you put a cannula which is this big, the baby will not breathe. All right. So that becomes a CPAP interface. You want an HFNC's diameter should be roughly around 50% of the nares ratio, so that the inspired air goes in, the expiration happens around the nares. All right. This is the preferred cannula to nares ratio. This is the other most important difference in HFNC and CPAP. Okay, you don't want your HFNC cannula to fit snugly. It has to be 50% of the diameter. All right. Any doubts so far? Yeah. Understood the difference between CPAP and HFNC? Okay. So what are the recommended flows? So people have looked at multiple flows. The range recommended is between 2 to 8 liters. So when you're using your HFNC, you're going to set the flows between 2 to 8 liters, depending on the baby's condition. So this is about the basics of HFNC. What we read, what we saw, the parts of your HFNC, there are 4 things which you need to look at in HFNC. And we looked at the difference between your CPAP and HFNC. How is your interface when compared to CPAP. All right. So now let's go to the evidence. So once this HFNC started getting introduced, so they looked at what is the usage in the US. I'm sure our Indian data also will represent the same thing, that HFNC usage is increasing drastically. Let's see why it is increasing drastically now. So people have compared between HFNC and CPAP in treatment failure. Suppose you put a baby on CPAP and suppose you put a baby on HFNC. So not all babies will tolerate CPAP. You looked at the slide where they talked about CPAP failure. Some of the babies might require more pressure or more support. That babies will go to CPAP to invasive ventilation if the disease is very severe. So when people have compared between, so I put the baby on HFNC, I put the baby on CPAP and see which of them would go to, which of them require invasive ventilation. They have said it's almost equal. Okay. So for any disease process where you are using CPAP versus HFNC, it seems to be same. Post-extubation, all of you would have cared for babies who are less than 32 weeks, less than 1.5. What will be the recommendation after extubation? A baby who is invasively ventilated should not be extubated to room air. We have to put them to CPAP, because if you don't put them to CPAP or any other pressure device, the baby would go back to invasive ventilation. So that's why we need to shift them to CPAP. When people have compared, okay, I've extubated the baby to CPAP, so can I extubate to HFNC? People have found the similar success stories. So that's why HFNC will probably also help well in your post-extubation as well. So you can use other indications in the NICU where you can use CPAP it could be a step down from weaning from CPAP. So this is probably a thing which has come out because HFNC is a relatively new modality when compared to CPAP. So people were not used to use HFNC as a primary mode because there is insufficient data, probably even till now. So suppose you put the baby on CPAP, you can use HFNC to change over from CPAP to HFNC. Suppose the baby is improving. You can use it as a step down from weaning from CPAP. You could also use as primary mode for more than 30 weeks of gestation. What does that mean to say? So any indication for CPAP, you can use HFNC provided the baby's gestational age is more than 30 weeks. A word of caution here. We need to select the babies appropriately. And as I said, we need to make sure our unit is prepared to take care of HFNC babies well, just like how other modalities our unit is okay with. In the sense, you need to have enough adequate experience with HFNC. You need to select the babies well. Then you can probably consider using HFNC for babies more than 30 weeks of gestational age with respiratory distress instead of using CPAP. You can use it for post-extubation more than 28 weeks, which will decrease extubation failure. And in case of a baby who is constantly on CPAP, has not deteriorated much, you can change over to HFNC. Suppose nasal trauma is something which is very alarming and very concerning in CPAP, because we want the interface to be snugly fit, isn't it? When we apply something tightly to the young babies, especially with their skin being so fragile, they're bound to be some nasal trauma. Suppose if a baby who is on CPAP on nasal trauma, you can change over to HFNC, because we don't want HFNC interface to be too tightly fitted, isn't it? So these are the indications which you think of when you use HFNCs. So there's a guideline for the initiation and alteration of HFNC. I'm not going to go into the depth of it. Probably I will share the slides with you people. And there is also a suggested clinical algorithm for nasal high flow use in newborn babies, how to escalate care, how to wean from HFNC, how to probably go to CPAP or invasive ventilation, or when you can use. So I would actually share it in the slides. I don't think it's necessary. I'm just running through the slide. So what are the advantages? We have CPAP, it's also non-invasive. HFNC is also non-invasive. Why do we invest on a new device, new circuit, or new interface? So because of these reasons. One, it's ease of use. And it's open system, that's why there is no seal required. So you need so much of things to bind a CPAP interface, isn't it? Because we don't want any leaks. But here it should work on leaks, so that's why it's easy. And most importantly, babies are comfortable in that. When people have looked at the use of this, if we use HFNC, it helps to increase the kangaroo mother care duration. We know that how important kangaroo mother care is. So it helps developmental supportive care because it's a pretty simple interface, pretty simple because only one circuit, we do not worry about leaks and all. So that's why it could increase the kangaroo mother care duration, thereby increasing developmental supportive care. So babies are happy, yeah? Then people also have looked at, so if any other advantages, if anybody else is happy, so when they've interviewed and they've taken opinions from parents, so most of the parents have said, I'm happy with HFNC. In fact, we actually have parents in our NICUs coming and saying, a baby who's on CPAP, they're coming and asking, sir, when do you want to shift the baby to HFNC? Because we want to give KMC. We have had instances like that. Parents are happy because it's easy to use, they can handle the baby, do kangaroo care, and they know that babies are stabilized on HFNC. So parents are also happy. And if you look at the outcomes of safety, okay, because any pressure, any positive pressure which we are giving, it can have its own problems. So when compared to CPAP, it decreases the air leaks. The chances of pneumothorax or pneumothorax and all comes down. It decreases nasal trauma very obviously, and it decreases the abdominal distension as well when compared to CPAP. So this has got a good safety profile when compared to CPAP. So obviously doctors and nurses are also happy, isn't it? So I need not rush in the middle of the night because the baby has pneumothorax. Nurse is not penalized because there is some nasal injury by her supervisor, isn't it? So in that sense, we are also happy with HFNC. Okay? So just to summarize, so HFNC probably is as good as CPAP provided that you use it well, okay? For babies more than 28 to 30 weeks. It has better safety profile. Obviously, healthcare professional, nurses, babies, everybody love it. And most importantly, as I said, you need to learn how to use it. You need to choose which babies you want to put HFNC on, and also look at troubleshooting. And also look at the early warning signs about when you need to escalate, and then you will probably reap the benefits of HFNC when compared to CPAP. Okay? Any doubts? Yeah? Looks like everybody is in a hurry for, yeah.
Okay, good. I think because these two has to be covered simultaneously, because then you understand the differences between the two. Because if I talk to you about HFNC after the lunch, you would have lost that flow. So now you know CPAP, HFNC, what's the major differences. It's one is a pressure generating, one is a flow generating. Ultimately, both of them do the same job of maintaining the FRC. And again, important to choose the right babies, choose the right technique. In the stations, you will be shown both HFNC and CPAP. Get used to it and at least see what HFNC machine looks like, and how I'm sure most of you have worked with CPAPs. So the agenda is next 20 minutes you have for a quick lunch. So don't spend a lot of time eating. So if you want to go home early, come back in next 20 minutes and we'll have a talk on surfactant, then we'll break into stations. So there are 3 stations. One is on the modes that I think Prashant is going to handle. And then one station is on CPAP and HFNC, which she will handle. And there is a goat lung. Hopefully it works very well, that I've taken pain to prepare it. So we'll be talking again about FRC, the difference between CPAP and invasive modes of ventilation, how it is different onto the lung, right? So these are the 3 stations which will have 20 minutes each. Then we come back, then we have a very basic again talk on chest X-ray interpretation. And then people who want to learn about MIST, we have a video demonstration. It was a little difficult to get a station on MIST. So we'll have a video demonstration on MIST. And then, yeah, we can all smile and say thank you. And say goodbye to you. Okay, thank you. So quickly, 20 minutes, please come back.
Surfactant, as you very well know, is derived from surface active agent, that is surface act. It decreases the alveolar surface tension. It prevents alveolar collapse, and hence, by preventing alveolar collapse, it maintains a functional residual capacity. That is, during expiration, the exchange of gases continue. Benefits: it decreases the need for mechanical ventilation, it decreases air leak, it decreases the chances of BPD and death, and it decreases overall mortality. And this is all I'm going to talk about the theory behind surfactant. I don't want to spend time into what are the components of surfactant and all that. The topic is when to give it and how to give it. There are many types of surfactant available. They're classified into natural or animal-derived surfactant, and the second class is synthetic surfactant. In natural surfactant, you have bovine and porcine. Now, in bovine, it could either be minced lung, which is a little bit thicker, and there is lavage, lung lavage derived surfactant. There's porcine surfactant, which has been shown to be more effective than bovine surfactant in some studies in reducing mortality before discharge and BPD, provided it is given at a higher dose initially. The synthetic surfactants, I won't dwell on this because it's not available and still undergoing trials. The first and second generation are already out. The dose, the surfactants mainly contains phospholipids. The natural or animal-derived surfactants also contain surfactant B and C. The dose is dependent on the component of phospholipids, that is 75 to 125 milligram per kg. Now, if you take Survanta, which is a beractant, bovine surfactant, it is 4 ml per kg. That comes as 100 milligram per kg. Neosurf is 5 ml per kg. The other one, new one that has come into the market, which has been some time, is Alveofact. It is a bovactant, and the dose is 1.2 ml per kg. That is what they recommend. And porcine poractant, that is called as Curosuf in our country, the first dose is given as 200 mg per kg, double. And that comes to 2.5 ml per kg. So it's a smaller volume when compared to Survanta or Neosurf, which should be 4 to 5 ml per kg. Some experts will say that does make a difference in ELBW babies, like how much volume you're putting in the trachea. Now, you know, you have to choose one of them. Some people do choose Curosuf, some people choose other two, Survanta and Neosurf. Not that much. Now, how do you give surfactant? The ventilated babies we'll talk about later. The non-ventilated babies, the spontaneously breathing babies who still don't have the endotracheal tube. There are 3 methods that have been described. One is the Ensure method, which comes from the long form of intubation, surfactant, and extubation. Then you have Sure, that is surfactant without endotracheal intubation. These are the methods like LISA, MIST, nebulizations, LMA, pharyngeal instillation. Then there's a new one that's come up. In the past 2 years, it has been published in journals. That is called InRecSure, where you intubate, recruit using HFO's high frequency, give the surfactant, and then extubate. Now, Ensure has been the time tested, like most of us are doing it, and now we're moving away to LMA. These, like I said, is done in spontaneously breathing babies on CPAP. Now, very often we do consider pre-medications. Some people will give midazolam, some will give morphine or fentanyl. Morphine and fentanyl have the side effects of the baby becoming apneic. So midazolam is sometimes preferred over fentanyl or morphine. Then this Ensure is as simple as you intubate, you give the surfactant, and then you give a few breaths of positive pressure ventilation and extubate back to CPAP or high flow nasal cannula, whatever it was before. Now here I just written like the steps to do it. This requires a lot of practice, a lot of efforts. There have to be at least 2 people there, one the doctor and one the nurse, dedicated to be doing this procedure. The baby, of course, should be in a radiant warmer with under continuous monitoring. There should, of course, be an IV line, NG tube to decompress the stomach. and you should be ready for intubation just in case things go wrong. So all these preparations are kept first ready. Then you keep the other things ready for ensure that you will keep, that is ET tube to intubate, then laryngoscope, feeding tube cut to size. Now how do you cut to size is you have to, see you'll be, many of us use is putting the feeding tube into the endotracheal tube. So you are going to push the feeding tube into the endotracheal tube down to its hub. So when you're preparing under sterile precautions, once you wear a sterile gloves, you put the feeding tube into the endotracheal tube and cut the feeding tube just beyond the tip of the endotracheal tube. Not too long, but it should not be short either. And then remove it and keep it aside. Then to secure ET tube, whatever you need, tegaderm and plaster, stethoscope, then ambu bag, T-piece resuscitator if you have one, then surfactant, get it out, warm it. You have to do not shake it, just warm it by rolling it in your hands. If you shake it like this, it just bubbles up, then it's very difficult to aspirate. So just warm it. It requires, if you just keep it on the table, it takes 20 minutes to warm up. If you roll it in between your palms, it takes about 10 minutes to warm up. So keep that ready, and then a syringe to draw, 5 ml syringe. So once you keep everything ready, prepare all this also. Withdraw the surfactant into the syringe, whatever the dose you want, and then fill the feeding tube as well, and just keep it all ready. Then intubate under sterile precautions as how you do regularly. Now here you have to be sure, we're not going to be taking an X-ray to confirm the ET tube position. You definitely need to be sure that breath sounds are equal bilaterally. Now the depth of insertion, as you know, is nasotracheal length plus 1. Some of us still do 6 plus weight in kg. But 100% you have to make sure that bilaterally the sounds are very well heard. It may be a little higher if you want, but don't go lower than what you have calculated. Because if you do go lower, then the surfactant will go to only one lung. Then you'll have your worst nightmare, because one lung will become compliant, the other lung will still have RDS. Then it's very difficult. So after confirming the position of the ET tube, you secure the ET tube, then you connect back to your T-piece, or you can do positive pressure ventilation. In Recture, they do high frequency oscillation for a few minutes. Very, very few centers. We have not yet started doing that. Now, if you do connect to T-piece, here's another important thing. Like when you connect T-piece, you're connecting it to compressed oxygen, wall oxygen. And that is 100% oxygen. Maybe the baby was on 40% oxygen. You're going directly to 100% oxygen, which can be very toxic to the baby. So what I suggest is that TP to be connected to the blender, what you're already using for the CPAP or the high flow nasal cannula. Did you understand that? Don't connect the, you know what is T-piece, right? It's called Neopuff in Fisher Pickle, and there are other names for it for other companies. So that you connect it to the blender. So you're giving the same FiO2 what you had been giving before this procedure. And if you do giving positive pressure breaths, it has to be very gentle. Preferably don't do it. Keep him, just connect him to the T-piece or the same PEEP, whatever the PEEP was before. Next comes inserting the surfactant. Here, of course, the nurse has to disconnect the ET tube from the feeding tube, ET tube from the T-piece. Then the person who's administering will enter the feeding tube into the ET tube all the way in and push the surfactant in. And the other ways to do it is, one is feeding tube, I told you. Second is there is an attachment which has a side port. So that side port is attached to the ET tube, which is also attached to the T-piece. And through the side port, you can attach a syringe directly and drip the surfactant in. There's also a Y-piece connector, where it's in the shape of a Y, like you can imagine. One limb is connected to the T-piece, and the other one you connect it to the syringe. So there's no feeding tube going inside the endotracheal tube, which can obstruct the airway. So if you do a side port or a Y-piece, which I'm not sure is even available in India, I have not seen it here, you won't be needing the feeding tube, and you can continue to give CPAP while you're giving surfactant. And while you're giving the surfactant, you need to watch for desaturations and bradycardia. Now, how fast to give aliquots? Once upon a time, we used to give it very slow, like 3, 4 aliquots, turning the baby left, right, down, up, whatever. Now, the current recommendation is give it as fast as possible. If you give it as a bolus, it becomes a tracheal bolus, a tracheal plug, and then it has more chances that it will go to both the sides, rather than if you just drip it, if you give it slow, based on gravity, it might go to just one lung. So give it as fast as possible. It's usually given in 2 aliquots. If the baby has desaturation or bradycardia, you may have to give it in 3 aliquots. In between the aliquots, do give positive pressure ventilation to enable the surfactant to move into the distal airways. Now again, when you're doing this, you please use a T-piece back. The same PIP you may have to use 18 to 20, but gentle. You have to do gentle ventilation. Don't be too aggressive. Ambu bag, you can use ambu bag too, but the problem with ambu bag is there's no control over the pressures that you are measuring. You may give high pressures, which can cause worse barotrauma. And again, use the same FI2 while you're doing positive pressure ventilation by connecting it to the blender. This is increasing the safety. I mean, Ensure method has got a lot of bad records now, bad comments on it, because people do use 100% oxygen or positive pressure ventilation. 5 minutes, maybe even a little bit more. Then you can extubate the baby back to CPAP to the same PEEP what the baby was on. Now complication, this is in the ELBW babies, that you just have to wait it out. You may have to stimulate some breathing if the baby is apneic. And of course give positive pressure ventilation if the baby is apneic. Then administration into one lung can happen if the ET tube is too deep, or if you have cut the NG tube too long and it's gone to one side. Pulmonary hemorrhage can occur, but that is very, very, very rare. Now concerns about Ensure that have come since Lisa has come up is, I told you, barotrauma. Even that pressure, 1 or 2 breaths, or few breaths, 1 minute or 2 minute breaths that you're going to give, can cause shear damage to the alveoli and the bronchioles. So that is one concern. The second concern is extubation. Now once we intubate, oh God, it's so difficult to decide should we extubate. O2 was more than 0.5 before surfactant. Now, I generally follow the principle that if I'm going to do Ensure technique, the FiO2 should not be more than 0.6. It should be between 0.3 and 0.6. The baby should be active, the baby should have good spontaneous breathing, and the ABG should not show respiratory acidosis with pH less than 7.2. If those criteria met, I do Ensure. Ensure means I'm going to intubate and then extubate later. If any of those criteria are not met, and the baby of course requires surfactant, I generally just intubate and leave them on the ventilator till they improve. Now comes Lisa, which is now the preferred way of giving surfactant. Dr. Prashant will be showing you a video afterwards, so I won't go in too much detail. Here the thing is, instead of ET tube, you're using another tube, but not an endotracheal tube. The tube that is used is a Lisa catheter, which is a short catheter. People here in India use feeding tubes itself, 6 French, to intubate. The same formula is used, nasotracheal length +1, to determine how deep to go in. And then what happens here is, in Ensure, you're connecting the endotracheal tube to the T-piece and giving breaths. Whereas here, you're not doing that. Even the intubation with that feeding tube is done like a regular intubation, like you're visualizing with a scope and then inserting the tube in. And then you're going to continue CPAP. So that tube is just left aside. You tape the feeding tube or the Lisa catheter. CPAP is continued. If you're able to do scopy and put this tube in with CPAP, keep the CPAP on. But if the CPAP nasal interface is coming in the way, you may have to remove it while putting the Lisa catheter in. So once that is in and secured, next you give the surfactant. So CPAP is going on during this method. There is no disconnection here. So you just may be disconnecting to put the tube in. And when you're giving the surfactant, is given to the feeding tube over 2 to 3 minutes and watching for the same complications. So here the advantage is that you're avoiding positive pressure ventilation. You're not giving any breaths at all that can cause barotrauma. Then there's intubation difficulties are avoided as well. And then you're not worried about extubation also here because you're not intubated. So when studies have been compared, LISA versus Ensure, what it has shown is LISA is better because there's a lesser need for mechanical ventilation, perhaps because in Ensure you already intubated, and you may not want to extubate. Here you're not intubated at all. There's reduced death or BPD at 36 weeks, perhaps because you're not doing positive pressure ventilation that causes barotrauma. And reduced BPD at 36 weeks in survivors. These are the benefits. MIS stands for minimally invasive surfactant therapy. It's very similar to LISA, except the catheter use is different. These methods were evolved by two different groups, hence they've given two names. The results are similar to LISA. Now, there is a concern that with LISA or MIS, some of the surfactant that you're giving to the tube might reflux back into the esophagus. Now, that is a concern definitely, but that does not translate into inefficiency. So, we're not worried about that much. Next technique of giving surfactant without intubation is LMA. This is feasible. There are and the opening only to the larynx is there. So through that we can give, I have not done it, so I don't really know the details of it. Till we get better recommendations, we'll have to wait. It does show that it is good when compared to, is better when compared to Ensure. Now there's one more method, using LMA, doing LISA. So putting that feeding tube or the catheter through the LMA. The other methods of pharyngeal instillation, that has not been shown to be useful. Nebulization, still the trials are going on. So this was a technique. Now comes the most important question. When do we give surfactant? We know which one, how much dose and how to give, you decided that. But which babies? Now most of our babies who are, say, between 28 and 32 weeks are generally on CPAP. Now when do you do surfactant for these babies? You know that if you delay, you wait for the CPAP to work, you may be late in giving surfactant. The earlier you give surfactant, the better the outcome. That is very well known. But to make that clinical decision is tough. Now all the studies, trials have taken place for the bigger babies, not for the ELBW. Less than 28 weeks is still gets tough. Now babies who get intubated for any other reason, like they came out and they were not crying, so intubated, that's a no-brainer. You can go ahead and give a surfactant. But babies who are not intubated on CPAP, the recommendations keep changing. And I write there many recommendations. There's Canadian guidelines, there's European guidelines, but no Indian guidelines. So we just have to pick up one and follow, do your own guideline. Once upon a time, there was prophylactic surfactant. This is just for FYI, and then you can forget it. This used to be done before 2013. This was done for babies who were considered at risk for RDS, like babies who were less than 28 weeks were routinely intubated soon after delivery and given surfactant to lessen the chances of RDS. But studies have shown that CPAP will prevent 50% of these babies from needing surfactant. So this is totally out. Now studies have shown, the studies also showed a higher trend to higher BPD and mortality with prophylactic surfactant. So this is out, no baby gets prophylactic surfactant. You do not intubate just to give surfactant at birth, soon after delivery that is. What we do follow is selective surfactant use. And what is really followed is early rescue therapy. What does this mean? How does it differ from prophylactic? Babies are born, they have signs of respiratory distress. You try them and give them CPAP or HFNC, whatever your policy is, and then decide whether to give surfactant, but the baby is usually done within 2 hours of life. So that means you are making sure that there is RDS, not just babies at risk for RDS. So making sure there's RDS, that is signs of respiratory distress, and then you're going ahead and giving surfactant. Here, this approach has shown lesser need for mechanical ventilation, lesser risk of air leak, that is pneumothorax, and lesser BPD. Late rescue therapy means babies who have RDS, have X-ray evidence of RDS, and then you put them on CPAP, you wait for them to meet mechanical ventilator criteria, then you intubate them, and then you give surfactant and keep them on the ventilator. So that is called rate rescue. These babies had higher incidence of pneumothorax, so we don't do that anymore. It is early rescue is the only way to go. So babies come out, you put them on CPAP if they have respiratory distress, HFNC, wait for some time. Respiratory distress does not resolve, you go ahead with surfactant. Now, these are the latest European guidelines, which babies to administer surfactant. If babies are less than 30 weeks and if they're intubated for any reason, they have a high incidence, high chance of RD. Unless they are on very low settings, then you don't give surfactant. But otherwise, go ahead and give the surfactant. Babies who have not been intubated and who are on non-invasive ventilation, the current recommendation is if the FiO2 is more than 0.3, with the PEEP of at least 6. You can't be giving PEEP of 4 and 5 and say FiO2 is 80%, I'll go ahead and give that. No, optimize the PEEP first. Once it's optimized, and then you go ahead and give it. Now, whether it's X-ray or a lung ultrasound, there's something now, lung ultrasound scores have come up. It's not really required if the baby is less than 30 weeks because the chances of them having respiratory distress secondary to RDS is very high. So you don't need to have an X-ray tell you this RDS. Bigger babies, the chances of RDS is low if they're having respiratory distress and they are on non-invasive ventilation. Get an X-ray, confirm it is RDS, not a pneumothorax or anything else before you give surfactant. So is that clear? Babies intubated for any reason and if they're less than 30 weeks, if they're showing signs of respiratory distress, go ahead and give it. You don't think too much. Babies who have not been intubated, who are on non-invasive ventilation for respiratory distress, if they're less than 30 weeks, go ahead and give it. If they're more than 30 weeks, get an X-ray, confirm it is RDS, and then give it. Safe, to be on the safe side, just get an X-ray, make sure nothing else, and just RDS, and go ahead and give it. Definitely in ELB WBBs. If they are on non-invasive ventilation requiring oxygen more than 0.3, strongly consider giving surfactant because surfactant is one thing that can save the lives of those babies. So give it early, give it within 2 hours. I know the practical difficulties in our country, getting an X-ray sometimes is not so easy. By the time the X-ray technician comes, portable and all that thing, it does take time, but you need to coordinate and keep it ready. Plus surfactant availability also. Make sure the surfactant is easily available. The parents know about it. If there's a private hospital, you may have to make the parents go buy it. Of course, our corporate hospitals will keep in-house stock. Or government hospitals also have stock now. So it should not be that difficult. And if you're going to give surfactant, Lisa is the preferred method now, as of today. It might change tomorrow. Now, Lisa, of course, we need practice. Just because I told you go ahead and do Lisa, please don't go and do Lisa. You have to get trained in it and then do it. And second, another thing is whether do you need to repeat the dose. Repeat the dose, there are no strict recommendations. Second dose is usually given after 6 hours if the baby is still requiring higher oxygen and has signs of respiratory distress. How much higher oxygen is a general common sense. If you're not weaned much, don't give the second dose of surfactant. Repeated doses has shown to decrease the incidence of pneumothorax in RDS. Now, there are other indications for surfactant replacement therapy, but these are usually done in babies who are intubated. You don't do insure technique for these babies, like MAS, pneumonia, pulmonary hemorrhage. You don't say, okay, let me give surfactant, because that is not the primary treatment for those conditions. If the babies are intubated for their respiratory distress, consider giving surfactant. It might help. It might improve oxygenation. That is in MAS, pneumonia, CDH, pulmonary hemorrhage, and surfactant B deficiency. Surfactant B, I think you'll intubate and give, of course. So that's all I have to say about surfactant. Any questions? Was it clear? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that was very clear. Now, thing is, we have sort of now the use of surfactant has started coming down basically for 3 reasons. One is antenatal steroids have drastically brought down your need for surfactant. We're not seeing that bad RDS that we used to see. Early CPAP has made a major difference. So if the babies have received antenatal steroids, they have a mild, putting them on CPAP most of time does the same job. Then there are small set of babies who, despite of being, or if they have not received antenatal steroids, they're on CPAP, they might still continue to have distress. X-ray is bad, you might go ahead with surfactant. And you can debate between Insure and MIST or LISA right now. People who are comfortable doing insure can continue to do insure. People who want to learn Lisa, maybe it's time to renew your skills and learn Lisa or Mist, and I think that's the way to go forward. But yeah, it does require a bit of a skill, that the slow administration of surfactant is very important to prevent any reflux. I think that's the very clear take-home messages. You should know when to give surfactant, and I think Dr. Archana brought it out beautifully. What are those small things that you need to keep in mind when you decide to give surfactant? And obviously at any point of time, safety of the baby and one of the person keeping an eye on the saturation is a very important throughout the procedure. Whatever technique they use, I think have. And basically don't get too enthusiastic with bagging and keeping them for a long time. Try to, even if you're doing insure, quick intubation, surfactant, and within next 5-10 minutes, you should be back onto the CPAP. Don't waste another 15-20 minutes, because again, you do more barotrauma by bagging so, and try to avoid use a TPs rather than using ambo bag. These are very simple tips, I would say, to make sure your surfactant administration is safe. Okay. So what I would request is now start saying 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 from this number. And people who are saying 1 should go to station 1, that is where the modes will be taught with Dr. Prashant. People who say 2 should go to the room number 2, where we will probably discuss about setting up ventilator and try to see if the lung works well, to show you the difference between CPAP and invasive mode. And people who say 3 go to HFNC and CPAP, where people are going to discuss about CPAP and HFNC, what you have seen. So it will be sort of, revision of what you have seen. Just to break monotony, I can't make you sit throughout the day, but that stations gives you an opportunity to see the machine, talk to them freely. So you will rotate between, so 1, 2, 3, again 3 will come to 1, 1 will go to 2, 2, 2 will go 3. So you have to make sure you finish all the 3 stations in next 1 hour. That is 20 minutes. And then we are back here for 2 more small talks and we are done. Okay, can you start from here? 1. Yeah, there is that. One. Okay, last row. Aita. Okay. Illa. The only 4 of you are there. Say it out. Not there. Okay. Okay. So all who have said 1, please go to station 1. All of you walk here. First station is where those 2 machines are kept. Kumar, somebody can guide them to.
it is constant. You see this? Whatever the baby is breathing, you see this, the pressure is actually varying. It is sensing the pressure is varying, but it is not acting because the ventilator is working at a spinal level. It is not thinking whether I should synchronize pressure or not. This is not synchronized. See this? It is just constant. Just keep going down at the set rate. So rate, you can keep it at the down. This is one of the rate of what? Okay? This is your invasive mechanical equation. So, yes. 5 yes. Okay, that's 5 to 20 goes down. What determines this gap? This is going again. This is where is this? Cycling, very good. Cycling is nothing but TR. So what happens is I interpret TR as 0.4. Just keep observing this graph and increase your TR. 0.6. See this? Just observe the next one. See the difference between this and that? It is increasing. So now the cycling has increased. How about the cycling? It is nice time. I am telling the ventilator after this many seconds you actually go to expression. You see this? So now I come down. My cycling time will come down. My area is coming down. So now this is everything is set. Nothing is in the baby. How much ever the baby is. This is your invasive magnetic radiation. Or it is called CAM. CAM is nothing but contamination of the canal. So let's go to the next mode. Next mode, what do you see? What is SI? You see this SI? As soon as I put this, so what it does is it actually tells me what is the trigger at which I have to give the next method. So trigger means say you will see this green line. Green line is the trigger level. So if the flow varies between that flow, I mean if the gas flow happens in that range, it gives us a mechanical. So now there is no mechanical or maybe the spontaneous method is not there. So it is going at a regular rate. You see this? So this rate is 40, PI is 40, 5, 20. So now the baby is not breathing. Okay? Now this is the baby is started breathing. See that now? The torrent can you see? The torrent are much bigger supported us. You see that? If the baby is breathing really fast, it is varying based on baby's speed. So the baby is trying to breathe. So this is synchronized breath. You saw that the CAM, even if I did it was nothing to do with the machine. It just kept on giving constant breath. Now, this machine was able to detect the breath and it was synchronized. That's why it is called SI. The other parameters will remain the same. This trigger sensitivity is something which is being set. So, what is the sensitivity at all? So, in a sense, do I want the baby to breathe so much for the ventilator to detect, or if the baby breathes like this, it has to detect it. So, keep the sensitivity as close to as sensitive as possible. But if it's too sensitive, a small change in the flow, so a small element in the baby also can cause water breathing. Okay, what happens is suppose there is a water condensation. The water movement can also cause the air flow that side. So if the sensitivity is too much, ventilator will think the baby start breathing. So the trigger sensitivity should not be too much. So you would have felt, you would have seen your friends, some of them are too sensitive. Just a small bit, they'll start crying. You will also have another set of friends who like, so that is called sensitivity. The machine also did the same. Whether a small change in the breath should be dry, should be supported, or the baby should take too much of flow for the machine to detect is based on the trigger sensitivity, which you can set. So I'm not going to go into the depths of it, but keep it as sensitive as possible, but not too sensitive so that even small breaths can detect. Okay, you saw this? So in this, if it is a supported breath, you see that the orange color comes. So every ventilator has its own color. You see that?
is how it happens. So here in SIMP, what is the machine synchronizing? Only the trigger. Rest everything is similar to right. Next, go to the next mode. Which is the next mode we discussed about assist control. Assist control is also called PTV. What is the difference in SIP and PTV? So this will, so it has a backup rate. Okay. So ideally, this will support all the threads. Okay. So that means suppose I have kept a backup rate of 20. So what we discussed in the morning, how much of the baby takes, so everything will be supported. Okay. You see this supported. Every time the baby is taking breath, it is supported. You see that? In SIP, not all breaths. Only few of them are actually supported. But you see here, every time the baby is trying to breathe, it is going. Look at the rates now. Respiratory rate. It keeps increasing. Suppose the baby stops breathing. So, is it dangerous? Sometimes it will be dangerous because the baby will not take the baby will not get any better. That's why we keep some amount of backup rates. So the backup rates, the machine will wait for some time. If the baby doesn't take a better, then we give it. This is kept it at the 30 will be given. Above 30, whatever the baby takes, it will be supported. See that? All these yellow numbers are supported at us. There is no limit to support at us. Every time the baby is taking it, we went to the next one. Clear this? This is machine. It's called patient trigger ventilation or what we said was assist. Clear? Yes. So our problem was that here, whatever we said, will be constant in all these things. Okay? You see this? Even the trigger also the TI is the same. Every TI will be the same. But sometimes we said the baby should take it like this, sometimes the baby will just be like this. So we are talking about now synchronizing the expiration. Here also the expiration synchronization will not happen because it just keeps giving the mandated TI. Even if the baby wants to expire in between, it doesn't allow. So then what is the next mode of ventilation talk about? What is the next mode of ventilation talk about? Pressure support. Very good. Okay. So we talk about CIMP, we talk IIP, SIMP, assist control, we talk about now pressure support. So I go to more. I do pressure support. Okay. Here you see the TA is 1. TA max is 0.5. Okay. So what it does is, suppose I am breathing like this. Just see this. What is the TA? Small. Okay. Look at this one. See the difference there? Some are big, some are spaced, some are not spaced. The things which are spaced are the ones. Suppose this is how big it is. See the graph? TA is small, TA is small. Now this is the baby is taking all this. TA is small. Now all the threads are supported. It is getting coordinated. And TA also, how much ever the baby wants, that much it is giving. But we are keeping a limit to it. Why are we keeping a limit? Suppose the baby is taking sinus. Baby is too acidic or something, baby wants to take a sign. All of you have seen baby sign? Sometimes this very easy baby is around this side. That's not a good sign. If the baby were to take TI over 1 second, that's not good for the baby. So that's why we keep it cut off. Till 0.5 or till so much you can keep after the cut off. Okay, below that how much of the baby is released. Okay, so the expiration is equal to this. You see this now? See? See that? So these are the different modes of ventilation. We talk about CMV, where there is no trigger. We talk about SIMV, where you set breaths were supported, nothing else, just like CMV. Then we talk about assist control, where all breaths were supported. We also kept a backup rate because in case the baby doesn't breathe, the that will keep related. So pressure support, we synchronize the breaths, we supported all the breaths, and we also are letting the baby decide the PI or expirate asynchrony we are taking. These are the basic modes of ventilators. Any new ventilators today, you will have these modes, and these modes could be combined as well. Okay, you see this, you can actually combine PSV with this. Suppose I am giving SIMV, so you have a thing that you can put SIMV with pressure support. I can turn on this. So this is SIMV with pressure support. So see this SIMV with pressure support. Okay, and so you can put it as probably patient SIPPV or patient trigger ventilation. Okay. Yeah. So this is not combinable. So SIMV you can actually combine PTV, PSV, and also you can actually put the TTV. TTV mode is nothing but the volume guarantee mode. So the next thing what you guys know is what? Volume targeting, isn't it? So we synchronize the trigger, we look at the PI, we also look at the cycling. PIP is constant, isn't it? We were actually setting. Suppose the baby doesn't require so much. So what is the thing? We just put the tidal volume. So we target the tidal volume of this baby. Suppose a baby of 1 kg has to get, what's the tidal volume? 4 to 5. Okay, I'm going to tell the ventilator, you just give 5 ml with each breath. You generate as much pressure as is required. Okay? You see this set tidal volume is 5. Rest everything remains the same. I'm adding volume targeting to the conventional ventilation, that is SIM. So in this ventilator it is called SIM with TTV plus. In direct ventilation it is called volume guarantee mode of ventilation, where SIM could be combined with volume guarantee. SIPV could be combined with volume guarantee. So what it does is, so it will not give 20 as I said. Okay, 20 will be the maximum it will go to generate a tidal volume of 5. So you see, I have told the ventilator to give 5 ml in each breath. The ventilator is deciding how much PAP I should give. How much PAP is required? Let's see, 15. If the ventilator is giving 15 pressure, 15 millibar of pressure, it is giving 5 ml. Okay, but I can go up to 20. Suppose there is a rest, the lung is not bad, not visited now. You just keep seeing the PIP now. Why? It's a strip lung. To push air into the strip lung, this one is taking more. So the PIP after some time because it is requiring more and more pressure. That's when you get this alarm. Low tidal volume. I am not able to give this tidal volume within 20. Is what it is saying. Now my lung is okay. You see that? Now it is gone back. Okay? So in that way, PIP also could be decided by the patient. Okay? So this is how the different modes of ventilation works. Volume targeting or volume guarantee ventilation is an add-on to your SIMV or SIPV mode of ventilation. That's what you need to do. So in your volume guarantee mode or TTV plus mode, you are going to set the maximum PIP. Okay, which the baby is requiring. Suppose the baby is requiring around 15, I am going to keep the maximum pressure of 80. Around 2 to 3 more than what is the pressure which is generating the tidal volumes. Why am I not keeping up with 30? No, the ventilator is only taking 15 pressure to deliver the tidal volume. But I am not giving it, but why don't I want to increase the PIP to that? I can increase no? 15 other. Suppose there is an obstruction in the tube. Suppose there is a mechanical obstruction in the tube or secretions. The pressure can rise rapidly. Okay? Suppose there is an obstruction, acute obstruction. Okay? So the pressures will go up. Keep looking at the pressures now. PIP 12. Increasing. It can go up to 30. So I don't want 30 pressure to go as a safety mechanism. Once you see what is the pressure required to deliver that, you see that it is going up to 18 now, it is still 30. Okay, it will keep up to 30 even if there is obstruction, because the ventilator will not come. Ventilator will feel the lungs are bad. So that's why once you see, okay, this is the pressure that is required to deliver the set volume, you're going to keep a safety of 2 to 3 more than what is required. Suppose this is requiring 15 pressure, I'm going to keep it at 80. That is the maximum pressure. Okay? Suppose I want to give more time. This is a 2 kilo baby. I'm not going to keep it at 10 mm. Okay? Let's. You see that? To deliver 10, the pressure required has increased. Okay? That time I have to increase it, otherwise the alarm will be. So around 18 it is delivering. I'm going to keep it at 20. Very more. You understand the concept of molecularity? So here, your PIP is also dictated by the baby. Okay? So what are we talking about now? IIP, SIIP, assist control or SIIP, predictive support on volume. Any doubts? Any doubts? Monitoring hierarchy babies. Yeah. So as I said, volume hierarchy, if probably you need to know if your unit is well prepared to put down. Because if you don't set it properly, unless if you don't monitor well, secretion, humidification, or probably setting the right parameters, you get a lot of alarm. And that alarm can be more annoying. So get used to put something. Otherwise, SSIP will be the constant. Okay? No, if there is why does it alarm really low, alarm when it comes? That means to say ventilator is running, see with the set maximum pressure I am not able to deliver the volume. That's all it is saying. Maybe one thing you would have set it very low. Suppose your PIP is 18 and you want the ventilator to deliver 10 mm. It won't deliver. That kind of alarm. So maybe I should refrain and I should read and increase my set pressure. That is one situation. Second situation, maybe there is a lot of secretion, the baby is not going and it reaches the maximum pressure in the lungs. Or the lung is very bad, rapidly deteriorated for some reason, but it has exceeded your maximum PIP limit. So that's why we need voluntary working PIP, not the PIP which we are there. So we want the nurses to take care of what is the PIP which is required, not this PIP. Conventionally, the nurses will write this in their chart, but in one targeted calculation, we want them to write what exactly is required. So that will tell you, suppose for a tidal volume of 10, the pressure required to deliver was 20. Okay, you have given us what will happen complex group for the same volume. Now, after 6 hours, pressure will decrease. Pressure will automatically decrease because lungs is so. In this kind of situations where you are given surfactant, your tidal volume, VT was really high. It will auto be. So otherwise what happens, suppose you have set at 20/6 and have given a surfactant. Initially before giving surfactant, at 20/5 it was delivering tidal volume of 5. Once the lung compliance increases, since you have set a PIP of 20, after 2 to 3 hours what happens? The tidal volume will increase. So for the set pressure, once the compliance increases, 10, 20 and 14 around. That because what is wrong? Because the volume is pressure is the same, volume is increased, so it can cause bleeding. So that you can that you can prevent by using volume.
3 minutes more.
Yeah. We're done, sir.
There is one more for you, for all of you. One more later is electronic. This is also actually much more similar. Same
you have doubts, can listen to me. Other people can practice.
Yes. Please explain, madam. Fabian, this is Fabian ventilation.
Normal rate of heart rate, probably the next thing. So when you're talking about is respiratory stretch or less, so around 6. So the immediate is complex is that sort of so we have to be set initial activity what is the that's what DI is so DI just they say we should be between 0.5 CFP as same is there
Next batch, shift over, time up.
The photo. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ನಮ್ದೇ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಬಿಡಂಗ ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ
Come in.
Okay. So the basic difference that I wanted you to understand is between bagging and when you put on CPAP, what is the basic difference, right? Or when you are talking about neopop. So bagging, neopop, CPAP, what is the basic difference in terms of the lung breathing? Now, when you are doing bagging, what are you doing basically? What am I providing here? Am I providing EIIT and definitely both, or am I providing EIIT? What does that have to be with? What does that have to be with? Am I giving delivery or am I not giving delivery? Not giving TP. So what is happening at that? This is the processing of this part of the and that we can go to the system. what happens when I put the baby on CPAP. Just please concentrate on this portion of the lung. What happens to this portion of the lung? What does that happen? What does that happen to this portion of the lung? The lung is expanded. Am I getting any breaths here? So who's breathing now? Who's breathing there? So what was the difference? This was the lung with arteries. Let's assume this is lung. What does that happen in arteries specifically? Collapse of alveoli due to lack of surfactant, right? Now what did I do? I put the baby on CPAP. So what did I kept the lung open. Basically, what was the job? I wanted to keep the lung open, which I did by doing CPAP. So who's breathing now? The patient is spontaneously breathing. So this is the importance of the other thing that I need to understand is bagging and not giving any PWD. It is PIP 0. PIP 0. So the difference you can see is when I am doing that, I am penetrating the alveoli. I am doing the FR. What am I trying to do? I am doing this. So there is not me. There is not me. Because they are only doing this. Then what will happen when you put the baby on ventilator with BWB or thing, then suddenly the lung will start getting big. So what did you do basically? You recruited alveoli, the alveoli or lung was recruited and you allowed the patient to breathe spontaneously. There are two things that we need to understand. Why I am repeatedly asking you this. So if it is CPAP, what is the prerequisite that I said? What is the prerequisite? Why did I reinforce that fact? That's a good point. I am also trying to reinforce. I am not giving any breaths when I am giving CPAP. That means the patient is expected to breathe spontaneously. Am I clear with that? So now you see the difference. But did I do a good job with the lung by giving CPAP? This is clear. The patient was breathing. So who decided the respiratory rate? Who's deciding the respiratory time? Who's deciding how much of PIP? Right? So everything is decided by the patient. What I am doing is I am helping him to keep the alveoli open and I am giving him some oxygen. So out of those 5 parameters, PIP is decided by the baby because patient is spontaneously breathing. He is deciding inspiratory time. This is inspiratory time. Inspiratory time. Right? So, and is also deciding how much to breathe. So CPAP al haakdaga patient ತನ್ನಚ್ಚಿತಾನು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ CPAP ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ not giving any breaths. ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದೇನು ಕೊಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಲಂಗ್ ನಾನು recruit ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. If the lung doesn't get recruited in spite of my CPAP, then what will I do? What else I can do to help the lung to open up? I give a dose of surfactant, and which will further help the lung. Maybe this lung is diseased and the lung. We are not able to see the lung in anything. What will I do? I will give an additional dose of surfactant, and that will further help the lung to get. Is this concept well understood? Am I making you understand the difference between what is the difference in bagging and when you want to see CPAP and making you understand? Let me see if it works well. So, the same job of alveoli. Is this concept very well understood? So, next concept that I wanted you to understand was how do we set parameters? That's another thing which we cover in the session. So, what are the parameters we are adjusting on designing more or system? Whichever one you want. There are parameters that you want to set. Right? What are the parameters? kg baby referred to your unit. Baby is yet to come or baby has just come. How do I decide the numbers? How much FiO2 should I start with? You want to start with 100%, 80%, 21%? It's safer, it should start with 50%. Safer. But one message is don't start with 100%. You start with 50%. Then what do you do once you start on 50%? How do you know that FiO2 is adequate for the baby? So what should be a saturation? 90 to 95%. You don't want to go beyond 95%. Right? For a preterm or a term baby, nowadays we say 90 to 95%. So if the saturation is 18, 99, will I increase it further or will I keep the same FiO2? I will increase it. In what numbers will increase? By 5 to 10%, or in terms of fraction we say 0.5 to 1. So 50 th ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, we bring it down to 45. Saturation still 9900, I'll bring it down to 4. But if the saturations are 88, 87, then I will increase the FiO2 by another 5 to 10%. Clear with that? Okay. Second, we set the PIP. How do I set PIP? Now baby has just come in. I have to set some number. Who will decide the numbers? Consultant. Sir, baby ಬಂದಿದೆ set ಮಾಡಬೇಕು sir. How will you decide the numbers? So the range is 12 is the minimum. You don't go below 12 because the circuit will not permit you to go below 12. Below 12 the pressure will not be available. That's why you don't go below 12. Maximum for a conventional ventilation we are safely going up to 24. Beyond that we say it's a good idea to shoot to HFOB, but you can go up to 24, 26. So practically let's keep it at 12 to 24. So how do you decide how much number to set? So by default, ಯಾವ ಮುಂಚೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು all of you working in ventilator, no? You are a postgraduate or staff? You are a postgraduate. Tell it that. Okay. How do you work with ventilators? How do you set the numbers? PIP? 16 to 18 by default. 1 kg, 2 kg, 3 kg, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಂದರೆ. So the easy way to determine that is practical tip is what you do is you use a simple trick. When you incubate, if this is a 1 kg baby, I'm giving back the same example. I've incubated the baby. I just see how much of pressure the baby is needing to get the adequate pressure. Remember, this is not physiological. Physiological is that's not how you believe. So don't expect your ventilator to be to be. That means you are giving too much of. So this is not how you believe. This is how. So if you require very less pressure to ventilate you just able to ventilate with one figure, you can start with around 40 to 60. This is rough numbers. No textbook rules, but I'm just giving you a very practical. If you require very low pressure, so open up the number. You can start with around 60 to 80. If you really require, say, right out and really require to back to see the chest right, you can straight away start with it. See, there is no harm in starting with 12 and then slowly beginning up, but what happens, you are wasting time. 12, you will still tracking, then you will say, we'll wait for another 15 minutes, then you make it 30, then you make it 14. By the time you achieve your optimal ventilation itself, it will take a couple of hours. Don't do that. So use your incubation and bagging as a rough guide. If you require very less pressure, start with 14 to 16. If you are requiring moderate pressure, start with 60 to 80. If you are requiring very high pressure, start with 80 to 20. Once you start, how do I know I am giving adequate PIP? Chest expansion. So what should be the chest expansion? As I told you. So this is too much, right? This is okay, right? This is too much. No, it should be just adequate chest expansion. So if you don't see any chest size, what it means? So I started with 18 and I am not able to see any chest size. Baby is breathing on its own. Baby is continuously breathing on its own. We are not able to see chest size. What it means? Good baby is breathing well. Saturation he might maintain, but at what cost? At the cost of increasing your breathing. So you don't see any chest size. Saturation is at 91. What do you do? So we are saying 18, 19, 20. See, if I made 20 and I started seeing the chest size. I say this is okay. But let's say I had 18, it was like this. What do you do? What should we do? Right, I make it as 70, 60, and then at 60, I found the worst. That is activity. So what is that? Is I did it in previous matches. When you are keeping the building ventilator, three things are important. I need to decide the mode, I need to decide the parameters to set numbers, and third, I need to know how to check the adequacy of that number. Now, I escaped at 16, 18. Why? No, it was just there, I don't want that. No. When I'm setting a number, I need to come back and assess. So when I'm keeping at 18, I need to check whether that 18 is adequate for that baby. So for that, you have to set this. What is the next parameters? Inspirator. So how do you decide TI? So you can go to measure parameter, you can see the time constant and keep 3 times the time constant. Just measure 2 and put it. I'll add time constant, please. If you go to measured, actually you get the rapid impact constant. So if you go to that measured even on dragger ventilator, you get time constant. Usually it will be around 0.1 second. So you can see that and decide 3 times the time constant. That means if it's 0.1, you need to start with 0.3. So normal time constant will be between 0.1 to 0.15. So roughly, as I keep telling, it's easy to keep it between 0.3 to 0.4 seconds. If you don't want to really go in depth, between 0.3 to 0.4 is the same number. You can start with around 0.33 or 0.35. Thing to remember is stiffer the lung, shorter the time is constant. And if you have a lung like meconium aspiration, you need to keep a shorter time, shorter inspiratory time and a prolonged expiration. Otherwise, anywhere between 0.3 to 0.35 is a safe number in case. But correct scientifically, how do you set this? 3 times the time constant. You can measure the time constant on a ventilator, which shows you the measured parameters. You just need to check with your ventilator whether it is something. Okay, what is the next parameter? Respiratory rate. How do you decide the respiratory rate? Normal physiological. How much is normal physiological? 40 to 60. So, would you start with 40 or 50 or 60? Which is preferred? Starting with 40 is preferred or starting with 60 is preferred? Because it's still a range. 40. Why not 60? So, which is better? What is minute ventilation? Tidal volume into respiratory. Okay. So I give you 2 scenarios. One, I am ventilating 22 by 5 into 30 reads. What is the minute ventilation here? You have to take a paper and pen. 22 by 5. So what is the tidal volume? In ventilator, what determines the tidal volume? Delta P. What is delta P? PIP minus PW. So if it is 22 by 5, what is the delta P? 17. Correct. 17. First calculate. 22 minus 5. 17. Into 30 rates. How much it is? 510 ml is the minute ventilation. That means per minute, that is the amount of ml of gas exchange. I give you another scenario. 60 rates and let's say 18 by 4. What is 18 by 4? What is the delta P? 18 by 4, 14 into 60 rates. Right? So, same baby, I could ventilate with, so which was better? 18 by 4 was better for the lung or 22 by 5 was better? 22 by 5 was better. Will it cause more barotrauma or 18 by 4 causes barotrauma? Where did you achieve more minute ventilation? 18 by 4 into 60 rates, I achieved a higher minute ventilation with less pressures, which is less traumatic to the lungs. If I keep less rates, I have to ventilate with higher pressures to achieve the same achieve the same minute ventilation. So what we see is, if the lung is bad, there's increased work of breathing, better to start with 60 rates. If the lung is not so bad, you can start with 40 rates. Okay, so between 40 to 60, but advisable to start 60. The reason why I give you this small example is to understand that you could ventilate with higher rates and you need less pressures. This also makes you understand when weaning, you come down on the pressures and FiO2 first, followed by the rates as the last. Always you come down on the FiO2 and pressures, and then once you are on nominal pressures or you are on minimal pressures and FiO2, you will reduce the rates. Because if you start reducing the rate earlier, you might need a longer pressures. You won't be able to come down the pressures because you have to achieve that minute ventilation. Minute ventilation ultimately determines your alveolar ventilation. Alveolar ventilation is minute ventilation minus dead space ventilation. So if your dead space ventilation is constant, then your minute ventilation directly determines your alveolar ventilation. It's your alveolar ventilation which determines your gas exchange. Correct? Too much of physiology, no? Physiology. So ventilation here for a bit of physiology. So the reason why we say is ventilation is all about extended physiology. You don't do anything which is not physiological on ventilator. Right? When I'm expanding the lung, I'm just expanding enough to cause lung whatever the recruitment normally should. When I'm setting ventilator rates, it is physiological. When I'm achieving tidal volume, it is physiological tidal volume. So unless until know what is physiological numbers, I can't work with ventilator. Working with ventilator is ventilatorily, you have to have a very strong knowledge of your respiratory physiology. What you are doing here is exactly doing what is physiological. Right? Only in HFOB you are slightly abnormal. That means you are keeping physiological rates. Otherwise, why do you set 40 to 60 breaths? It is physiological breaths. Why do you set a tidal volume of 4 to 6 ml? It is physiological. Why do you set a PWP of more than 3 or at least minimum 3? Because 2 to 3 is physiological PWP. Right? That is what the next parameter I'm coming to. How do you set PWP? So the numbers are 2 to 3 is physiological. So you don't come down below 3. Correct? You can't come down less than what is physiological P. So the numbers are between 4 to 6. How do you set again? If it's a bad RDS, easy to remember, like on CPAP you start with 5 centimeters of water. Here you remember you can start with 5 millimeters of mercury of PEEP. If your lung is bad, you can go up to 6, maximum to 8. If the lung is not very bad, you can keep it at around 4, but definitely not less than 3. Have you understood why you don't choose, why the numbers are between 4 to 6 is 3 is physiological, you have to keep between 4 to 6. 4 for a mild lung, 5 mostly moderate to severe, very severe lung, CDH, hypoplastic lung, you can go up to 6. Rarely you can even go up to 8 if you have a massive pulmonary hemorrhage or hypoplastic lung, people have gone up to 8, but usually you are a little worried when you go beyond 6. But 4 to 6 is the comfortable range you have to work. So for this preterm baby, which the lung expanded with little pressure, what should be your setting then? Can you repeat what will be your setting?
That's 5 minutes.
Can you repeat? The lung was just one finger or little more than 1 finger, required little pressure. What should be your settings? Can you set here? Set mine. Come, you set. If I have to set. Press. Press turn quickly. If I have to how much? If I have to how much you want to set? So roughly you start with 50. Okay. Next parameter. Okay. Next PIP. Just requiring little pressures, not too high pressures. Okay, you want to start with 16? Yeah? 160. Right? You can start with 16 or 18. Okay. Then the expire time? Yeah, it's a mild to moderate RDS. What should be parameters? If you don't remember anything, at least start with 0.3. 0.3 to 0.4 is the range. That's why I don't want to break my head with that. There are only enough parameters to break. I will keep it at 0.3 or 0.4. How much respiratory rate you want to set?
60, 40.
Start with 60.
Time up.
40 or 60? 60. Start with 60, you can come down further. PWP, moderate RDS. 5. That's it. How do you know you have given adequate pressures then? You see for chest rise, you see for retractions. If there are retractions, what it means? Your PWP is still less. You need to increase your PWP. Chest expansion is adequate. If it's too much, you're giving too much of PIP. If you're not able to see, you're giving too less. When you set the number, you come back and see the lung. Right? Don't set and go up. Come and see the baby and decide whether that. Then what do you do? After half an hour, do a to a steady system pattern. After at least half an hour of steady time into a APG. Okay, right? Why do APG? One is you should do a clinical assessment, but you want to have an APG which will give you a little more objective way of assessing whether your gas exchange is adequate, not adequate, whether APG needs any changes. Got it? So usually you give about 30 minutes. When you make any ventilator changes, give around 30 minutes time as a steady state. Okay? Okay. So from the blender, the fresh gas will come to flow meter. So this is how to set flow meter. Okay, so from flow meter, the fresh gas will come to, this is the humidifier. Okay, so from humidifier, it gets heated and humidified, and then it will go to, this is the inspiratory lift. How do you know it is inspiratory lift?
So humidifier coming out of the humidifier.
If you remove, how will you know whether it's inspiratory or expiratory? Color coding. Then also it has a heater wire. Can you see? There is some heater coil inside. Can you see white color? Okay. Then it will have an additional heater sensor, temperature sensor and humidity sensor. So it will give feedback to this humidifier of how much temperature and how much humidity it is delivered to the baby. Okay, so from there it will go to, this is the interface, nasal interface. This is what type of interface? Nasal prongs, short binasal prongs. This type of interface is called Hudson prongs. Okay, then from this interface it will go to expiratory limb, and expiratory limb will go to
Water column.
okay, bubble chamber or underwater chamber. So here it is dipped inside. So here is the pressure generated, what goes back to the babies. The pressure is because baby is breathing underwater. Okay. Right. So now coming, this is the circuit connections. Now coming to settings. So when the gas, air and oxygen come into
and get mixed in the blender, you can set the FiO2. So how much FiO2 would you like to start with?
50%.
Usually 50%. Okay, so start with 50%. Then it will come to flow meter. So how much flow you will set?
5 liters.
Usually 5 liters. This I cannot check because it's not connected. Okay. FiO2, how will you change? Once you set 50 afterwards, saturation you will see. So how much saturation do you want?
90 to 94.
Which limb saturation that is?
Preductal, right upper limb.
Right upper limb, because it is a preductal saturation. 90 to 94% you want. Okay, so if it is more than 94,
Decrease
it will
FiO2.
reduce by 0.5%. If it is less, you can increase. Maximum?
60.
Maximum FiO2 you can set
60.
100 you can set, but you would like to go to 100. Before you intubate, how much FiO2 you go to? Usually 60 or 70%. More than that, that means baby needs intubation. Okay. Flow? Usually 5. We don't increase or decrease the flow. So flow is based on how much bubbles you are generating. If there is no bubble, you can maybe slowly go up and see up to 6 liters or 7 liters. Usually we don't go beyond 7 liters. If it is causing too much bubbling, you should reduce the flow. Bubble should be just visible during both inspiration and expiration. So then it will go to humidifier. Humidifier, and you need to set anything. This humidifier. This is the servo controlled. So it will set automatically. You don't have to set any temperature. Humidity. How much is it showing? Humidity. Can you see? What is the temperature now? 30.7. How much do you want it?
37.
Usually 37. Okay. That depends on invasive mode or non-invasive mode. So what mode you have to use here? Non-invasive mode. Okay. So non-invasive mode means maybe around 34 is what will be standard kept. You don't have to change it. How to change the mode? Who will require higher temperature? Intubated babies or CPAP babies? Very good. Why? Correct. CPAP anyway goes from nose through airways. Depends on the manufacturer's recommendation. Most of us keep even on CPAP babies into invasive mode because you want higher temperature there, 36, 37 degrees. Then that is the setting of humidifier. Then there is one more thing to set, that is the nasal interface. You know any different types of interfaces? This
Nasal
is a
mask.
short binasal prong. Any other?
Nasal mask.
Nasal mask. Any other?
Ram's
Ram's cannula. Okay, usually these three. Which one is preferred?
Nasal mask.
Nasal cannula.
Mask.
Nasal cannula, nasal mask. Which one is better?
CPAP mask.
Or CPAP?
Mask.
Mask is better. So mask, why is it better?
Leakage. Prevent leakage.
Injury.
Leakage can happen in both. Trauma is less in mask. And days of mechanical ventilation, even requirement of FiO2, everything is better with mask. So always, if you have option, choose mask first. Okay, then second best is this. Third best is Ram's cannula. Ram's cannula, you will see a lot of leaks. And evidence-wise, it's not very strong yet. Okay, so we don't prefer Ram's cannula as the first choice. That is HFN.
Ram's also similar.
It looks similar to that. Okay, so then how do you choose the size of the interface?
Depending upon the
It is based on the weight.
for that scale, measurement scale.
And distance. So if you have a transparent scale, you should keep it on the baby and choose the appropriate mask or appropriate size nasal prongs. Then you have to set the CPAP pressure. How will you set the CPAP pressure? How much?
5 centimeters.
Usually 5. Lowest? 4. Less 3. Up to 3. Usually no, because physiological PEEP itself is 3. You are not adding anything by going to 3 or less than 3. So 4 is lowest, highest is 6 or 7, maximum 7. We don't go beyond 7 because it can cause pneumothorax. How to set the PWP or CPAP pressure? Here, how much is it now? Can you check? How much?
4 centimeters.
Okay, maybe your CPAP is different, but here?
So here we need to adjust the water level.
Water level is less.
We'll fill the water and this will adjust. Here this is reusable, so we need to adjust the water level.
Okay, so if you add more water, your pressure will increase. If you remove water, your pressure will decrease. So that is this CPAP machine, how it works. Okay, so once you put the baby on CPAP, how would you like to monitor?
Retractions, just retractions.
Retractions.
Saturation.
Saturation. Distress score, yes. One more important thing you have to monitor. Okay, ABG not mandatory, just one ABG if it is normal is sufficient, unless there is deterioration. One more with CPAP only you need to monitor that. Other ventilator modes you don't have to. You have to monitor the interface and nose, wherever your interface is sitting. Okay. Otherwise, all the monitoring will be same. You have to remove the interface and check once per shift if there is any blanching, there is an impression, redness. If you leave it, it can cause abrasions, it can cause nasal septal injury. So that is the most important thing about monitoring on CPAP. So if the baby has, let's say, higher retractions on CPAP, what will you do? Or if the baby has desaturation on CPAP?
So
Increase PEEP.
PEEP.
You can increase if the
PEEP.
PEEP.
You can increase PEEP. But will you like to see why the baby is desaturating? What can be the reason? Block, okay, correct. Why should baby have desaturation or increased distress on CPAP? Suddenly. Pneumothorax can be there. One more. Anything can go wrong with the machine or something?
Equipment.
Correct. Suddenly bubbling stops. That means? Leakage. Somewhere there is leak. If there is block, then baby will have increased distress and desaturation. If there is leakage or some disconnection, then bubbling will stop. Okay, so we have to remember DOPE, dope situation. So D for displacement of the mask or prongs. It is going out. O is for obstruction. So you have to remove and suction the nose or put saline nasal drops and suction. P for pneumothorax and worsening condition. E for equipment malfunction, like leakage. Okay, that is about CPAP. Okay, questions about CPAP? Have you faced any problem during CPAP? Tell me, sister. Any problem? Noted them. Any problem during CPAP? Noted all babies ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. Okay. So when will you like to go to intubation? Not maintaining. Now discuss ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ not maintaining ಇರ್ಬೋದು. So first we have to exclude the causes of not maintaining. When will you intubate the baby who is on CPAP? More than FIO to 70%.
More than 80%.
RDA score more than 7.
Saturation less than 88.
Saturation only based on saturation we don't see. First you will increase FiO2. If FiO2 is going beyond 70, PP is going beyond 7. Only desaturation is not. If there is recurrent apnea, the respiratory drive is less, then you can go. Now next going to HFNC. What is the difference between HFNC and CPAP? Correct.
Open circuits.
No, expiratory limit.
First HFNC. Okay, so it has, you have to set only two parameters. What are those two?
FiO2, flow rate. Flow rate.
There is no setting for pressure, but pressure is it delivered? Yes. But we don't know how much is delivered. That is a problem with HFNC. What else is the difference between HFNC and CPAP? In relation to interface? Leak is mandatory in HFNC, but leak is to be reduced in CPAP. Okay. So he will show you how to connect. It is the same circuit. I'm not going to explain. He's going to explain how to connect HFNC and we can change to CPAP as well. Yes.
Good evening everybody. This is next generation smart CPAP, at least from Phoenix Medical. This has almost like mobile CPAP, flow driven, HFNC and pulse oximeter incorporated. So I will explain here how it works, HFNC. So to run that you need to connect air and oxygen source from the input source. Okay. So fresh gas, it goes to humidifier. Humidified gas, there will be a heater wire, single tube. Okay. Directly you can connect that. This is HFNC cannula. Directly you can connect to the point. Okay. So in this, what you have to first switch it to high flow HFNC mode and enter the baby's name. So there is a two parameters you need to set in the HFNC mode. One is FiO2 and the other one is the flow. Correct? So fetch the flow, HFNC, FiO2 just select and increase the FiO2. This is the electronic blender incorporated. Directly you can set the values. Okay. So once you set, that will be displayed here. And then you touch the flow and then increase the flow. The flow is, range is maximum 15 mpm, 0 to 15 mpm you can set. So these two parameters once set, then directly connect to the device. So this will run with the HFNC.
You've seen HFNC cannula?
Cannula will be available the two different size, neonates and yes. So you can connect to different sizes. So this is HFNC cannula.
How much to set parameters? HFNC. Flow of
1 liter per kg per minute.
1 liter per kg per minute. If baby is 1 kg, then only 1 liter.
2 liters per kg. 2 liters per kg.
Okay. I don't know, that may be pediatric this one. We have always said 2 to 8 liters is the range. It's not per kg. Maybe in after neonatal period you can use that formula per kg. But here you still choose 5 liters and 50% FiO2. Again, rule of 5. Maximum flow is 8 liters. Don't go beyond 8 liters. Even if baby is 4.5 kg, etc., don't go to 9 liters. We usually keep around 4 to 6 liters. We don't go beyond 6 also many times. Maximum is 8. Then, and FiO2 50. FiO2 is based on again saturations come down. Lowest is 21%. After reaching the lowest FiO2, then you reduce the flow. Lowest flow you should keep is 2 liters. You can't keep, you should not keep below 2 liters, then it becomes low flow. This is high flow nasal cannula. Okay. HHH means? So it is heated and humidified. That's why you can give very high flow. Otherwise, just oxygen, you cannot give more than 1 liter, 1.5 liters. It will cause problem. Okay. So that the changing.
Sir, for ELBW also, can we give 4 liters or 5 liters? Sir?
Yes.
ELBW.
Yeah, ELBW also 4 to 5 liters.
750 grams.
Yes. That is again based on the baby's distress score, retraction, tachypnea.
If baby's weight is 4 kg, then ideally how much
Everything starts from 5 liters and 50%. Based on saturation, you change the FO. And flow is based on
So now I connected to bubble CPAP circuit. So the fresh gas flow and this is a proximal feedback connector. So fresh gas flow to humidified, then humidified gas will go to the expiratory unit. These are Hassan plants connected here. And then expiratory that will go direct to the bubble generator. Then we will fill the sterile water here. And this is the scale to set the peak. Let's say the display. So it means 4 centimeter of water come. We are setting the pressure, peak pressure. And there is one more tube called this is a proximal ambient tube. So whatever you are setting the peak now, that will that is set. So whether baby is taking 4 or 5, which is more than that, you need to monitor. No? So that's why this is a feedback monitoring tube. So that will display here. Whatever is set, that should show similarly. Let's say 4 set it, and display also should come 4. So it means correct pressure, CPAP pressure is setting. Okay. So now the circuit is completed.
CPAP and HFNC, same machine. You saw that same circuit, you just changed.
And there is a 2 wires is there. You just see the probe. One is the heater wire adapter. So go to the here one end. And this is a dual temperature probe. 2 sensors. That's why it's called dual. One is sensing the chamber's temperature one, and another one is sensing air to the patient. So there is 2 sensors. So that's why it's dual temperature probe. And this is a heater wire adapter. So, okay. The circuit is now completed. Then you select the mode. So now I sort of choose bubble CPAP. Just touch and select the baby's name. Okay. Actually, the gas is not connected. You can't show the readings here. So flow you have to set minimum 5 to 6 LPM input flow. This is standard, and pressure only you need to adjust here. So flow is fixed. You set 5 to 6 LPM is the standard flow. You set the flow and pressure. You set it here. FAO to directly by adjusting here you can set the FAO. Okay. So in bubble CPAP mode you have to select 3 buttons. One is a flow already set at constant. Pressure you have to set peak pressure and then FAO. So once if you select, then connect to the earpiece. Okay, then there will be a cap harness will be there, then connect to the boards. And whatever after set, that will be monitored here. Okay. And it has a dual pop also. You can switch on the mode, you can see the dual dual CPAP mode. And it has the inbuilt apnea also. If the baby fails to breathe, it gives an alarm. So you can come to know babies having.
So it has inbuilt blender and inbuilt pulse oximeter. That's what he's saying. And this pulse oximeter, it will show the oxygen saturation instead of using a different monitor.
So this is flow. This is flow CPAP generator, and this what now I connected is bubble. This is feedback monitoring as well as that will sense the apnea also. Like babies having apnea, it will give the alarm also for that apnea and whenever the pressure is dropping and the FAO whenever is increasing or decreasing, it will give the alarm. And we have one more option called the saturation, SpO2 option. So now this is from Masima technology. So the parallelly you can check the saturation level, baby's saturation level. Okay. So the Neonatal Pro directly connect to this baby and go to the. So once if you connect directly, that will sense the saturation. PR. The same device you can switch on pulse oximeter also. And also this will intimate whenever the saturation is come down, this will show, it will tell you to increase the oxygen level. So you can increase the oxygen also. So it has an intelligent alarm system will be there. Okay, whatever event, if the circuit is leaking somewhere, that will show circuit alarm. So any alarm system failure, any alarm system will intimate you.
Very dense, 105%. Okay, any questions you have? On HFNC CPAP? Okay, fine. You can move to the main.
stable babies. And there is no need to do routine pre and post extubation x-rays either. And no role to do an x-ray after each reintubation to confirm the position, because you would have already had a previous x-ray, you would have noted down what position is ideal position, you would have marked it, and if you can just write that number and fix it at the same and then make sure that the bilateral entry is equal, then there's no need to do the x-ray. And no need to blindly order x-ray every time oxygen requirement goes up or SpO2 drops. Examine the baby clinically and make judgments as to what is the cause. So coming to the schematic reading of the X-ray, so we need to describe the following: any fractures, any bony deformities, dysplasias, and in the lungs, when you look at the expansion of the lungs, how well the lungs are expanded, and look at the cardiac and diaphragm margins, whether they are clear, and also look at the parenchymal appearance of the lungs. Comment on the lucency of the lungs, the nature of opacities, whether they are homogeneous opacities or heterogeneous, and look at the lung fissures, if there is any fluid in the lungs, in the fissure. Then look at the cardiac. When you look at the cardiac, you look at the size. Then you do what is called CT ratio, that's cardiac thoracic ratio. Ideally, it's about up to 0.6 is normal. So beyond that, think about cardiomegaly. Look at the heart borders, whether they are clear or obliterated, and also look at any cardiomegaly, specific chamber enlargement, and presence of endotracheal tube, centralized and minimal or no gas in the intestines indicates sickness of the baby. So what is a normal X-ray? Normal chest X-ray. So normal chest, most of the chest X-rays in babies are done AP, anterior-posterior, when they are lying supine. Sometimes we may use lateral films to confirm the position. That is not very commonly that we do. And in the normal chest X-ray, chest is more cylindrical and translucent, and ribs are more horizontal compared to children and adults. Thymus often is more prominent, and normal CT ratio is up to 0.6. And air bronchograms can be present till the second generation of bronchi in the retrocardiac area. Diaphragm is normally 6th rib anteriorly and 8th rib posteriorly. If it is anything more than that, it's hyperinflation. If it is less than that, it is underinflation. And residual lung fluid may give appearance of diffuse opacification during the first 4 hours of life. We usually wait up to 4 hours to get an X-ray until all these procedures are done. So what are the evidence of hyperinflation? If the lung expansion is more than 6 ribs anteriorly and 8 ribs posteriorly, and flattening of the diaphragm, and increased lucency of the lungs, or if you see air under the heart or herniation of the lung to the other side, and the ribs being more horizontal. So what is the correct position of the plastics which are there in the lungs? Very, very important. Whenever you do the chest X-ray, always comment on position of these catheters or endotracheal tube. So if the baby is intubated, make sure that the endotracheal tube is in the right place. So what is the right place is 1 to 2 centimeters above the carina. Okay? Or if you are counting the thoracic vertebrae, ideally it should be between T2 to T4. And identify the carina by tracing the trachea downwards to its bifurcation. And it should be above that. And what is the correct umbilical arterial line position? Ideally we go for higher position, that is between T6 and T9. And sometimes if it is below that, you pull it down to L3 to L4. So don't put it in between, as the important vessels which supply the kidney and the gut can get affected whenever you do the sampling. And umbilical venous position ideally is about 0.5 to 1 centimeters above the diaphragm, just at the entrance of the inferior vena cava. And similar, when you're looking at the PIC line position, ideally aim to be just below the diaphragm. So respiratory distress syndrome is one of the commonest conditions that you come across. And here you will see a decreased lung volume in the X-ray, and it is a homogeneous reticular pattern opacities. typically described as ground glass opacification, and you will also see air bronchograms, and even in severe cases you can see whiteout lungs. So this is a picture of a newborn baby with RDS. You see before CPAP application, you can see the crowded ribs and lung not well expanded. You can see the reticular pattern of opacities and bilaterally. And same baby after CPAP application, you can see the lung is adequately expanded, and you can see better aeration in the lungs. And over a period, there is an over distension after the CPAP application where the ribs are looking more horizontal, and at that time you can actually reduce the pressures, especially the PEEP. So another baby with respiratory distress, and you see the homogeneous opacification, and in the second picture you see the endotracheal tube there, and after the surfactant administration it has improved. So what is the differential diagnosis of a sudden whiteout X-ray in a baby recovering from RDS? So there could be various things that could go wrong in a baby when the baby is on the, for example, the baby is on ventilator. Okay, in this baby you can see the endotracheal tube is there, a little higher up, and you can see the whiteout lung. So what could be the differential diagnosis? It could be secondary to pulmonary edema, okay, caused by maybe hemodynamically significant PDA, which has opened up, or it could be reason of pulmonary hemorrhage. Even pneumonia can present like that, and if you rapidly decrease the ventilator settings, and that can lead to atelectasis, and it can also give a similar appearance, and may also happen if a vigorous endotracheal suctioning is done. So transient tachypnea of newborn is another condition that you come across very commonly in term babies, also called as wet lung. So as you know, the babies are all floating in the amniotic fluid before they are delivered. After the delivery, when they start to cry, the majority of the fluid is squeezed out. Some babies may retain some fluid in the lungs for up to 48 to 72 hours, and majority of them will become normal after that. So transient tachypnea of newborn, so what are the features? You will see basically well expanded lungs as opposed to the RDS where the lungs are not very well expanded. And you will see prominent hilum with streaky shadows around the hilum and prominent interlobar fissures. You may even see fluid in the horizontal fissure that we see in the X-ray here, where there is an arrow mark is there. You can see the horizontal fissure. There is a fluid. And there may be sometimes associated with small pleural effusion, mild cardiomegaly, and normal to or increased lung volume. So in this baby you can see the fluid in the horizontal fissure, especially in the right side, right minor fissure. And it's the same baby after 18 hours, it has dramatically improved. Marked interval improvement of shrinkage densities in both the lungs is seen in the same babies. Usually after 72 hours, most of the X-rays are normal. So this is another baby where there is a small pleural effusion that you can see on the right side. And on day 2 of life, the fluid overload has decreased, and then X-ray is normal. So meconium aspiration syndrome with hyperinflation is another important condition that you need to know. And here, so if you look at the opacities, they are more of a fluffier nodular opacities, and sometimes it may lead to air leak. As described in the previous talks, there will be air leaks are more prone in meconium aspiration because during expiration, the air will not come out and then the air gets trapped. And this is a case of meconium aspiration. demonstrate coarse irregular opacities throughout both the lungs. And also, lungs are overinflated, and left costophrenic sulcus shows emphysematous area. You can see the left-hand side in the bottom. That is not a pneumothorax, it is just an emphysematous area. And similarly, if you see, you can see right minor fissure is accentuated, presenting with a small amount of pleural effusion. So another case of mechanism aspiration, where it shows hyperinflation and patchy asymmetric air space disease that's typically of mechanism aspiration. So bacterial pulmonary infections, pneumonias are also common, and in neonatal practice. And so neonatal pneumonia is frequently caused by Group B streptococcus in the West, but in India, Group B streptococcus not very often seen. We have various other organisms that can cause pneumonia. The X-ray findings are of diagnosis of pneumonia, but not as specific as of any infecting organism. And most typical presentation is either lobar bronchopneumonia, which manifests in X-ray as a focal lobar consolidation with air bronchograms. And consultation may have a round appearance called round pneumonia, which mimic pulmonary mass. So it's a patchy alveolar or interstitial infiltrates you will see, and also see the consolidation, and usually normal to increase lung volumes with areas of trapping. And towards your left-hand side, you can see the example of right middle lobe pneumonia, demonstrate consolidation in the right middle lobe. And in the right-hand side, you will see a round pneumonia, shows round opacity in the superior segment of the lower lobe. This is Staphylococcus aureus pneumonia, and another case of round pneumonia where multifocal irregular opacities are observed in both the lungs with cavitations, and right pleural effusion is also seen. Is evident by obliteration of right costophrenic sulcus. And next is pulmonary interstitial emphysema. This is also an important condition that you need to know. It results from the rupture of alveoli with air accumulating in the peribronchial and perivascular spaces. And characteristics of this is tortuous tubular or ovoid translucences emanating from the hyla and extending peripherally, and often forms a honeycomb appearance and subpleural blebs. An example of a PAE with a pneumothorax. You can see the honeycomb pattern with air leak in the left side, left lung, and there's a more closer picture demonstrating sleeky lesions in the air. In the first picture, what you see is a anterior radiograph showing pneumomediastinum. So where the white arrows are seen, with an elevated retrocardiac region is also seen behind the heart. In the middle X-ray, is a lateral radiograph confirming the location of the retrocardiac air leak, as well as in the region of the inferior pulmonary segment, and the thymus is pushed up. And in the last X-ray, the follow-up chest X-ray shows interval decrease in the pneumomediastinum, and as well as the retrocardiac air that is resolved. Coming to chronic lung disease, or more likely called as the BPD, bronchopulmonary dysplasia. So these are the 4 stages of changes that occur over a period of time if the baby is ventilated for a longer period due to the wear and tear, due to barotrauma and volutrauma. So we don't see chronic lung disease often these days, mainly because majority of us go for non-invasive ventilation. And previously, we used to see all these stages of chronic lung disease. Now with the endotracheal tube is in situ, and in the second X-ray, you can see series of X-rays from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th week in 1-week intervals, developing BPD changes. And after 2 months, irregular scar-like densities with emphysema, cystic areas, and atelectasis are seen. And note that baby is still ventilated even after 4 weeks of life. So, cystic interstitial pulmonary disease reflecting the severe form of chronic lung disease. This is how the pattern appears. Congenital lobar emphysema is characterized by overexpansion of one or more lobes, and emphysema is a misnomer as there is no destruction of the alveoli, and CLE is most commonly in the left upper lobe. Initially, CLE appears as a solid mass on both prenatal ultrasound as well as the postnatal X-rays, and because of the delayed clearance of pulmonary fluid. However, over several days, the fluid slowly gets reabsorbed and classic findings of hyperlucid lobe will be seen. So this is the initial postnatal X-ray demonstrating solid appearing mass in the left upper chest where the red arrows are seen, and with the mass effect and shift of mediastinum to the right. And at this point, the CLE is filled with fluid and this mimics a solid mass. So what are the pitfalls and practical tips while doing the X-ray? Make sure that X-ray plate, avoid the direct contact with the baby. Always cover with a sterile plastic sheet or envelope. Avoid direct contact with the cold X-ray plate and provide extra heat source when in an open care heater. And for babies in the incubator, X-rays can be done through the incubator also. And lead apron wearing both by the nurse as well as the resident, and gonad shield for the baby. Don't forget to mark right or left. Especially the nurses sometimes forget to, the radiographer may forget to put the marking. So it can get confused. So always try to put at least one mark, at least, so that we know which side is which. And expose the area of interest, right, age in hours or days on the. And if the baby is having multiple X-rays, it's helpful to write the serial numbers of the X-rays. And also, if any position is altered, for example, AT tube is pulled back or UVC is pulled back, so please write down in the sticker what is done on that X-ray and paste it, so that for the next person, it will be very clear. Learn to leave the X-rays yourself and not to leave to the judgment of the radiologist, who is not always there with you. I'll just quickly show you a few now X-rays. This is a normal thymic shadow, and although the left one looks like pneumonia, it is not. Actually, it is just normal thymic shadow in an AP view. This is an artifact skin fold. As I told you, it can get confused with a pneumothorax. That is actually a skin fold. T6 to T9. And look at this umbilical venous catheter. So the difference is the umbilical venous catheter goes straight, umbilical arterial catheters go down and goes up. Okay? So this is the correct position of the UVC? No, right? So we discussed ideally it should be 0.5 centimeters, so 1 centimeter above the diaphragm. It is way in, and it is actually bypassing the PFO and then going to the left atrium actually. So you need to pull it back. So this is CCAM, congenital cystic endometrial malformation, and you can see the air fluid levels. And this is the bronchopulmonary dysplasia, and you can, in the CT scan, high resolution CT scan, you can see overinflation of the lungs, and both the lungs are meeting in the middle. Hydrops fetalis, you can see generalized edema, pleural effusion, and you can see gasless abdomen. Congenital diaphragmatic hernia, where the bowel loops are seen in the left thorax. Just try to look at the left diaphragm, you are not able to trace it. So how do you differentiate whether there is, for example, in the left X-ray, it is completely white out, right? But that is actually, that's also actually left diaphragmatic hernia, where you don't see the gas, but when you pass the NG tube, actually NG tube is going to the left max. So this is a case of esophageal atresia. So without distal tracheoesophageal fistula in the first one, in the second one you can see the distal tracheoesophageal fistula. This is asphyxiating thoracic dystrophy, where you will see the genetic malformation, you will see the crowded ribs and very narrow rib cage with the handlebar clavicles. And this is another case of clavicle fracture, where there is a fracture is actually healing by forming a callus. This is a case of osteogenesis imperfecta. You can look at the bowing of the humor as well as the tibia, and you can see multiple fractures in the tibia. That is it. Thank you so much.
I think it's shown you quite varieties of X-rays. I think it was a good run through to see what are the most of the common. I think morning we talked to you about MIST or LISA. I don't know how many of you are already doing LISA or MIST. How many of you have done it? None of you have done. So I think it's good just to see how it is done. Maybe it's too early for you people to say go back and start doing it, but I think get to know how it is done, and I think it's not very. When you see this video, I think you'll realize not that difficult. Just that you need that, know how to do it, and that how to introduce the catheter, what precautions will be taken. And if you have any doubts, I think Hassan will clarify. If we do that, and then we are done for the session, and then we have some doubts to clarify.
So this is just a video demonstration of LISA. What I have tried to do is, we have tried to do it on the mannequin because we didn't want to do it on a live baby and show you. So the principle, as man was saying, we are not going to intubate with an endotracheal tube, but we're going to pass a tube which is probably a 5 French. It could be a Riles tube or a suction catheter, or nowadays we are actually getting stiff catheters into the trachea, which probably will not amount to intubation, but we give the surfactant through this small tube. Okay? So with endotracheal intubation, the intubation is a little difficult for some people, and it might be quite traumatic for the baby. With the stiff catheters, the intubation will be baby, but intubating with a Riles tube becomes a little bit of a tough job. What we are demonstrating is how to do LISA with a Riles tube. Okay, the points what you need to consider in Insure. How many of you have actually given surfactants? Insure. Oh, most of you have given. So what do? When you have to give surfactant, you're going to take off the ventilator, push surfactant in, and then press it, isn't it? What is happening when you disconnect the ventilator for the purpose of giving surfactant? So the positive end expiratory pressure on which the baby was breathing suddenly goes down because you're disconnecting the ventilator, isn't it? So what LISA does is, we keep giving PWP while the baby is getting PWP. In addition to that, the surfactant gets it. That's a huge difference. That makes a huge difference. One, less trauma. Second, we are giving surfactant while we are giving audio. If you have any doubts, we will take it at the end of the video. So the person who is doing is Nalina, my junior, and Dr. Aril from St. John's. LISA technique, that is less invasive surfactant administration. So the indication being a newborn with respiratory distress syndrome on CPAP requiring an FiO2 of more than 30%, and here we are doing early rescue. The prerequisite is a newborn baby who is on CPAP with good respiratory efforts, and this baby is not requiring invasive ventilation. The equipments which are required for this technique would be a laryngoscope with appropriate size blade, a surfactant. We are using Servanta here because we want more concentrated surfactant. For this, 5 ml syringe or a 10 ml syringe, feeding tube of 5 French, a McGill forceps, suction catheter which has already been put there, and then a working BP resuscitator. We also need to have a pulse oximeter which is functioning and it is attached to the baby. As a part of preparation, the first thing is that we cut the feeding catheter distal to the 5 centimeter mark. That is the first mark on the feeding tube. So the point at which it has to be cut is based on the depth of insertion from the level of vocal cord. In this, we are cutting it at 2 centimeters. Okay, so this might be a little difficult to understand. So in your right tube, you have seen the marking starts from what centimeter? Right tube. All of you have inserted the right tube. Seen the right tube? Hello. Yes. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So from what it, from how many centimeters the marking starts? Huh? 1 centimeter? Does it have 0, 1, 2, 3? How much it starts with? Oh, Kumar sir, punishment. Okay, naale ellargu right tube feeding haaki keli, right tube check madake keli. It starts with 5 centimeter. Okay, so till 5 centimeter there is no marking. So if you have a stiff catheter which is meant to be for Lisa, it has a marking. So what you do is when you insert, so how do you insert your ET tube? You have a marking, isn't it? So the marking should go in and you stop it, and you look at your nasotracheal length and you fix it. But in Riles tube, you just have marking at the starting of 5 centimeter. If you push till 5 centimeter, the tube will go to in. So what we have is we have a table weight wise which says for this 1 kilo baby you have to go up till 1.5 centimeter. For 1.5 you have to go up to 2. Likewise, you have a table. So the depth of insertion should be approximately 1 to 2 centimeter from the vocal cord. It should not go. Suppose this baby has the catheter has to go 2 centimeter beyond the vocal cord. We're going to cut 2 centimeter beyond 5 centimeter. So when we insert, what we do, we'll stop at 5 centimeter so that we know that 2 centimeter has gone beyond the vocal cord. Okay, so that is what it is. But in a stiff catheter which Vigon has come with, you have markings, so you can definitely go while you insert, you know how much you have gone in. Okay, so this is kind of jugaad. So other things which has to be noted is the baby should be preferably on Hudson prongs because intubation will become easy. Procedure is a 2-person job, as you can see. One person should be assisting another person, and also one person to monitor the baby. So we can swaddle the baby like this for pain relief, and we also can use express breast milk for pain relief. The syringe needs to be connected to the catheter, and this is kept ready. Make sure the catheter does not touch any unsterile surfaces. The success of this technique lies in the successful intubation procedure. For successful intubation, we need to have the baby's neck slightly extended, and all the precautions for intubation needs to be taken. That is wearing of sterile gloves or gown, and also requirement of positive pressure ventilation and suction. So here the laryngoscope is inserted gently, vocal cords are visualized, and then the catheter is being inserted after visualization of vocal cord. We can use McGill forceps also to maneuver the catheter. So once the depth of insertion is achieved, the catheter is held against the palate, fix it, make sure the baby is saturating well. Small alicords. so which will take around 2 to 3 minutes. While we administer, we should look for desaturations, apneas, and bradycardias while we're doing. So if there is any desaturation, so we should stop administering surfactant for a while. Make sure the saturation picks up to normal level. If required, we might give some positive pressure ventilation also. Make sure the saturation picks up before we continue to inject the surfactant. So meanwhile, when we are injecting, it's also desirable to connect a OG tube or an NG tube and aspirate if we suspect any spills. So the aspirated surfactant means to say there could be spills or our tube is not in place. So the amount which has been aspirated because of spillover should be given extra while we are administering. So once the apneas are better and the saturations are okay, then we will continue installing surfactant in small aliquots. Once administration of surfactant is over, we'll make sure the catheter is out. And post procedure, we will look for vitals in this baby, and we also see if we can decrease the ventilator parameters.
Okay, that's about Lisa. So the baby was on CPAP, continues to be on CPAP while we give procedure as well as the procedure is done. Any doubts? Yeah. So I just want to kind of narrate a small story because things might not be as simple as it seems to be, like how your rear view mirror in your bikes or this one say, okay? So it might look very easy. Trust me, it takes a lot of learning curve. There should be a person who is senior who is monitoring. Otherwise, you will land up in troubles. So we introduced this. So some of us seniors started doing it. We had quite a bit of success. It so happened some of our enthusiastic juniors took over. In their night duties, they started giving Lisa. So all these babies who went on to Lisa, who were given Lisa, went on to go on to mechanical ventilation. And when we realized all these babies had got Lisa. So that's when we said, stop. We will make sure, we'll have a good learning curve so that everybody is okay, and then we'll introduce Lisa. So that probably has not still taken off in John's, I believe. So it takes a lot of learning curve. So you need to do it under supervision. So the idea was just to make sure that you guys know about Lisa, because there's a lot of buzz about Lisa. We might go to this in probably a few years to come as a routine care. Okay? Thank you.
So when the mouth is open, still there is loss of pressure.
No, this is a mannequin, no? Yes.
Usually, see, there are three things that you need to be very, very clear. One is the tip. You put him back in on CPAP, you are losing the FRC. So you could see in that test lung, is it? That, animal lung, moment you have to disconnect, the lung is to get collapsed. It takes some time for it to recruit. That's number one. Number two is the speed at which you are giving. Now this, even I would say we usually take more than 5 minutes to give that much of surfactant. Now to the extent that when it was so, because the moment you try to give it little push, it will spill over into the stomach. That was one of the reasons, major reasons for failure is not getting the tube just 2 centimeters below the cord, and second thing is not giving it very, very slowly. Our guys came out with one more innovative jugaad. They started connecting this to a syringe and pushing it through syringe, and they have had a good success with that. Like instead of giving it 5 minutes, 6 minutes through that, it's very difficult to sit there for 5 minutes. You know, you might think it is 5 minutes, but you would have finished in 2 minutes. And that pushing can make it spill over and baby will be eating surfactant rather than getting the surfactant in the lungs. So that are the only two things that if you can take care, I think you will be reasonably successful. So what our guys have done is, they strap it nicely, close the mouth, connect it to the syringe, and then slowly it gets pushed to the syringe. So there's no way you can push faster. Syringe pump. So this was again innovative thing which Ramaya did. So I think you can come out with your own. But if you take care of these two things, I think you are reasonably safe with this. Just wanted you people to get a feel of it, and there's a lot to learn. At least at the end of the day, you should say, okay, we know what Lisa is, and otherwise the Lisa miss. People are talking, we don't even know what it is. Nothing really, some rocket science technology. Simple thing on CPAP. You are intubating. You are not using a ET tube. You are using a feeding tube. Now you get those catheter from this guy, Vigo. So there is a marking there, vocal cord marking. You just have to keep the marking at the level of vocal cord. It is measured to be 2 centimeter below. And then the second more important step is pushing it slowly. If you can do this too, I think you can achieve it success. You can try, but again, as Prashant said, do it when your team is around, when everyone is around. Start learning it, start training yourself and your team, and then slowly you can start it. And now it's become a routine in Ramaya. All our fellows PGs do it routinely and have no issues with that. I think we are done. Now it's over to the host.
So we are at the end of the workshop. I want feedback. Feedback from one doctor and one nurse. PGs from Chunchungiri.
Not about the food and
No, food we know. Food was, even I was getting sleep. So one from each college. Mandya, I think 2 persons had come. I think I have a list. See, the feedback is for our improvement. We need feedback. Aarti Shrija Anil from CSI Hospital, Mysore. Is there? Please come fast. And next is Sri Ranjini, be ready, from our college. Yeah, feedback. What was good?
Actually, good evening to all consultants. Actually, it was a very nice workshop, stuck with the basics. It was easy to understand and follow. Like most of us couldn't prepare and come and like that. So even then we could understand everything. The clarity was there. Workshops also were very informative. It was nice.
What needs improvement? It is like an ECLS class. What needs improvement in us?
Nothing.
Nothing. Thank you very much. Please give mic to Sri Ranjini. Dr. Sri Ranjini.
There was no ice cream today, so next time I had ice cream.
Sri Ranjini. From there only you can tell. So, Alle could be mic. What was good?
Good evening to everyone. So it was a wonderful session since morning. We've been privileged, like Sir said in the morning, to learn from the teachers of teachers. And it was very informative and concise. All the PPTs were very concise. And I think once we go back and go through it can be applicable well. And what I've seen, many of the days we were just ventilating the babies, not much changing the ventilator settings until consultants asked us. But after this session, I think it's compulsory that we'll end up doing it.
Good. Now, I think people have come from Ballari also, Vasundhara. I think it's very far, Ballari. Yeah, please hand over the mic to her. What was good in this workshop?
Nice class.
Next class.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
So anything needs to be improved?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And from MNC, Namita Manohar, Mysore.
Overall, it is a very good experience, sir. And except for the time limitation, I don't have any.
What time limitations was there? Everyone took 1 hour class. After that, you have 20-30 minutes spending in the workstations. No, you wanted what? What? Where was the limit of time? More time where? Theory, station.
Both like stations.
Stations. You wanted more in stations. Okay. Thank you. From Ames, Sanjeev Jamakandi, Adish Engineering Institute of Medical Science.
Hello, good evening. The classes were very informative. The only thing is, you would have explained with an example for each ventilation maybe.
Okay. Case scenarios you wanted. So it would have, okay, we'll take it to the next. So after this, thank you everyone for coming here, and we will have a group photograph. I request everyone to come downstairs here. We will stand up so that we can have a group photo. Please come near the stage. We'll have a group photo. Thank you one and all for coming to Hassan, all over your place, from your place.
ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ರು. ಫೋಟೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು.